deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing CrossFire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to give the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice for us and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
About to live it up, I'm about to level up.
Hello everyone and welcome back to day 2 of the CrossFire West League for season 2 here in 2024. Of course, as usual, my name is Kyle aka ZZXQ, and again on the desk with me today is going to be Laz. How you feeling after day 1, Laz?
Yeah, feeling good, man. I think yesterday was a nice little snippet of us to see some good games and some good action and a little bit of turn of events, right? I think there were some surprising results and also some debuts for other teams, so it just makes me more and more excited, man. So I'm excited for day 2 here to see what is going to come in full effect here.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of surprises in day 1, but the one thing that wasn't so surprising, the top 2, LCK and 3BL after day 1, we kind of hinted that might be the case, but for me, I think the most surprising result was actually unKnights not being up there with them. I thought, they had this great run in the playoffs last season to close it out. They were the team that got to go to the Invitational. I thought that experience would make them look a little bit stronger, but they struggled quite a bit in their matchup yesterday.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it wasn't an easy win, right? Like, I mean, they did split things off yesterday, and I mean, I felt like, with the LAN, like you said, I think it would have been a better thing for them. Like, you thought that would have just kind of put them over the edge, kind of over some of these teams, but it didn't really feel like the case, right? I mean, that first game was a 10-6 in favor for unKnights, but then when we kind of moved things over to the second, Anubis just looked way more polished, and that was the biggest thing where I think I was really impressed, because strategically they just looked like such a more sound team, and the firepower that, unKnights rely on, it just wasn't enough in that circumstance.
Yeah, honestly, I think for the new roster shuffle debuts, I feel like Anubis was one of the stronger debuts we saw. They ended up with a top 4 finish at the end of day 1. Looking at the overall standings here, of course, Lazarus joining that group in the top 4. unKnights, even though they split the series, still the round differential working against them. Same with Swamp Gaming, both of them picking up a map but not getting quite the results on those round scores overall. But I think we can both agree probably the most surprising result of the day is GV sitting there 0-2 with a -10 round differential after that first day.
Yeah, man, like, it's honestly like it's such a big surprise, right? I mean, we were kind of joking about this too, is like, unfortunately for GV, they got themselves a pretty hard weekend to start things off, right? I mean, so playing an opponent like this, having a weekend to start off against a team like LCK, definitely not a fun thing to do, right? I mean, but at the same time, the first game was a bit of a wash. Like, LCK just kind of ran through that quickly. But again, the second one was a better circumstance. I mean, it was a 10-7, so that's kind of where we talk about the differentials in the rounds, where they are -10. But yeah, at least they were able to save themselves just a little bit. But either way, man, like, just a crazy circumstance, and we got ourselves some pretty sick games here today too.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like we've got the gift of NA first both days in a row. I'm really liking what we're seeing out of this Swamp Gaming roster so far, and I also feel like they have a pretty good chance to prove themselves in their opening weekend. Some teams are kind of thrown into the fire when they get relegated up into this league, but I have a feeling with Lazarus and TBI being their opening weekend, Swamp Gaming's actually going to have a pretty good start here.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think, seeing yesterday, like, there was a lot of question marks about them. We're like, look, like, it's the new team. We don't know what's going to happen for them. They're going to be playing different level of competition. But I think in this circumstance, like, they kind of came to the match, right? I mean, they did really well in the second map, I should say, against Lazarus. It went into overtime, but they were able to push themselves in getting that 13-10 win, which was pretty huge. And honestly, like, I wasn't really sure what we were going to expect out of them, considering their first map on Ankara was honestly a bit of a wash. Like, it was a 10-3 loss. They did not look, good, confident. Nothing was clean. Like, it just didn't look good for Swamp. So I think them just kind of coming back in and splitting things, going for a 1-1 was massive. So this makes it even more of an interesting conversation just because they are going to be playing TBI today in this first opening game.
Yeah, I feel like for Swamp, this is going to be an important one because a lot of these teams, I feel like they're looking at kind of that 1-1 as the best case scenario against just knowing they have to win on the EU server to grab that second map. But I feel like TBI is one of those teams where I could see Swamp Gaming even maybe winning on that EU server. And for Swamp, finding those opportunities to win the EU maps is going to be key to potentially cracking into the playoffs for their season, just knowing they have that kind of regional disadvantage that most teams going against Swamp are likely to come out with a 1-1.
Yeah, honestly, I'm glad you say that because I was kind of thinking the same thing. I think yesterday was a bit of a wake-up call for Swamp. Like, they were trying to figure things out and playing in a different server and probably, the EU servers and stuff like that, not feeling great. But I kind of feel like, this game as well, like them playing TBI, there definitely is a conversation where they honestly could take it, right? Especially before they go into an NA server. So, I mean, you got to remember that I think for TBI, they had a really rough first game when they were playing 3BL. Again, they got kind of thrown right into the fire. But at the second time, though, like when we look at the rosters, like I think Gainer was kind of the biggest player for me. And he was the one that was kind of being the difference maker and finding these multi-frags just to kind of getting something started. And then Dirty eventually kind of getting himself situated and hitting these shots with the arm when he needed to. But again, from my perspective with Swamp, I was so impressed with Kai's. I was really, really impressed with Brando. I think they both were just doing so much good work yesterday that allowed them to go to that 1-1 split.
Yeah, and I think really looking at this matchup, yeah, Kai's is that key factor because I feel like Kai's versus Dirty is going to look a little one-sided if Kai's plays like he did yesterday, especially in that second map. So I'm hopeful that TBI, though, has some more to offer in this one. Obviously, 3BL, a much stronger opponent, I would say, for them than Swamp. So I feel like at least there is a good chance they can grab at least a map in this series. I feel like the EU map should be theirs if they play as well as I know they can, but I do worry when it comes down to that map selection because I feel like out of all of the teams in this league, TBI probably has the slimmest map pool for success right now.
Yeah, agreed, right? I mean, because it's a good point you bring up because with them doing a pretty big overhaul, like it is going to be more limited on their map or their map selections and everything like that, where I think for Swamp, it's going to be maybe a little bit similar of a conversation potentially, but I think these guys are probably, preparing for that as well. And that's kind of the fun thing about them too, is they are that underdog team and nobody really knows a ton about them. Like, obviously they know the players and like their histories, but it's more about they don't know how they're going to play together as a group and what's the better map and what's not, right? But what we did get to see from yesterday is the fact that, a map like Ankara was really not the best situation for Swamp. Like, it looked just, again, really, really like abysmal, right? It didn't exist. It just wasn't a thing. But now it being with the pick and bans, you can see here on the screen, having the first pick coming in for Port from TBI, very, very interesting. And then that decider to be on Black Widow. And Kyle, I kind of want to know your thoughts because yesterday on Port, that was actually the map that Swamp was able to go into an overtime win. But the fact that we see like TBI actually going for this pick, are you surprised at all?
A little bit. I would say it's one of Swamp's better maps, so I am surprised to see this one as their pick, but for TBI, maybe they're just playing to their strength over what Swamp might be good at in this situation, and for that could be a good sense of comfort for them if this is also a really strong map that they feel good about on their end. Though I did notice one thing when we went through the rosters, TBI is actually already using their sub in this match as well, which does make me a little bit nervous for them. I believe Booker is going out and Beg is coming in, which can definitely create some more issues they might have to deal with in this matchup as well.
Oh man, yeah, that definitely adds a little bit more layers to this too, right? Because again, as soon as you're starting to add like one of your subs like early on, like it kind of creates a bit of a difference in the chemistry with the team. And like that's what we talked so much about yesterday, right? Is the fact that in the early matches, you're kind of like coming in. This was a bit of a roster shuffle and new teams coming in, but you're trying to build foundation together, right? So when you kind of have to throw somebody in last second, it does make a pretty big difference in this. So definitely not looking great in terms of TBI's situation. But again, you never know, right? I mean, not to say the sub's not going to be able to perform and things like that, but it does kind of add that extra layer against them. And it definitely puts the deck a little bit more in Swamp's favor if you were kind of looking at it on paper.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting to see this dynamic as well with Swamp, because I believe this time we're starting on NA versus ending on NA. So I feel like this could potentially give them a little bit more momentum starting on that home server than going into EU for the second game, because I feel like if you're already starting in that kind of negative headspace of having to play on another region server first and that game doesn't go well, it can kind of snowball into a bad series. But at least yesterday they didn't let that completely happen to them, but I think it could play even more in their favor today, just knowing they could get a much stronger start in the series.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think what I'm pretty excited for as well, like I think we both were, talking about this yesterday, is the fact that we're probably going to see a lot more like Black Widow being played, which is really exciting. Like I really like it. So I think the fact that the decider on this, series is going to be on that map as well, I do like it. So because with Port, it is going to be for the BL side, it is Swamp that starts on it, and then GR going to be for TBI. But I think, again, to see how if, they can be momentum built here, if Swamp can be able to find themselves another win on this, that would just be such a good kickstart for these guys. Because I think a lot of situations are going to probably be looking, best case they can, get a 1-1, or I should say, minimal case they can get a 1-1, best case a 2-0. And it's going to be tough to find those 2-0s for these guys. But this is definitely one of those matches where I could slightly say it's an opportunity here.
Yeah, right now, I feel like this is kind of a good proving ground for both of these teams, because in my mind, if either one of them loses 0-2, that's probably the team that's going to finish in 8th place in this season, in my mind, because you've got the newest team versus probably the lowest seeded team from last season coming head-to-head, and if it's not a split series, it's going to look really bad for the team coming on the worst end of that. So I feel like right now, I'd favor Swamp just slightly overall, just because they looked a lot better in their first day, but part of me wants to believe TBI had to face 3BL. Maybe there's a lot more we just haven't seen yet, because I feel like most teams in that position probably go down 0-2 against 3BL.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And I actually think that's a really interesting little comment you made too about, whoever kind of like, if there's a team out of this game specifically that does go to, that could potentially be a conversation about they might be one of those like bottom tier teams, right? Like the bottom 8. So, and I don't disagree. Like, I think that's actually a really, really interesting view on this, because again, I think for TBI, like they're in such a hot seat because last season it just, again, it was such a struggle and they couldn't find themselves in any sort of a winning position, right? They had some interesting games last season against some of the big dogs, and I think that was a conversation, for yesterday that we were kind of, alluding to against the 3BL game, where their first one was a 10-3 loss. They didn't really look like they were there. The 10-6 on the second map, yeah, it's a bit more, it's double their score line, but the rounds were really close, right? So that was kind of the thing about TBI even last season, where they were this team that could compete and this team that could be really close to getting things done, but it just seemed like they were missing one piece to get across the finish line, right? Like they almost like felt like they just fell apart right before the end. And that's where I'm wondering if these guys can just mentally reset, not be worried about anything from last season, or kind of, take anything away from their first games and things like that, because it is going to be a huge proving ground for, like you said, both these teams. But I'm kind of thinking more for TBI. I think they're coming here to make a bit more of a point.
Yeah, and I feel like they have to, because when you look at the shuffle, I almost feel like they're the team that got the short end of the stick there, because Anubis, we saw yesterday the impact of the players they took from TBI actually being very positive, and now TBI having to fill those slots. It's a difficult position to be in, knowing you're that team that's kind of towards the bottom of the rankings in the West League, because if you have one of those shining stars on your team, you almost have to worry that a team that needs that missing piece above you might steal them away in the next season. And that's where TBI, I think, has to fully develop their core as a team and not be as reliant on those individual players, and really solidify the strategic side of what they can do in this season. And then I think they can actually be a pretty strong threat, because the core of this team is still very good.
It is, yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, that's what's so good about a team like TBI, is like the core of this team is really strong, and there is some really good players. Like we talked about, Beb is in there, and some other players as well, like Gainer we were talking about, and Dirty came in too. So and that was losing Master and things like that. So I feel like there was a conversation about Dirty where I was kind of giving a bit of criticism, saying in the beginning of the games yesterday, I felt like he wasn't really there, right? And I don't know if the pressure was there or maybe the lack of the confidence, but as soon as they started getting some rounds and Gainer was kind of, you know, being a playmaker, getting, you know, a nice bit of a kickstart, then you started to see all the other players doing quite well. So it seems like they're a bit of a momentum team, and I'm kind of hoping to see if they can kind of get out of that, you know, bit of a situation, but also bring up more fragging abilities, because when Dirty was hitting his shots, it was awesome to see, right? Because like that's what we were looking to find from him, but he's been proven to be a good on player. But it felt like yesterday was a bit shaky, a bit, you know, expected, just given that it is the first matches of the season, and you know things are always going to be a little bit, you know, rusty or, you know, rocky. But today I'm kind of wondering if they're going to come in with a bit of a new face and a bit new approach on how they're going to take a team like Swamp.
Yeah, I feel like for Dirty, he's got the shot. He just needs to be a little bit more assertive. When you look at the top bombs in this league, players like Kai's, players like Snare, they're not afraid to get in your face and go for those early round picks. And that's what I want to see more of from Dirty, because we saw when Master brought that to this lineup, their BL sides last season looked really good. So if he gets kind of through those early round jitters, starts playing a little bit more assertive, I think he can be a really valuable player, because we saw his passive shots look really good throughout yesterday.
Yeah, exactly, right? And that's such a good point, because I think when you're playing like the sniper, right, or being an on player, like there is that ability where, you know, in an ideal situation, you want somebody that can be aggressive and also kind of play that standard, you know, passive setup as well. And sometimes what I think we're noticing as well is that in the passive setups and, you know, kind of playing a bit more conservative, Dirty was doing all right, but now we need to see him kind of getting aggressive. They like to get in your face, so I want to see him kind of getting that more comfort of just getting aggressive, whereas we see some other, you know, players that they're able to do that, right? And I think that's where I want to see him kind of, doesn't like he have to mimic everybody, but it would be kind of cool to see his own way, his own approach to that, just being able to find some rounds and some wins here for them to not be in that bottom 8 place.
Well, we'll see exactly what's in store for us, but we are going to take a quick break, just having a few technical issues getting the teams ready, but we should be in just a few short moments, so we'll see you there. All right. We are right into the action here, and apparently so is Kai's. Already a kill on the table, an entry frag to kick it off as we hop in for our first map of the day. Is going to be Swamp and TBI looking to try and grab themselves their first series win for either team here, though Swamp does have a map coming out of yesterday's 1-1 split against Lazarus. So far in the round, though, still pretty even across the board here. 4-on-3 situation. TBI, slight advantage in this one, but they are on the GR side, so no real surprises so far. But of course, we're gonna have to deal with Kai's a lot today here, Laz.
Yeah, definitely, right? I mean, I think the biggest piece is that, you know, I think for them to already have a round and for them to kind of getting things started a little bit here for the BL side, it'll be good to see how well they can improve from yesterday. This was the map that we talked about that they were able to get a win. That was against yesterday, so we'll see if that's going to be the same case. And now the sub Beg kind of pulling back a little bit right now, Kyle. And again, even Brando's going to be down. So, I mean, the number advantage is coming in for TBI, but Swamp kind of still making some decisions here, kind of thinking what they want to do, and they're kind of just taking it nice and slow and easy.
Yeah, not a bad idea when you're down in a 3-on-4, looking for that potential sneaky play to find the kill. Famous trying to be that sneak attack they might need, creeping his way under the mid bridge. Could have a chance to catch either King or Dirty, but Dirty holding the angle. He's nice and ready for that one. King going to be caught off guard, though. Josh on the re-peek, going for the double axe for both players here on the B bomb site. They're both tagged up, but he just can't find the kill. Kai's going to be good for just that single frag. TBI able to tie this one up.
Yeah, really nicely done too, right? Again, I think, you know, Famous, I like the idea, like, he's just coming under bridge, he was just coming through mid, just trying to make a bit of a play, but, you know, I would have liked to see a different position from him. Like, I know he was trying to clear, like, the aggressive angle and spawn, but, yeah, a good thing from Dirty, just kind of posted up, expecting potentially something to happen. I mean, they kind of gave it up for free, but they reset themselves up for it, so I really like that adjustment. And Nate almost landed on Gainer, but things are fine, things are crisis averted, but now things are back to a tie. Things are looking all right. Single Om going to be here from both these teams, which will be important. And Dirty already doing a pretty good job just playing that passive Om. And now he's going to come in from tower, able to find himself a first. Maybe potentially a little bit more here. So now Famous able to find himself a secondary as well. And just getting a headshot galore and making it a third. Famous just coming back into his old ways here. Just becoming the entry player. And the difference, they get themselves in the safe site.
Yeah, really solid entries from Famous here. I was almost actually about to say he seemed a little quiet yesterday, but he stopped me right in my tracks with that one. So, Bag and King, 2-on-4. HP still looking good for them. Josh and Brando a little bit lower, so it's still a winnable one if King can find this early kill. Really early on here, but unfortunately, Bag will go down to Kai's on the top of site, leaving King all alone here, and Famous picks up 4 on the round, all headshots as well, and that's going to make it a difficult one for TBI between him and Kai's, looking really good with the entries.
Yeah, that's honestly massive though, right? I mean, I love to see, and it's a good thing you brought that up too, because, you know, there's so much about Famous that we've talked about. He's been around for a very long time, so the fact that yesterday was kind of like a slower day for him, and even this game just coming in and honestly putting that round into his hands, right? Like, he was the one that came in with an entry, all headshots, so you love to see it for any NA fans right now. Up and early to watch this game, and they get themselves back into a lead position, which is good to see. But I mean, again, they can't rely on some heroic plays like that, right? I mean, they're going to have to figure out things a little bit more to get themselves back into a bigger lead. And double Om's going to be here for both Beba and Dirty. Now for the GR side of TBI to see what they're going to be able to find with this. I actually don't mind this either, you know, Kyle. I think this is actually a decent setup for them to kind of, you know, try something, and I think this is the best map to do it.
Yeah, it's a good call. Double Oms on this map is usually pretty impactful, especially if you have them split on sites. Dirty going to be going towards that B long position with his, and Beva just playing on that A top angle. So let's see if it pays off. Famous looking for that challenge though, over towards the B bomb site. Not going to find anything through the smoke just yet. They're kind of just running down the clock with some utility on the TBI side, but Brando through that smoke, able to find Gainer in the back of the GR spawn, and that is exactly what they were looking for to get this start in the round. Now they can set their eyes towards the B bomb side. It's only going to be King trying to hold this one off. Beg is in the lower B tunnels. Brando not quite ready for him on the other side of it, but it may be a little bit too late though, because Kai's has found King already on the B bomb site, forcing the rotation, and they've got the numbers for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, I think you can see Menace just actually putting some bigger pressure on this. Going to get fully blind, but this nade might be able to do some good damage. Not going to do a ton, but now it's a question to be able to hold things off, and it will not, but it's going to be Josh coming in from above. Finds a big spray down, and Swamp now going to be putting themselves on 3, and honestly, I'm loving what we're seeing so far from Swamp Gaming. They're taking things a little bit slow in the beginning, but then honestly, they just kind of go right into it. And like you said, I think they got a pretty good timing in that B site, which just allowed them to get right in there.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's really going to be a tough one, I think, ahead for TBI. If they can't find a way to adapt, this is the side of the map where they should be looking better on, but so far it's been Swamp Gaming kind of commanding this and really just leading the charge. Fortunately, though, in this round, they get the opening pick. Brando going to go down. Still a lot of time on the clock to work with. It's going to be TBI looking for that second kill onto Josh and mid, who's getting a little bit aggressive, but I like the setup from TBI, playing a little bit more forward in this round, not necessarily playing on the back foot. They're willing to take those risks to find those entries.
Yeah, it's a good little bit of a readjustment coming in. I love this from TBI. Like, I think they got to start doing something right. I mean, they can't let this game get out of control. And right now, they're doing pretty good in the sense of, you know, they still have all their players alive. Gainer's taking a pretty big amount of damage, but they are sitting in a bit more pretty of a situation. Even Josh on the skin of his teeth, I think he's probably sitting at like less than 5. But either way, it's a question of what TBI want to do with the number advantage right now. So they are with that 1-2-2. Kind of, again, floating with King just close on by here. So a good read so far as the Swamp is kind of putting their eyes on the basket here for the B site. And waiting things out just a little bit more. But it's 45 seconds remaining. So Swamp getting ready for this execute. Could be a fake. I mean, this is a team that does like to, you know, throw a couple nades, just, you know, toy with the idea. But now Beva might be able to find something. Does get some info, at least of one player. But will he expect more than that? Famous creeping himself slowly through this, and he's just posted up, and he's not going to be able to win that gunfight. So now the jig is up, and this is a moment here for Dirty to get himself activated, and he's able to find this double with the leaving it all just down to Kai's. He gets himself a 2-piece as well, but he's only got 10 seconds to work with. The flash is going to even make it worse to wear, and we're going to see TBI. They react so perfectly to this round.
Yeah, really solid entries, especially from Beva in this round, finding 2 key players early on. Dirty as well on that A top hold. Looking at nice and smooth in that one, but they've got to keep the momentum now. King able to take down Brando as they look for the tie, but there's already a lot of pressure onto this A bomb site. Beva is going to be forced to back off a little bit. Famous still trying to find that little fadeaway shot, but it's going to back them off for now.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see from TBI, right? Okay, Dirty. All right, yeah, now he's starting to feel it a little bit more. This is what we were talking about, right? We were mentioning this on the desk. We're saying, look, it'd be great to see Dirty just getting a little bit more assertive, kind of making these, you know, quick decisions on going for a quick pick or a first duel, like he's attempting. So that comfort's starting to become an effect right now, and even Swamp just, again, grouped up. They're ready to go for the speed hit potentially once more. I think that's Minna just kind of lurking in the back of mid, just kind of making some distraction. King here with the Isn't going to be enough, though. He is able to find that first connection. Now the flashes are going to come through. Player waiting on the back end here, which is going to be Beg, just kind of posted up. And Swamp, again, they're just toying with us here, Kyle. They're just kind of like, nah, we're just going to bait them in a little bit and wait and see what happens. But Gainer's already put himself in such a strong position.
Yeah, right now for Swamp, it's kind of tough to know where to go. When you've got 3 OMs on the other side, it's kind of full lane control for TBI. Not something you see too often, but I'm actually a huge fan of this strat. With that ping disadvantage, the OM gives you a little bit more flexibility on that reaction time to be able to connect and ensure you get the kill rather than the rifle. You might miss a little bit wide on some shots, but Beva is going to pick up that OM grab himself another kill. Minna only going to be good for one, and the triple om nets them a nice another down. So I really like the setup, though. I don't know what you think, but the 3 oms, I'm liking it.
Yeah, it's a little different for sure, but you know what? Honestly, I'm not even against it. Like, I think it actually is a pretty cool little bit of an idea. I think this is a map where you can really get away with it too. Like, I think there's so many different angles you can play, and I actually think this is probably the best map to experiment, you know, something like this with. I mean, I know for me, I think I've only maybe seen it one time, like maybe, but that was like many seasons ago, and I feel like it's usually just the double, but they are just going to go back to a singular right now, which I think makes sense. Again, just kind of keeping them on the guessing game, right? Now Swamp may be expecting it to be a triple, but Dirty's able to find himself another bit of an opening duel. He's sitting at 7 frags, I should say, sorry, and that's already a great start for him. And I'm really impressed with what we're seeing from him. It just is such a night and day difference from yesterday.
Yeah, really solid stuff from Dirty so far. It's kind of neutralized, though, with Kai's on the other side, up to now 8 kills as he takes down Dirty as well. And that is the big threat they've got to deal with on this map for TBI, because Kai's, he can find those opening picks all day long. Josh, though, caught with a nade out, Beva able to find one. Thankfully, Brando going to be there. But Kai's good for a third from mid, able to take down Gainer on the rotation. Bag going to be taken down to 19 HP on the cross, and Kai's, he's still holding on to this position in mid as well, so there's not a whole lot Bag should really be able to do here. Kai's good for a quad kill on the round.
Yeah, massive from Kai's, right? I mean, it seems like kind of the snipers are, you know, they're the playmakers right now. And all the highlight reels are Kai's. He's able to put himself on that quad, putting himself at 10 frags right now, so he's going to be top fragging in the server. But again, that was somebody that was really, really impressive yesterday. Got some quick glimpses of him, what he was able to do. And now he's starting to, again, just kind of be unleashed a little bit here for this first game and feeling a lot better. So it's fun to see that both on players from respected teams are kind of being the playmakers, making a bit of a difference. A deep nade coming in from King, and surprisingly actually misses, so it doesn't actually work, but going to readjust his position. Now we're going to see Swamp. They're just going to barrel through this. They're going to be able to win these fights. So for the cost of 1, they take 2. Looking for a little bit more, so they can just kind of backpedal on this. And the lurk coming in from Kai's, this is huge, because now they can just kind of post up and wait. He could be a bit of a distraction. He's going to get taken out, though, so now they got to make a play. Swamp's going to make a decision quick.
Going to be a full push out of mid. Famous hits the nice headshot on to Dirty. Eva kind of stuck on the top of sight here over towards A. Josh going to be going for the A connector. Peak takes him down through the boxes. Now it is all on to Gainer, who was kind of the star for this team yesterday, only at 1-5 so far on this opening map. But if there was ever a time for some Gainer antics, it's definitely here and now to try and bring this one to a tie. Gainer good for the first on to Brando through the box, able to spot the one off utility as well. He knows Josh is going to be up top here, but he has no idea that Famous is holding this corner pocket, and this is going to be the hard one to deal with because it's such a weird off angle, and Famous, he makes it work. It's going to be a guaranteed BL side now for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, it definitely is. That's huge, right? I mean, this is really, really impressive what we're seeing from Swamp, and I like that, again, they throw a lot of fakes. They kind of, you know, this last round we saw was Kai's that was just, again, kind of being a late round lurk, and that's kind of funny, too, with the Om, right? Like, it's, you know, he's kind of just going on his own, single mission, but it does pan out well, nicely, and honestly, again, the positioning coming in for the post plant was critical. Or it wasn't even a post plant, but before, you know, getting the plant down, essentially, they did put it in a good situation there, but either way now, single Om going to be again for Dirty. They're not going to do anything fun, Kyle. They're just going to keep it right back to normal. Keep it back to a standard. And again, yeah, it's kind of a tough situation to see for Gainer. I mean, he's sitting at that 2 and 6, like we said. I mean, he was somebody that honestly kind of opened up a lot of opportunity. And now Dirty going to get overwhelmed with some utility. Is he going to be able to survive? And these flashes are just raining in. But again, Swamp, it's all a fake. It's all a ruse, and they're just trying to get utility burn from TBI, and those rotates caught off guard. This is a really interesting tactic.
Yeah, right now it is going to be Swamp as well, starting to work their way up towards B, putting that pressure onto King and Bag on this off angle. Kai's really wants to take the fight, though misses the shot. Bag able to open things up. the first entry of the round. And you can see there, Famous forced to back off, unable to secure that trade, and it puts that added pressure now in the final round onto Swamp to try and find this opening, but they've got their whole team grouped up now, ready to go towards this A bomb site. Dirty misses a crucial shot. Beva goes down on the rotation, but Gainer might just save the day. Finds a huge double kill from the back of the GR spawn, and now the rest of Swamp has to try and fight their way out of it, but Josh able to get one on his way down. Not enough. Gainer good for 3 on the retake.
Yeah, man, it becomes up massive. Gainer's able to get things done very, very nicely, and that's what we wanted to see, right, for TBI. Like, he was, again, the guy that was able to get some good duels yesterday, getting things a little bit more kick-started. So finally we get to see that from him, and the last round going in just does a great job just kind of showing himself and what he can bring to the table. But again, there's been a lot of highlight reels, and I've been super impressed with both the on players. Like, I can't stress that enough. I think that was a big thing missed yesterday. So it's great to see, again, that Dirty's just kind of filling in the kill feed and the highlights right now, putting himself in better positions and big duels and things like that. So I'm going to be curious how things are going to go here for the second half. And now we're going to be seeing Swamp back on that defense, which is going to be really, really interesting because they were pretty decent on it.
Yeah, I mean, 5-4 on the BL side should spell a victory for Swamp if they can close this out, playing equal on the second half. But knowing it could be a close win for them on the NA side, it does make me favor TBI a little bit more on the server swap, because we kind of saw in their match against Lazarus yesterday, Swamp Gaming, they had a really close win on the NA servers on port, but then when you go to the opposite server, they didn't really have a great time. It seemed like it was harder for Swamp on the opposing server than the other way around. So I feel like for Swamp, they got to be thinking about that as well and really push for a strong round differential, just knowing what could happen when they server swap here.
Yeah, could be a big difference for sure. But now things are switched over, so TBI going to be on the BL side, and we did talk about this on the desk that, you know, they are a decently strong BL team, or they can be. And I'm going to be more interested to see, again, for Swamp, what they're going to be able to bring to the table here for the GR side and how much they can change up things. And I think, again, like we talked about, yesterday was the first games, and a lot of teams probably were able to study and kind of watch the videos and the games back just to see a little tendencies, things like that. So it's always just kind of constantly adapting and changing things up. But even right now, we're kind of seeing it with Josh and Mina kind of both playing aggressive here in B main, playing a bit more pressure on this, which I do like. So TBI just taking a very passive approach on this, waiting things out. Now even Famous is kind of, you know, entertaining on the right-hand side of the map. He's even like just jiggling down, and he is actually going to commit to it, playing this off angle. But again, Kais has to hit this. He has to be able to hit this first shot to keep Famous alive. If he misses, he could be a dead man if they commit to this. But Famous is holding a little bit of an off angle, and Beva might not be expecting him here. Oh, that timing. And Brando's going to be here too. Double rifles maybe, but they're at the wrong place in the wrong time now. And you can see TBI, they're ready to go for this B hit.
Yeah, Famous having this position as well allows the rest of the team to rotate and stack onto this site. They're running right into a wall of Swamp Gaming, and it's going to be King, who is at least able to trade out for one, but they don't expect 3 more players in the pit position, and this is where Swamp can just completely collapse onto them, leaving Beva alone on the lurk. He's only good for 1, and Swamp Gaming open it up with a clean round, but it really all comes down to that decision from Famous to grab that information because they got a free stack out of it.
Heck yeah, they did. And now, I mean, putting it 6-4, not a bad note at all. And do they want to switch things up again? And actually, a little bit of aggression comes in from King, but Brando's going to be able to take him out. And now Gainer actually might be able to find this flank in time. He's trying to see what he can do. Yes, he will. Can he be able to find himself that second? But Dirty will. So this is a nice little bit of a kickstart here. And now Famous trying to bring things back just a little bit more. But the B site is going to be up for grabs here for TBI. But the bomb's not here yet. It's still a long road ahead for them. They got the players there. Utility is going to be dispensed of. And now for Swamp, I mean, they're kind of just waiting things out a little bit. The plant's finally going to come through. Famous looks like he is going to come through B main as a flank. And they are split apart, so they're not going to have these trades instantly. But I would imagine that, you know, we see Kai's kind of with the rifle. This is important. Famous needs to be able to find something. He will not. So all just down to Kai's, and they know exactly where he is, so they can just have their eyes set on this. And honestly, this should be spelling out a TBI round unless we see something unreal from Kai's right here, but just not meant to be. And a 1-round differential once again.
Yeah, really solid entry fragging coming out from TBI, and this one, Gainer, really good timing on that early flank, and then Dirty, again, just finding his way in this second day of play so far. Already 3 kills in the opening 2 rounds of the half, but look at that damage dealt from Kai's nade. Kang, Bag, Gainer, all getting hit down to about half HP from it. It's not going to stop them from finding Famous, though, on the lurk, trying to get that cheeky push under the mid-bridge off of that nade. It's not going to work out, though, and now it's going to be Swamp Gaming playing this one from a man-down situation.
And especially losing someone like Famous, too, really early on. Not going to be good, but these guys going to be able to do the same favor, right? They're going to be able to find Gainer, take him out right away, so it's already a decent pickup. Rando right now just kind of doing the jump spot, looking for information here on tower. Kind of still putting Kai's in a bit of a unique spot here. Still in mid to fight with Yom. I do like this little bit of a setup coming in from Swamp. Again, they have the double players in A. Essentially now just going a 1-1-2. Kai's actually getting more aggressive. He tries to make the connection, does miss it, so he needs to get out of here. Instead of falling back all the way, he's actually going to play right underneath on drop. Oh my goodness, they don't even expect him. He just kind of tickles him here with the pistol, but Brando's not able to get much more done here. All down to Minna, able to find something a little bit here for the cross. Still a 2v2 with a minute remaining. Flashes come in. Dirty's going to be able to make the connection. Josh just trying everything frantically to get the spray down, but this is not an easy position. Beva low, though. The skin of their teeth on surviving. Need to go grab this bomb as well. Gives up his body. This is down to a 1v1 through everything, through thick and thin of this. Somehow this is in a situation where this is anyone's round. This is a coin toss right now. It's not even like one person has the biggest advantage. Josh is baiting things out, waiting just patiently to see Dirty coming in from the low ground, and he's going to be able to land the shot, and we have ourselves a tie game.
Yeah, really good work there from Dirty, again, finding the way through. Famous, though, getting caught a bit too early is tough, especially when you combine that with Kai's, that A connector position. It looked like surely he was going to find a kill there, but he just couldn't. But Dirty, on the other side of things, is still popping off, able to find one. Famous pushes right back for the kill on to Gainer. King's still behind this smoke underneath the mid-bridge, but it is going to be Swamp Gaming backing off a little bit for the moment, but a lot of pressure now being felt towards this B side of the map. You can see it's going to be an attempted pick by Dirty again on that fence line, looking to see if anyone's going to peek through, and they're going to get that opportunity. Minna going for the wide swing with Josh. Unfortunately, no connections there. They're going to have to back off again.
Yeah, I like this re-aggression, though. Famous is really just playing this game where he wants to get this long A control. Pushing down, trying to get some good information, but now that they do, they can kind of readjust their defense a little bit. Now just putting Kai's back into tower, just waiting things out a little bit more. Now putting a bit more of a stack in that lean on mid and towards B. You get the double defense players here sitting on B on the outskirts, just waiting things out. But TBI haven't really made a commitment yet, right? I mean, they're still kind of toying the idea. The bomb's still kind of like floating in the back of mid here. No decisions made. I mean, they might even re-entertain this A hit because they realize that Famous pushed down already, and I wouldn't hate this. I actually think that would be an interesting play, but I don't love that we're seeing like a 2-2 split right now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one here. TBI sneaking their way in towards A, but Kai's, he's got the angle, so if they don't swing wide here, he should find the pick, but Dirty underneath goes for the quick little crouch peek, able to take down Kai's. Huge opening now on the A bomb site. Beva as well keeps them distracted on the lurk, but Famous, he might single-handedly be able to stop this push over towards the A bomb site. He's good for one. Minna able to get the lurk as well. Evens things up to a 2-on-2 for the full retake, but Josh and Minna at a slight HP disadvantage as that rotation starts to come through. Minna working his way through the A connector, gets the pop flash over the top from Josh. It's a perfect flash onto Dirty, leaving Bag alone, but Minna, he didn't have the ammo. He had to try and reload, and that timing is everything for Bag to take it back.
Oh man, it just like that was such a nice play coming in from Swamp too. I mean, that pick was just filthy as well, but I love that we saw it from Swamp Gaming. They threw a flash, which is going to allow the one player to drop, you know, be able to find that shot. Not able to make the connection, ran out of bullets. Like, that's the worst thing in the world. Like, he was trying to go for the spam, he wasn't able to find anything. Quick switch to the knife, got back to the pistol. It was just a little too late then. There's such a nice little bit of a setup. That flash was just kind of burning some time and the sound cue of the dropping player, but yeah, a little bit of a small detail, and now details are coming through here on B main. A little bit of action. TBI going to be able to win these fights now, putting them in the 2-on-1 advantage in that firefight. Now sending it a 4-on-3 situation. TBI now kind of grouped up a little bit more towards B main, but look at these defending players. They're actually going to re-aggress on this. Brando's able to find himself a secondary one as well, so he's just trying everything he can to be the hero, keeping Swamp alive, and he's able to get a third in through all of that situation. This thing has turned into a 1v1 again. This thing is an absolute grind right now.
It's all going to come down to Kai's. Brando set up the play for him with that 3K, but Bag could still take this one away. He's got the C4. He's working his way into mid, potentially to try and slide underneath the mid bridge. But he's playing pretty patiently here as well, just holding on to this back spawn position. And I don't think Bag is going to think twice to check it, but here's the angle. Perfect positioning gets it done.
Oh man, can't believe it. Big round coming in. Again, like, I love that we see this re-aggression. Like, Swamp are just, you know, you see a lot of teams play way more conservative, right? They're like, okay, we're down, we got to do this, we got to just, you know, hope for an off angle and win something. But no, they're going to re-aggress, and even right now, they're going to do the exact same thing. They're just going to keep going for the fights. Why not? Josh and Minna both able to find 2 pieces each, just making this an absolute speed run, with Minna able to finish things off with the triple. Swamp make the quickest round ever. I think that was like a 30-second round, and they just have a full DM session here in B main and just lock it down. And I love this. Again, it's kind of like the no respect, right? Like, they just want to get in there, get in their face, and they want to get this map done. They want to get some points, and Gainer has different plans in store.
Yeah, great pick from Gainer, taking down Kai's, removing that threat early on. It could open them up to execute A. They know Kai's is normally the one in their way for taking control over the A bomb site. Now it's just going to be Famous holding on to that top position, while the rest of TBI is going to be grouping up for this. But Swamp Gaming, they've got a pretty good hunch as well. They've now got 3 on the A bomb site, but there's still no full commitment just yet. You can see TBI making that call to send Beva on the lurk. I like this play, knowing there could be a chance for him to find the opening, but look at Josh and Brando make the mistake of pushing into that trap A long, and the rest of Swamp Gaming basically just eliminated here. Minna alone, not going to be able to do anything in that one, and honestly, it just came down to the patience game and TBI winning it.
Yeah, exactly, and I think we're starting to see the fact of, you know, that right in this round we just seen that highlight is the fact that Swamp Gaming, they're doing this interesting thing where they're trying to fight for map control, but they're doing it in big numbers. And I do like this. However, I kind of feel like this is becoming a bit of a read. Like, they've done this quite a few times now, so I think TBI had a really good mid-round decision. Like, you know what, let's just sit back, let's wait for it, because these guys are going to try to fight down long A again. They've been doing it, you know, countless times since they've been on the GR side. And look at how fast they just kind of swept them, right? Now Gainer has a strong position again. He might be able to find this too, and he will. Oh, this thing is falling apart quickly. I mean, we're at that 8-8 mark, and everything is so important now. And this is a big potential of, you know, maybe overtime or maybe getting this map done with the scoreline being what it is. But Swamp, again, just playing so aggressive in this defense, and it's starting to bite against them.
Right now for Swamp, they really need an opening, but they're not going to find it. Dirty able to take down Kai's. Famous has no idea. Beva is holding on to this position as well. Beva takes down Famous, leaving Brando alone. But Gainer gets that one taken care of. Now 1 round away from TBI, bringing this one full circle. But a lot of it is just TBI doing a great job on this BL side of catching them off guard, because in the first half, it looked like Swamp Gaming was going to run away with this one, but for some reason, you put TBI on the BL, things just change.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it, right? I mean, TBI, like you talked a lot about this on the desk, is like, I mean, for the BL side, I mean, they just turned into a bit of a different team, and I love what I'm seeing from them, though. Like, Gainer, again, like, he was very quiet. He's on the GR side, and now look at him. Like, he's putting himself in an 8-6 and everything, so he's definitely improved, right? There was one point, I think we were having a conversation, he was like 1-4 or like 1-5. Like, it was not the best stats for him, but now he's kind of back in this good, you know, firefight form to see what he can do. Swamp now, and a critical decision to make here. I mean, this is a 1-round difference to be, again, talking about overtime to start things off here for the day, or maybe just conceding defeat here for the first map, but it has all come down to this, and a 2-1-2 coming in from them. Pretty standard setup that we normally see. Brando kind of playing a very passive angle right now, allowing some decent control. They're not going to re-aggress right now, which I think is a really good note from them, so I think whoever's calling right now for Swamp Gaming have definitely got a good bit of a tail on this, saying, look, like, we just need to play a little bit more structured, a little bit more passive, and let's just hold things down.
TBI, though, they've got 3 in mid for the push, and there's only Brando on the other side of it, so Brando really has to be able to get this information and play very safe for that support. He's able to fall off. Gainer getting the info, but here comes the repeat. Brando able to take down King. A huge way to start off the round. Famous as well rotates into position to support if the push comes through. And now with only 30 seconds, TBI, they've got to move quickly. The C4 still back down in their spawn as well, already delaying this clock further, but Gainer, that's the opening they were looking for here.
Yeah, and he has to make a decision, right? You can see he was once deciding to go towards A, now he's kind of, you know, hinting maybe towards B. He's still stuck in spawn right now, so he's kind of figuring out, like, what do I do? And Famous gets him removed. Now we're starting to see the headshots coming in. Mena able to get things down dirty, needing to come up with a 1-on-4 to keep them alive. That's going to be one, but it's 10 seconds. There's no way this is going to be done unless all the bodies are just thrown here, but it is going to be overtime. That's going to be on the dock here for us. Somehow, some way, Swamp Gaming, they bring it back and they survive right now for the time being.
Yeah, really good final round for Swamp Gaming. I almost wish they started running that setup sooner, because a lot of the issues they had here on the GR side were just simply over-aggressing at the wrong moments. But you saw it there. They play a nice passive round. TBI forced to take all of the risk, and then they're just not able to find any of the openings they needed to. And also, it avoided a lot of the plays we saw like this from Gainer, where he's able to sneak in, or Beva's able to sneak in and just steal those early flanks. So hopefully going into overtime, they've learned a lot from how TBI does play on this BL side. And if they can have a pretty comparable BL side themselves, Swamp Gaming should still be feeling pretty good about their odds on the NA servers. But for TBI, this is a chance to steal it away and now go into their own server with a win, which would be huge here.
Yeah, it would be, right? I think, you know, for, like we talked about, for Swamp being on the NA server, like, it's essentially, they really do need it, right? So when they're on that NA server, they're kind of really banking that they can get that win, just so, you know, we talked about worst case scenario for them is like splitting things off with a 1-1, right? But I do agree. Like, I think we're both kind of touching on this, is the fact, I think when they're on that GR side, like when they were playing a bit more passive and just kind of holding things down, it was nice that they actually switched to that, because look at how clean that was. Look at how easy that was. But I do like the idea that they were trying to re-aggress for map control, you know, catch somebody off guard, or, you know, get some good information to investigate. But you got to be pretty careful, because I think it was becoming a pretty common thing. And TBI had a pretty good read on this, and the IGL did a really good amount of work just understanding what was going on. So, I mean, now here we are, overtime to see what's going to happen through this. So now Swamp going to be back here on the BL side, where it's going to be, you know, TBI not normally is effective here for the GR, but not to say they can't. But I mean, we saw that even Swamp, I think they only lost, what was it, 1 round yesterday, Kyle, like in overtime with Lazarus. I think they actually did a pretty much almost clean sweep.
Yeah, it was a 4-1 there, so we'll see if they can do it again. King already facing some trouble. He's going to have to back off and play the pit position on the B bomb side. 4 players, though, already swarming in for control. Kai's still patiently holding on to the mid-bridge, but Bag, he's basically stuck in this corner. He has to find a way to frag out. Not going to happen, though. Famous quickly takes him down. The drop shot to potentially come through from Gainer, but Gainer's also kind of stuck here as well. He doesn't know Kai's is still on that mid-bridge position, and I'm really curious to see what Kai's is going to do from that angle.
Oh man, really nice little bit of a jiggle peek coming in from Beba. Perfect timing. Now Gainer's trying to get more aggressive as well, but Famous reads him like a book. This is just going back and forth, right? Still an advantage here for Swamp right now for the time. And the C4 is actually going to be dropped, so Dirty. Not sure if he's aware of that. I imagine he would be, but now King again just kind of posted up in the site. Now they're split apart from each other, right? So this is tough because they're essentially playing this anchor role. They have to be able to buy time and they have to be able to frag out. I look at King right now, kind of at the back skirts of the site, kind of waiting. He doesn't have any utility, so this is all about him making shots, and he's able to find his one at least, but Famous gets an immediate trade back. Dirty now coming in for the retake.
Right now, though, a lot to try and break through when it's Famous and Kai's on the other side of it for Swamp Gaming, but Dirty, here's a chance to prove himself in this one. If he could find this clutch, it would be a massive momentum boost to start off overtime for TBI, but Kai's and Famous, they've got a really clean setup here. Kai's gets the early spot as well. Now they can set up for the double peek. The flash perfect on to Dirty, but they don't actually peek off of it. Famous, he's going to actually somehow live there. I thought for sure Dirty was going to hit that shot, but Famous, he's just looking the other direction and thankful that he's not taken down.
Yeah, that looked a little bit awkward, right? I thought Famous was dead, and then all of a sudden he was just kind of sitting there. He didn't even look like he was fazed by it. He was just like, yeah, it's fine. Like, it's all good. Nothing's happening. Like, you know, crisis averted. We're good. But either way, yeah, he's got himself a secondary life, I guess. Yeah, he keeps himself alive in that one, which gets them a 10th round. And TBI, unfortunately, can't get things done here for the first round of OT, but not a bad effort coming in for the 1-on-2. But now Swamp, again, just kind of posts up a little bit now. They're very much expecting some kind of aggression, so just waiting things out, getting the feeler still. And Dirty is able to put himself in an activation again with this Alm, finds a good bit of a start. That's what we've been wanting to see. I can't stress it enough. It's so nice to see such a big difference from yesterday already. And now Swamp Gaming, I mean, the question is, what do they want to do? Yesterday we saw a lot of this play, right? They're grouped up together. They're just going to kind of brute force into this, commit as a group. And that seems to be the case right now. And Beg, the substitute, is able to find himself that double. And he's just able to find a triple two. Why not? Oh, man. And now TBI, they've turned this thing on its head. And Kai's now with a 1-on-5. Oh, no.
A really tough situation for Kai's, but we'll see if he can make the best of it. Able to find at least one so far. King going to be roaming alone as well, but Kai's barely able to get that one. Gainer looking for the follow through. 8 HP left on Kai's. Not going to be enough to win this one out. It's going to be tied right back up here, but here's the key round for TBI. Can they get this final one to secure the GR half?
Yeah, that's going to be a big question, right? And I'm really happy to see, like, this highlight is really good to see because, you know, Beg was the player that came in. We were talking about that, right? A little bit of a substitution, and comes up big. So it's not even like there's much of a concern, and there is a little bit of concern. Swamp are all gone. Hello, Swamp. Goodbye, Swamp. Well,
It'd be a tough one, I think, coming out of the pause, but a pretty crucial final round of this half on the way, because so far actually in this map we've only seen the BL side winning, so I'm curious to see if that's the case here in overtime as well, and if Swamp Gaming will be able to get themselves this final round. And I definitely think they need it, because TBI, compared to most teams, looks a lot better on the BL side here. So if you only get the one round on this first half, going into the GR isn't as safe as it might usually be for Swamp Gaming.
yeah, and I think we're seeing such a good improvement too from TBI, right? I mean, I know yesterday they were playing the best team in the league, but I honestly feel like, you know, that was kind of a nice little bit of a perk for them, right? Like, I mean, it didn't work out for them, but like we talked about, I think that's a good way for you to just kind of get a rough reality check, and then you play even better, right? When you play better opponents, you're going to just only get better and better. And I think we're kind of seeing that right now, like TBI looking a lot more clean on the BL side, which they normally do. But even for them, like on their GR side, like things have actually looked a lot better than what we saw yesterday. It seemed like there was a bit of disorganization at times, and it's starting to look a little bit more, you know, touched up on. So it is nice to see, right? And I think Swamp, again, they're kind of scrambling a little bit right now, but they've been able to get themselves tooth and nail in this game, right? So I mean, this still is an opportunity where it's anybody's game, of course, but like you said, it is so critical for them to get this last round because they're going to need it.
Here we have it. Swamp Gaming. Can they find the last of their BL side, or will TBI hold the lead going into their BL half? We can see King here looking for the pick on B long. Minna over here could run into some trouble from this double peek on A. Beva really wants to take the fight, but Minna going to be good for the first dirty. A little bit late to try and get that trade. Can't find anything. Going to be flashed out of position as well, and Minna might even go for the second fight here onto this angle, but Dirty has to be really careful now from this position. Even getting out of here is going to be a difficult task.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all. And Dirty's kind of like just tucked in the corner now and finally does get out of this. So does get away with a good opportunity on this. The timing, I was definitely worried for him. Back to a 4-4 though. So again, from the defense side of TBI, I mean, putting a lot more, focus here towards that B main. Now the rotates coming in from King. So now they're going to go for a 1-2-1. Maybe having King kind of lean a little bit more towards the safe site. Swamp are really still just evaluating what they want to do on this. So much time left for them to work with. And a bit of utility, like Famous is still sitting on a full belt of utility. So they can do any sort of a basic execution if they need to. Another smoke coming in deep in mid right now. But this is a team that likes to throw a lot of fakes. And I mean, they're down to under a minute, but they're going to have to make a decision here soon, because when you run the clock too low, we've seen what can happen with it.
Yeah, it looks like Swamp's going to go for a full mid execution here with one lurk going towards A. So it looks like it is going to be a mid to A play. I like this call here, forcing the close quarters fight onto Dirty. They're going to take him down right away. Josh, good for the double, taking down Gainer as well. Famous gets King on the early rotation, and now it is all on to Bag 1 versus 4. Bomb going to be planted, and he's already been spotted out by Brando on the top of the side here. And there's 3 players looking in this direction. You can see Famous as well creeping up into that bridge position. So Bag, he has to hit all of these shots here, but Josh, good for 3 to secure this half.
Yeah, I love that we're starting to see a lot of different players here from Swamp kind of coming alive, right? Like we talked about, yesterday, Brando was putting himself in great positions. We talked about, Famous was able to find a little bit of stuff, but he was a bit more quiet. But today, very different. And even Josh has been able to kind of, load up the kill feed a lot more today too. So loving what we're seeing from Swamp in terms of some of the individual players and them now starting to feel a little bit better from yesterday's, first games. But again, it's only a 1-round differential here in this overtime. TBI did a pretty good job on their GR side. Now things are going to be switched over. Swamp has shown us that, they like to be aggressive. They like to go for the map control. I'm really hoping, I think it's Famous, IGLing right now, but I really do hope he's kind of got himself a little bit of information. Just, let's play a little bit more standard. Maybe you can mix things up, put a little bit of spice in there. Let's not make it all spice all the time.
I mean, for Swamp, it really just comes down to this GR side. I'm hoping we're seeing a little bit more of that passive style we got in the final round of regulation here, because I think that's what they need, because TBI, they're going to be aware now of these A-long pushes, these under-mid bridge pushes that they tried to throw as these curveballs in regulation, which did work in the beginning of their GR side, but they kind of forced the issue a little bit too many times, and it came back to haunt them later on in the half and forcing them into this overtime situation to begin with. So for TBI, it's just going to be kind of playing the similar side, I think, for them on this BL. They do a good job of really forcing their opponents to make the mistakes first, and I think that's part of why their BL is so effective.
Yeah, so much tension on this, right? Everything's just quiet. All quiet on the Western Front right now. Now finally a little bit of shots just being made, but again, no damage inflicted yet. Back to a 2-1-2 here from Swamp. Nades coming in deep on mid. Expecting somebody to be close on that. Very cheeky, little bit of an idea from TBI. And that's what we were talking about for a lot of these teams yesterday, was like the mid-round decisions and kind of the tendencies that you pick up from some of these teams. And that was something that Swamp were doing yesterday. They were playing a player very close on bridge like that, so a little bit of homework done, but unfortunately just doesn't... they didn't answer the right question on this one, but I'm surprised, man. We've gone through over a minute already and like essentially no damage, nothing. There's so much decision making coming in from TBI, and they're really overthinking this one right now.
Yeah, on the other side, though, really good patience from Swamp Gaming, not going for any of these over-aggressive commitments, just playing their passive game. But Kai's, unfortunately, not going to have a chance to react there. He's taken off of the top of A very quickly, but TBI aren't going to full commit. They're going to go ahead and rotate off back to a quick B, which is actually probably the worst call in this situation. Swamp Gaming, they already have a lot of their numbers on this B bomb site. They really only had Famous as the quick rotator towards A, but Josh and Minna, can they hold the line? Minna good for only one. Josh already down to 12 HP as well, but Brando on this rotation going to be a little bit of a saving grace here, taking down Gainer, holding on to the pit position. Bag as well, going to be shot through the box in the head, down to 10 HP. Famous on that backline support as well, but Beva over the top, going to be good for one. Dirty good for a second, and now it's Famous all alone.
Yeah, he's by himself, and again, this is not an impossible situation. I thought Beva kind of going for that quick peek on his own might have been the deal breaker, but he's able to make the shot happen. We're back again to an equal situation here with the 11-11. My goodness, it comes right down to a 1v2 attempt from Famous. He's just not able to find anything with it, unfortunately, but really good coordination coming in from TBI. Winning that engagement, getting into that B site. I was getting a little bit worried like you were too. I mean, they were kind of going into a bit of a stack in terms of numbers, but it still works out for them nicely. Now TBI is starting to get a little bit more active on the movement here. They're starting to get a little bit more aggressive in mid, just trying to get themselves a bit more pressure. The previous round we were talking about, it was just everybody was just sitting back, not much happening at all. Boost going to come through onto Catwalk here for long. And even look at Swamp. Again, they have one player that's committed at B. Everybody's got a double mid and double A. So Swamp have actually mixed things up a lot here. I do like it. But Josh being in this B site, he has to stay alive. Like, he is playing a bit of a jiggle right now for B main. If he gets taken out, that's an open site. And I mean, that rotates quick, but it's going to be really awkward.
Yeah, this is where it's going to be a tougher situation because they're not taking those A-long control plays. They don't have that ability to rotate those extra players early on to B. And if TBI picks up on that, they might be able to find something, but they actually find Brando instead through the lower B tunnels window. And that is a huge pick for TBI. So even though they lose their GR half, this team is already looking a lot better to potentially close it out. On this BL side, they've got the numbers advantage in the round, but they still have to figure out where they want to execute. But based on the previous round, would not be surprised to see them go for another late B hit.
No, definitely not. They've been really liking these B hits, and honestly, it's worked out, so why not, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So now they're going to commit to this, but both Minna and Josh close on by here. Josh has got the flash ready to go. It's all about Minna needs to be able to find these duels, and he does. It's a bit of a labored spray, but at least gets himself two. But it is Famous once again in an unfortunate situation here for the clutch to do something big if he can. And this is not fun at all. He does have some utility available, but these players, I mean, if he can find a nade onto King, that would be huge just because he would be able to find something, but 20 seconds to work with a smoke in front of him. Not the greatest situation, and King, he's even going to swing for this. And now we're going to see TBI putting themselves on 12, and slowly and surely, they're bringing this thing back in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, TBI, if they win it here, that's it. 13-11 will be the score, but if Swamp can take this one, it's going to come down to a golden round, and probably for the first time ever, I'd say on Port, TBI actually wants to be on the BL side, and they'll stay sides for this. So this is actually a little bit more favorable for TBI, I think, if it goes that full distance. But there's no other options for Swamp Gaming. They need 2 GR rounds back-to-back to secure this. Josh at least gets a good start here, taking down Dirty with that M4. So they do hold the advantage for the first time to start off a round on their GR side, but this is where they've got to be prepared, but you can see them grouping up, expecting another late B hit. They've got 3 players in the B tunnels now for Swamp.
Yeah, a lot of patience coming in. Beva finally going to be the first player to make something happen a little bit. Good trades coming back through. But now TBI, they're the ones that are able to win these fights. And man, I already mentioned it, but Swamp are able to find themselves something a little bit. And they put themselves back at an advantage through all of this chaos. But now we're going to have the bomb. We're going to have both the here for King. What are we going to see from them? They're both going to commit down long, and actually not a bad setup. Brando is going to be able to put himself on a bit of a mid connection, just getting that information. Kai's is coming through on spawn, but if this shot can be hit by King, this could be massive. Just find them that opening. Now Brando does a good job of just, again, tenderizing a little bit. Kai's gets himself a better spot, comes in for the quick scope. Now it's all down to King here for a clutch situation. 40 seconds remain. Now potentially even going to go back for a ring around the rosy, going towards this B site, and should be able to have this timing. But it's a matter if he can actually get into the site. You can even see Swamp. They got a good read on this, and they're already leaning on it.
Yeah, Famous wrapping behind Brando underneath. We'll send this one all the way into a golden round, but it has to be done on the GR side here for Swamp Gaming. It's been a little bit worse for wear on this half for them, but now they've got a chance to still secure this first map of the series, and a map that's truly gone the full distance here. But TBI, they've worked really hard to try and steal away this map on the NA server. It'd be a shame to let them have it slip in the final moments.
Yeah, it really would. It really, really would. Yeah, we like predicted this, right? We said this was going to be a good game. We thought this could be a bit of a nail biter, and it definitely is. Like, never to expect this to go this distance in overtime like this. Absolute mayhem right now. But again, now TBI grouping up on long. They're just going to go right into this. They're going to be aggressive. They don't even have the bomb, for goodness sakes. They're just going to try to see what they can do on this. Now the bomb's going to get picked up. It maybe could be a fake, but all these players are just dropping like flies. And Swamp, they've been able to give themselves a little bit of a lifeline for the time being. And look at what they're able to find. Kai's gets himself another duel as well. These numbers are starting to dwindle here for the BL side.
Yeah, 2 down, 3-on-4 situation. Dirty trying to find some value here on this A-long position, but the problem is if you post your up on the opposite side of the plant here in A-long and none of the retakes actually come through from that position, it's really hard to find that value. So he has to make sure he can at least get this kill on to Famous here. But Famous, he's going to get the reaction shot. That's massive here for the retake potential. Now it's only on to Beva. 1 versus 3. And it looks like Swamp might be able to find it. Beva down to 13 HP, but Famous saves the day at the last moment. Beva actually picked up 3 kills there and almost was able to spoil it, but not quite enough to stop NA from taking it in their home server. 13-12. I was so nervous for Swamp, though, up to that finish line. They even had a disconnection in the final round as well. Mina actually DC'd in the first 30 seconds, and after that, I was like, maybe that's it for them, but then all of a sudden, Kai's and Famous help lock it down along with Brando there to make sure they got this one across the finish line. But man, that was a tough one to push all the way.
It really was. And the fact that we go to a golden round and pushing things to the absolute distance, first time in this season, right? So pretty cool to see that this is the match that they're going to do it. But yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, oh man, Mina's gone. I was like looking, just checking on my feed to see. I'm like, am I right? Has something happened here? But I love that they readjusted their setup. I love that they, didn't get too aggressive and tried to, find some bit of a play to get numbers. It was actually TBI that tried to take advantage of it because they saw and they're like, hey, let's just commit down long. Let's go for this full fight. But this passive setup that got readjusted here from Swamp, that was everything, man. Like, I love, like I said, we talked about this before, but I love they were being aggressive on the GR side. But I think when they kind of mixed it up, they played those retake scenarios. Look at how much more effective they were. We could see that they were playing such a better game on that defense, and we got to see it for a round like that where everything was against them. The odds were definitely not in their favor, and they were still able to pull through.
Yeah, and now it's going to be up to Swamp Gaming going into the second map to see if they could potentially pull a 2-0, but I kind of have to believe after that first map being that close on the NA servers that TBI should still be very likely to win this second map. I think that's the one thing they have to fall back on, just knowing in the previous set that Swamp Gaming really didn't have a lot of success when they had to switch servers and play on that opposite side. They had a really rough time against Lazarus on Ankara yesterday, so I feel like it could still be a similar situation for that opposing server map in this head-to-head. But if there is a world in which Swamp Gaming actually secures this series 2-0, it actually puts them in a strong conversation to be in that top 4 at the end of the weekend.
It definitely does, right? I mean, that's kind of the cool thing, because we said that, you know, with this matchup specifically, it was a really big test because, again, for anybody that isn't familiar, it's, you know, TBI were a team that went through a pretty massive rehaul. They were a team that came in dead last, you know, the previous season. Swamp are the team that came through the Open. Now they're playing in, you know, the CFWL, and it's been a long time, right? Like, it's been a minute since NA's been here, so this was a really cool matchup to see, and it went all the way to a golden round just to push things over on map 1. And like you said, I think the fact that we're going to be switching servers can make things a little bit more of a bigger conversation for TBI, but it also kind of makes me wonder about the gas tank too, right? I mean, there can be a lot of exhaustion coming through when you're playing in a tight match like this, and disconnects and tech issues. You just never know, right? So it's going to be a big question mark for me, but I definitely agree with you. I think there's a slight favor, you know, in terms of TBI, but I'm not going to count out Swamp yet.
Yeah, I feel like Swamp Gaming, they've got a little bit of extra momentum having the first map be a win for themselves. They're going into, I think, a stronger opposing server map than what we saw yesterday. I feel like Black Widow's a better second map for them than Ankara might have been against Lazarus, which should play a little bit more in their favor. But the big question mark for me is if we're going to see an equally strong Dirty once we go to the opposing servers here for his team's server. He did look a little bit shaky yesterday, but so far today, he's really stepped up.
Man, he really has. I mean, I felt like a broken record talking about him, because I was like giving a bit of criticism because you lost a big player, right? Like, you lost one of your main snipers, and then they had this, you know, Dirty player, which was great. But again, like, we just didn't get to see him being, you know, activated yesterday. But these stats are definitely going to show otherwise, right? I mean, that's what we were talking a lot about, is look at like the difference at what we see here in just overall. Like, I mean, this is where he's sitting at a 1.57. Even survival rate was a 0.44. Like, that's pretty insane.
Yeah, honestly, best stat line in the lobby, even though his team wasn't able to win it. And I think that's where Swamp Gaming had me won over. They just looked a little bit more well-rounded and a little bit better when it came to those strategies, especially on the GR side. Port's a map where you have to have a strong GR side to be successful, and that was the small missing piece, I think, for TBI, is they had a good BL half. Against most teams, that BL half probably wins you the game, but the GR for them is noticeably weaker than many teams in this league, and if they can look just as good on that GR as they do on the BL, this team is really going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and again, you know, we kind of talked about the, you know, some MVPs and things like that, but I mean, the overall stats, pretty cool to see. Like, again, Famous kind of putting himself back in an MVP status, which is probably no surprise, just given, like, we know his tenure, we know his history and things like that. But also pretty cool to see, you know, a situation where someone like Dirty, like, we talked a lot about him, what he's going to be able to do, and he finally gets himself that that MVP status. But I'm going to be looking forward to this one, Kyle. We got ourselves ready to go here for the second map here momentarily. I think we are just going to take a little bit of a break as we get ready to see what's going to happen on Black Widow. So I guess we'll wait and see, folks, and buckle in. It's going to be a good one.
As soon as you think you've spotted one, there's another right on top of you. There's Foxy.
When HPV is just doing what he's doing.
Has to get at least one. Good for one. Good for two. Greens. Good for three.
But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HPV. doing. Has to get at least one. Good for one. Good for two. Green's good for three. But again, he can't find more than one, but it's ACT.
All right, we are back here and ready for our second map of this series. The first one, already a very intense showdown between these two teams, ending in that golden round for Swamp Gaming 13-12. But now, here's TBI's chance to do it themselves on the home server Black Widow. It's a BL-sided map as well, so maybe they're feeling a bit better about this one.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. We'll have to see, right? And I mean, now for Swamp, I mean, at least they got that little bit of sigh of relief where they can get the one map or match game. I can't even say it anymore. So they're going to feel being pretty good about this. But again, it's a question if they can get themselves a 2-0 here today. Maybe that, golden round was enough spark here to get themselves in a pretty big lead. But this is going to be a tough situation. They did switch servers, and now the flashes are coming in to see what they can find. It's a big test against Gainer. But Bev is going to be the one that starts off with the opening engagement here. Josh, again, still trying to figure out what to do with this. It's a little bit awkward of a situation right now. Might get crunched by this nade. He will. He's going to lose half his HP from it. Famous lurking. Finds a duel at least to bring things back to an equal. But again, Swamp are going to have to reevaluate their game plan here.
That's going to be a tough one here, but Booker going to be going for the wide swing. Actually, Booker coming in map 2 for Bag as well. Kind of a surprise to see after Bag had a pretty good first map, I would say. So another quick change here from TBI coming into map 2. Very curious to see if that'll play either for or against them in this situation. But now in the 3-on-3, it's looking all right for Swamp Gaming. Beva and Booker are quite low. Gainer somehow misses that spray down as well. A crucial error, kind of costing them a lot of map control. Both players remaining on the double doors. Josh putting in a lot of damage, leaving Booker alone with 14.
Oh boy. Down of critical HP again. Not an easy situation. The plant's going to come through. Maybe this timing. Oh, I thought he was going to try, but Kai's just kind of, again, just waiting things out a little bit here. Booker now making some decisions here. This is a situation where, again, I think one shot pretty much from everybody is going to make a big difference here. A couple nades coming in, just a flash, not going to be able to make a full connection. Booker still waiting on Kai's, but he knows that there should be a bit of a crossfire on this situation. And, oh, actually, it looks like he was going to go back for the main control, but Josh able to swing out, get this thing done. And Swamp are going to be able to start things off in good fashion here with another round.
Yeah, Swamp looking really good in this opening, but at the same time, you gotta wonder how Gainer was not able to connect on any of those players. It looked like he had the perfect position. He was the only one with full HP, but he still just wasn't able to step up. For me, that's a play where 9 times out of 10, I expect Gainer to find 2 there.
Yeah, honestly, it was a little bit interesting that he wasn't able to, so I agree. Like, I think this was a situation that you normally want to see Gainer finding himself a bit more than that, but again, he's having a bit of a slow start, which is a little bit awkward in the sense, but again, he was able to ramp things up in the first map. That's when he came alive, so could be the same tale here. Swamp now back to a bit of a split, a little bit of alert coming in from Kai's. Look at how aggressive he is on the catwalk, and again, King's just playing on a bit of a off angle here off the ramp, but even Kai's actually not even going to entertain it. Kind of was thinking about it. And now it might be a fight here with both Beva and I believe that's Booker. So Swamp instead are playing it very slow and steady, not making a peep. Like, this is minimal noise. Like, everybody's been walking, everybody's been just standing still. Now the first PC utility going to be thrown here from Famous, which is going to go through mid. Making a bit more questions here for TBI. If they're going to move or not on this. Booker, I think now is the information. The jig is up. They're just going to swing into this. Now it's a commitment, and the trades are coming back through left, right, and center. And now King's able to find himself ahead of Famous, putting that advantage back for TBI.
Yeah, TBI holding the numbers here as they set up for the retake. You can see King wrapping around as well. Gainer finds Brando on the edge of the smoke. Kai is unable to get that trade. Dirty going to be spotted out. Doesn't matter. Dirty gets the kill anyways. TBI looking good there. Tie things up. Really nice rotation from them, and ultimately Swamp just taking a little bit too long to break through on that B bomb side.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea that they're trying to be a bit more slow and steady, but at the same time, like I felt like they needed to do something. I love that idea that Kai's was maybe going to go for a bit of a pick. Now we're seeing Famous using the smoke to cross, maybe like use it as a lurk smoke. I think he might be able to swap Booker. It's a bit of a greasy fight, but he's going to get it done. That's fine. Gives him the kickstart of something. Costs of half his HP, but at least it puts him in a man advantage. And now they can wait things out a little bit more. Another nade going to come through mid, and Gainer actually putting himself a bit more aggressive. And Famous again. Oh man, it's like Beetlejuice. He keeps saying his name, and he's just going to pop out of nowhere.
Yeah, huge entry frags. Going the way of Swamp Gaming. Dirty and King now left alone, 2-on-5. Famous gets a third as well, doing all of the heavy lifting in this round. King left alone, trying to sneak his way up mid. Able to find at least one onto Brando, but now that his position's been compromised, bomb gets planted safely on A, and with only half HP, Famous says, why not make it a fourth here? And that'll be the round for Swamp.
Okay. Well, I mean, we were talking a lot about, you know, how well they're going to be able to play with the service switch, where they're going to be able to do some pretty good damage, and so far it's looking like they can. TBI still kind of getting their footing a little bit more adjusted here to figure out what they can do on the GR side. And now it's actually full of commitment coming out of them, and they're going to push through. They're going to outskirt on towards B main. Now they're going to come on the side of mid. But is Swamp even aware of this? Like, I think even Josh, like, I don't know if he's fully aware of this situation. He's going to be able to win that fight against Booker again, so 2 rounds in a row. We've seen Booker go down early. Now King puts himself in a bit of a firefight, wins this one. Minna trying everything they can through window. Brando's going to be able to win that fight too on the top ground. Again, takes a brunt of damage, but again, who cares? They're going to be able to find themselves on a 4-on-3 with King surviving just barely here with a band-aid on.
Yeah, King having to be very careful on this bomb side. Dirty, though, looking for the pick as well through the mid doors. Beva starting to push up the catwalk, but the rest of this team for Swamp Gaming working quickly towards A long, and Dirty, if he doesn't hit this shot, it's going to be an almost impossible round to win for TBI. He's going to be playing on the back of site, jumping up there onto the train to make sure they can't see his feet. Goes for the wide swing anyways. Famous good for the first entry onto site. Takes down Beva on the trade. Minna takes down King on the rotation. And now they know exactly where he is. Minna with a nice double kill gets it done. And Swamp Gaming find themselves another one.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, honestly. This is a good improvement from yesterday too. Again, like I think for Swamp, like the coordination's looking good. I feel like they're kind of figuring out their identity a little bit of the roles that each player is playing. And again, that was a big conversation about this whole matchup in itself. And now even again, TBI retrying the same thing. They want to see if they can make this work, but instead it falls apart on them. They lose 2 bodies, and Booker's still trying to put some good pressure onto this. He wants to be able to see if he can find a bit of a duel. Dirty gets something done against Famous, so the lurk of him is going to get removed for the time being, but this has now become a situation where TBI are just trying to go for a big firefight. They're just trying to be more aggressive and win these duels, and so far it's actually panning out well, and Booker might be able to spot this bomb as well, but Minna's going to be able to have other plans in store, so that's a big kill. That's huge. So right now it's all of a sudden down to the 2v2, and TBI, like, they just seem like they just want to re-aggress every single time.
Yeah, TBI not having the best of times, to say the least, on this GR half so far. Meanwhile, Kai's and Minna taking full control over this A bomb site. Kai's just holding on to the back of site as Minna comes up long with the bomb. The TBI players left, though. Dirty and Gainer working their way for a full rotation through the middle of this map to come up late, probably up the catwalk here, I would imagine, after this plant. But Kai's, he's already holding on to the catwalk stairs, but Gainer getting the better of that 1v1. Double headshots, gets the clutch here for his team to keep this one a little bit closer.
Oh man, what a crazy round. And again, like TBI, like this was such an interesting bit of a round, right? I mean, they just kept putting pressure points on. Like, they all just kind of came out of B main. Then no matter where it was, they just kept going aggressive. Like, they just wanted to go for firefights. They wanted to be able to win those duels, and they do. And I mean, it was a bit of a ballsy play, I'm not going to lie, but either way, it does pan them out. They get themselves back into a one-round differential, which could have been way worse of a situation. But now Swamp, I think, are going to have to be a little bit more aware that, you know, TBI are going to be a bit more aggro. Now, even speaking in that again, Booker's going to push through our catwalk. He's got a teammate close. Are they going to be able to find this? They will. They just eradicate Swamp Gaming now. And Famous on the back skirts and mid here takes so much damage. And with 1:50 already, it's down to a 2-on-3, still in favor for TBI. And Swamp Gaming, they have a work cut out for them to get themselves back into some kind of better position.
Yeah, C4 down as well on the catwalk. They've got to rotate to it. I'm surprised TBI is just kind of giving it back on that position, but they're going to be playing it a little bit safer, putting those two players on the A bomb site. King pushing up A long for info, able to spot out. It is cleared out on the top of mid, but Famous still poking around towards this B bomb site, trying to find any player he could maybe catch off guard. Brando working his way slowly up the catwalk, and Dirty going to call for that support from King. They've got the 2v1 set up for this fight, but this pinch from Famous could actually be impactful if he gets the timing right here. Dirty misses the shot, has to play the counter flash and fall back, but Brando, he's going to try and sneak up here, and they have no idea he's in this position. Dirty, he's actually kind of compromised here. Brando, a couple missteps, not going to matter. They get the kill for free onto Dirty. Famous now trying to sneak his way onto the cross, but this is looking like a better 2v2 now for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, and I was thinking Brando was going to give this up with all that noise queue, like you said, but I mean, somehow, some way he's able to find this, and we're talking about a 2v2 in this kind of a situation. Both King and Beva remaining. Utility is available for both these players. Beva going to make or miss the jump, so now it's going to just burn a little bit extra time. Nothing too much to sweat about, but Swamp now in the post plant. A big test to see what they can do. A lot of teams struggle on this. A good flash comes in. Going to land right in front of Brando. Now Famous needs to stay alive. He can't re-aggress like this. And now it's just going to be a full read. And Brando, they know exactly, or Beva knows exactly where Brando is. And they're going to be able to get the defuse in time. And we're right back to a tie game just like that.
Yeah, good attempt there on the 2-on-3, but a lot of it just came down to that early catwalk collision where TBI got all of the advantage they needed to in that round. And now, moving forward, it is going to really be up to Swamp Gaming to answer back. They had a great start to this one, but they're losing that steam, they're losing the momentum, and now they really need to find themselves around. Otherwise, TBI will be moving into their first lead of the map here. And for them, on the GR side, that's a really good look.
Yeah, this is a really, really good look. Ooh, a bit of a fun setup coming in from TBI as well at this A site. I kind of want to see Swamp get a little bit more aggro like before. I really did like that. Honestly, I felt like Famous was doing a good job just kind of lurking, getting these timings. I would like to see a little bit more of that, like them just trying something a little bit faster pace and put TBI a little bit on the back skirts, because right now TBI have really good map control of this game, and this is not a bad situation. Famous, hopefully, no, he will not be able to find that duel in his favor. He's only able to get the one. If he could have been able to find that second, that would have been kind of worth it in that situation for the cost of his teammate, but C4 still going to be dropped here. Swamp still just kind of, again, waiting things out now. Their options are getting a little bit more limited. Kai's able to find something here with the Om, though, at least, and is going to be able to win that sniper duel. And now the C4 are going to be picked up here from Minna. But with 52 seconds remaining, Kyle, I mean, it's a big question. What do they want to do? And Kai's now actually is going to try to use the smoke to cross, and successful in doing that.
Yeah, nice smoke there. Brando as well, setting up to pinch the rotation. Could have a chance to find this kill onto Beva. Here comes the swing. King going to be spotting him just in time to find the kill. Kais and Minna, though, still securing the plant. But again, they've planted this bomb so many times on A, but they've lost every single one of them here. And this is where things could get a little dicey. But Kais starts it off with the pick. Beva going to be spotted as well. But Minna somehow going to miss that one. Kais has to do it all himself, but he just might here. Finds himself a second kill, down to the 1v1 against King, who's aggressive up the catwalk. Kais, is he going to go for it with the Colt? The swing starting to come wide on the triple stack. He misses the first set of shots and gets him down to just 9 HP, but it's not enough to hold on. Just a few seconds difference gets it done for TBI.
Yeah, man, it was so close. And he was playing such a, again, aggressive angle. Like, I know he's kind of manipulating the box, but I thought he might have just actually gone for a full reposition just because, like, they knew exactly where he was before. But really good attempt coming in from Kais. He was almost able to get it done. And it comes down, like you said, to just 9 HP remaining. So TBI now going to put themselves in a lead position here as we're getting closer and closer to the end of the first half. Now Swamp kind of mixing things up a little bit more. They're not even putting really attention towards this B side at all. Instead, they're going to go for a 3-2 split so far, potentially. They haven't committed to it yet, but it's a good pace, and Josh is going to be the one to lead the charge here. That is going to be the duel against Gainer. Dirty just waiting for an aggressive, or a passive, I should say, angle here on long. Gainer now gets a little bit of information, drops down, not going to have to stress too much about the damage. Now the execute's coming in, the nades are starting to fly through, but the question is, do Swamp actually want to commit to this, or is this one of their jigs where they go for the fake, and now they're able to get themselves on this side, and they don't expect Booker to be here. Peekaboo, and he's able to get himself another secondary kill, and TBI are going to maintain this course here of the lead.
At TBI, looking better and better as the second map progresses, but at the same time, Swamp Gaming, they have to find a way to piece themselves together here because they had such a successful start, and now that's all been taken away from them. 3-5 in favor of TBI, winning the GR side guaranteed, which for TBI, I think might be enough to get them the map at this point.
Yeah, I think it could be, right? I definitely agree with you, because I mean, we talk about so much how effective they are on the BL side. So the fact that they're already sitting in this, you know, sitting pretty position and being on the defense, man, it's definitely going to make it more problematic here for Swamp Gaming. But not to say again, like it can't be done, and you know, we can be proven wrong. But definitely when you look at the stats and you look at the history of it, it's definitely against them in the, you know, this kind of a situation. But you know what? We've been here before, and we'll have to see. In a little bit of a technical pause. This is getting closer to the end point, but you know, I think for Swamp, they're gonna have to be really critical about what they want to do here. And is there anything from your perspective, Kyle, that you would want to see differently from Swamp in this last approach?
I think one thing that this team actually was one of the first to do in this league that they haven't really brought to the table yet is multiple OMs. I think Swamp Gaming has a roster that can do that when they need to. Historically, when they did it in the past, it's a very strong presence they have across the board with it. And I feel like the way TBI is playing and how large this map is, it could actually be very beneficial to have someone omming along Kais to find those opening picks.
Well, that would be kind of an interesting thing to see, but not gonna come through. But maybe just a single will work. Maybe, just maybe. Okay, so they're not even gonna split anything. They're actually just gonna commit a full party right now. They're just gonna get right into this. They don't even want to mess around. They don't want to wait the time. They just want to get things done. They want to see if they can be able to find themselves a fourth round. Now waiting things out, but Booker comes from the side again. He's able to get himself another duel, leaving it all down to Kais. Gainer gets himself back into the kill feed, and we're going to be seeing a 6-3 half. And TBI put themselves in a great position on that defense, and even a better position for them to go back on the BL side, where this is starting to look like the writing might be in the tea leaves here.
Yeah, at this point, I'm definitely thinking TBI is going to take this map. 6 rounds for them on the GR. We know what they can do as a BL team. Shot for shot on the home server, they are looking a little bit stronger as well. I would say maybe barring Famous, who's actually still looked really strong on this map. Kais, though, he's definitely taken a little bit of a step back, has only had a couple rounds where he looked really, really good here. On the other side, though, it looks like a more well-rounded team. You've got players who were a little bit quiet earlier on in this series stepping up. I think it's also helping them have that extra emphasis of having their core roster back as well. Booker being back for map 2, you can tell there's almost an attitude difference in how this team is playing confidently as well.
Yeah, definitely. There definitely seems to be a bit of an adjustment here in terms of their... yeah, I always say confidence, but I think that is the right way to look at it, right? I think they're definitely feeling a little bit better. Now they know their strengths. Now they're starting to feel like, you know what, we can definitely duel with these guys. Let's do it. Let's just go for these little bit of brawls and try to engage with it. And I'm actually all for it. I do really like it. But it's going to be a big question about now, like I said, I'm going to be curious what Swamp are going to be able to do with this situation. get things switched over, and yeah, a lot of work cut out for them right now, as it is going to be TBI that are sitting at that 6. Swamp here, a lot of work cut out for him though, Kyle. And I mean, is there anything like, I mean, I know you talked about bringing the alms back, but is there anything different you want to see from Swamp in this? Maybe that could do, maybe that could be a start. Maybe Brando just getting multi-kills can suffice.
I mean, we'll definitely take that. I was going to say the one thing that teams don't do enough on this map is mid-aggression, and Brando's right there with it. It really works well, especially in these opening rounds, because teams are just not ready for it, and already they get a 5-on-1 because of it. Swamp Gaming looking to try and get themselves back into this one, and this is really the start to the half they needed to make that happen, because as much as TBI is good at the BL side here, counter-aggression on the GR side is also the name of the game here for Swamp Gaming, and they know how to bring that full force. Brando picking up 3 with that mid-aggression. Really impactful round from him.
Yeah, that was a really great round, and again, I love the fact that we're seeing, again, you know, Swamp just getting really aggro, putting a little bit of effort on this, and someone like, you know, like Brando just coming in with a big swing and just putting in, you know, individual prowess, right? I mean, that's what we talked about with the Swamp Gaming team, that there is some really good firepower on this. TBI has the same case here too, but I love that, you know, we see a situation where the score is against Swamp Gaming. We're going to get that fixed here momentarily for you guys, but, you know, for Swamp Gaming, they need to do something. They do need a Hail Mary, and unfortunately, Josh does get himself a little bit too exposed. King does find him at the right moment, the right time. And they're going to be able to start things off with a nice entry to get a bit more of an advantage here for the BL side.
Yeah, for TBI, a much better start in this round, trying to see what they can do now to close it out. It is going to be Swamp Gaming putting a little bit more emphasis on this mid passive control, but Brando, he's in that key position right now. If he can catch them off guard from underneath the catwalk, getting some shots here through the panels, he might be able to pull this one off. But TBI, they're going to be going for the full rotation instead, sending all 5 players back towards that B bomb side. It's going to be Famous and Minna on the defense over here.
Yeah, we just even see for TBI, they're just getting ready for the full hit on B here. They're not even going to mess around. Smoke coming in from Booker. Now they're going to go for it. The Paul flashes are in. We just have to see these defending players find something. Famous now by himself. He has to be able to stay alive, and Famous, he's able to eradicate 2. Is it going to be enough, though? Brando comes in just in time, at least to find himself something. Bringing it back to the 2v2 with 30 seconds remaining. A big flank coming in from Kais, but again, he's got to get moving. And we need to see Brando just trying to distract them as much as possible, just for this flank to come in full effect. The plant's going to come through. Kais is able to find the head of Dirty. So now a trade comes back in, and it's all be down to the 1v1. Brando, everything to see what he can do. He's been so much of an unsung hero, but Gainer is the one to maintain the lead here again in a scrappy battle. And it comes down to TBI finding themselves another.
Yeah, really tough one to close out for TBI, but they still managed to get it across the finish line here and put themselves in a really great position now to potentially win this map. And this is where they've looked very, very good here on this side, and starting to show once again on Black Widow. And this is where Swamp Gaming has to rethink their approach. I like the play calling here, though, putting all 3 players on that catwalk initially, starting to push for mid control with 3 of their 4 players here left in the round, and could potentially catch TBI off guard. But Gainer and King gonna go down very quickly to Josh, and just like that, they've got the numbers back in their hands.
Yeah, and again, it just comes down to the fact of like someone like Josh able to put up a, you know, multi-frags like this. So this is where Swamp Gaming have really, you know, kind of, you know, relied on the lifeline here of just someone to make a big play. And now Famous trying to see what he can do and get himself back, you know, some duels in his favor, but it's not going to work out at all. Instead, he goes to the grave. Now, I think Josh giving him his spot away a little bit here. Dirty spotted him, but misses the shot. And Josh, okay, he's able to get himself a 3rd here for this round. And things have kind of turned on its head a little bit for TBI. They haven't been able to find much here, even with the disconnect. And Booker now comes in for one, maybe a second. He will. Okay, hang on a second. Things have kind of switched around again. This thing's a full carousel. Kai's now in a clutch situation with the rifle. I believe he has enough ammo here. Is he going to expect some aggression from Booker? He will not. And TBI, despite through thick and thin, they're going to get things done. And we're back to an 8-4.
Yeah, that's a huge round for Booker to steal away because Swamp Gaming, they had everything they needed in this one. They had the start. They had the secondary frags mid-round to get them the 3-on-1, but just not enough here. And now King starts it off again for TBI. Kai's goes down early on, and not looking too great for the NA hopefuls in this one. Already a 5-on-3 situation. There's a lot of pressure on this midsection of the map. Brando now holding alone this A bomb side, and pretty much TBI can go wherever they want to here.
Yeah, and especially being like disconnected a player, man, this makes it even worse for Wear. Like, it just makes it that much harder, right? Like I talk about so much where you're on the GR side, you want those numbers. When you're down the number, it just makes things way more difficult than it needs to be. So this is where we're starting to see Swamp, like they are trying so hard to find a player to get a duel or maybe two, right? And that's where we saw in the previous round. Josh did it before. Now he's trying it again. Look at how fast he's playing aggressive on the mid. Gainer missing the shot, and he's going to be able to get that reward of winning that engagement. So now it's a 2-on-5. Brando trying everything possible, but it's just way too much of a tall task. TBI now on the map point here, sitting at 9. One more to get this thing done for the 1-on-1 split, but at least we can see Swamp Gaming back with a full composition of their 5.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to get 5 in a row. TBI just going full pedal to the metal here. King, a big double kill to start off the round, and that should be enough to push them all the way to the finish line. Brando, Josh, and Kai's left to try and force this retake, but there is so much utility here still for TBI to work with. Josh just getting naded into oblivion. No way he's going to make it through those double doors. Gainer pushes through to finish the kill. Kai's able to find at least one, but there is just so much pre-fire going their direction that there is no way back into this site. Kai's good for a second, but there is just no time to get this done.
Yeah, there's just nothing unless Kai's can find something, a miracle here in 9 seconds. But again, I think they just got to hide and just wait things out. And there it is. TBI are able to get things done here with a 10-4 score line. They get things moving in their motion. They are able to get themselves that 1-1 here for the weekend, or for the day, I should say, sorry. And that's a really big thing, right? I mean, I think this game shows a pretty decent score line, but let's not forget, like, I think a lot of these rounds did come pretty close, so I don't feel like the score just paints the full picture for somebody on the outside, but either way, really impressive to see from TBI to get themselves bounced back into this.
Yeah, and it also solidifies that both of these teams now have that chance to be in the middle of the pack conversation. Neither one going down 0-2 is great for their season, considering we've had a lot of splits already so far. So picking up a point each here is a really good way to try and continue forward. For Swamp, they'll finish with 2 1-1 splits on the weekend. TBI, this will be their only point for the weekend going their direction, but it keeps them out of a definitive last place conversation for the moment, because now the only team without a map victory is actually GV at this point. So it's going to be up to them to try and dig themselves out of that in our next match. But looking at the highlights here, it definitely still paints that picture of Swamp Gaming. Even though they can win it on NA, they're going to have to figure out those nuances to win on the opposing servers if they want to get themselves out of that middle of the pack situation.
No, definitely, right? I mean, I think, you know, we talked a lot about this for them, and like their situation is, look, when they're in the NA servers, like they need to find that win. Like essentially, if they lose it, like that's already a huge defeat. So I agree with you. I think with them going in these different servers, like the EU servers, like they have to be able to figure out something differently and realize that their playstyle is going to change just a bit. But I mean, again, the good thing is this is the first weekend for them. They can kind of get themselves a little bit of bumps and bruises through this, and honestly, pretty still impressive that they went 1-1s across the board here for this whole weekend. And I think that's a really good thing, because there was a moment even in the previous game where, I mean, it was golden round, they barely were able to get things through, and this could have been an 0-2, and this could have been a 2-0 for TBI, which honestly would have, you know, put a big catapult for them to get into the rankings. And even making it better standing than it is. So it is kind of a unique situation, but what a fun game to start this this final day of the weekend off.
Yeah, honestly, a really intense opening match, but I think we have even more close matches on the way throughout the rest of this weekend as well. I'm really excited actually for the next one because I am hoping GV can find some sort of redemption arc to close out this weekend, because yesterday was kind of a devastating one, but at the same time, when you've got 3BL and LCK as your weekend schedule, it's kind of a tough draw, to be honest.
Yeah, it really is. I think we've stressed a lot about that, because when you're playing two top dogs like that, I mean, you're going in for a bad time. Like, you're not, you're not going to be feeling pretty good about this. But I mean, this is the thing where, I mean, GV, like we talked about, I mean, this is going to be the next matchup. They are playing the top dog again, and like we said, they played LCK, didn't go so well. Now they're playing 3BL. I don't even know what they're going to be able to improve on, because in all honesty, yesterday, it didn't really feel like they had much to offer. I mean, I think the second game versus LCK, yes, it was close. It was a 10-7, but I do think we're going to need to see some pretty big improvements. But I was impressed to see from the first map to the second how much it did improve. But now you're playing 3BL, and 3BL are been a dominant force, and they're still coming in for that mission and goal, and it's not going to be an easy one for them.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, I think we've got close matches to close out the day completely. I mean, unKnights and LCK, that's another one where it could be a bloodbath on our hands, just considering what happened in the season finals for season 1, where unKnights pulled that back. I'm definitely sure that LCK is kind of hungry for blood in that one to prove themselves, and they looked really good yesterday. And then, of course, we have the reinvigorated Lazarus versus the reinvigorated Anubis Gaming, both of them making roster improvements, I would say, coming into this season. And I actually think Anubis versus Lazarus might even be the closest match of the day.
Yeah, it might be, honestly, and I mean, that's the biggest thing, but we are going to have to wait and see, because we are going to take that little bit of a break as we're going to get lock and loaded here for GV to see what they're going to be able to do against the top dogs of 3BL. So grab whatever you need to get ready for the second series of the day, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
They're going to have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing CrossFire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to give the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice fast and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
About to live it up, I'm about to level up.
be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing crossfire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to give the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice fast and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
Battle it up, I'm about to level up.
All right, we are back and ready for our second matchup of the day, and it is going to be the current #1 overall 3BL taking on GV. And if anyone was in need of a win right now, it's definitely GV. They had a rough day 1 going up against LCK. Might be a similar situation here, but nobody wants to end the weekend as the only team to go 0-4 on map score, and right now GV's the only team that might be in that boat.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird, realization about saying, like, look, like, there's an opportunity here where GV don't get a single win this weekend. But you know what? Like, again, we got to talk about it, right? It's the elephant in the room. Like, these guys got paired up against the 2 best teams, right? Like, arguably the 2 top teams in the whole league. So it's like, man, you got the worst, roll dice against you, the roll of the dice and snake eyes or something. But my God, I mean, they're in a situation now where, yes, it was not too bad yesterday in the sense of their second game when they played 3BL for GV's sake, I should be saying. And that was on Compound, right? And I mean, things were definitely looking a little bit more improved. The stats were better. The rounds were quite closer. It was a 10-7 game that still went in favor for LCK. But the other thing I was going to ask you, Kyle, I don't know if you felt the same way, but even for 3BL yesterday, like, they were playing, TBI. Yes, they got themselves at 2-0 and they were able to get things moving, but did you kind of get a sense that it felt like they were a little bit off the normal from their recent performances?
Yeah, I feel like 3BL hasn't hit their strongest point just yet. GV, on the other hand, I feel like yesterday was a bit of a warm-up for them that they weren't ready for. But in the second map, at least, of that series yesterday, they did look pretty competitive, only losing 10-7 on map #2. So it does give me hope that maybe after reflecting on yesterday, they could come into this series today and maybe make this a 1-1 situation. I don't really see a 2-0 being possible by them, but GV notorious for being able to get that one map out of a series pretty often. So I would be surprised if they're not going to win a single map in this series.
And I think the one thing that's really interesting, actually, so, I think for this map pool is, I think we're going to see sub-base, which I think, we haven't seen a whole lot of. We got to see it one time, and now we're finally get to see it again, which is really nice. So that'll be the pick here from 3BL, which kind of makes sense to me. Like, I feel like 3BL are a pretty strong sub-base team, and then the decider going to be on Ankara, which, I'm always kind of a bit of a toss-up on that one, because I feel like, there's times where you can see teams be pretty efficient on it, but there's a lot of times as well where it can just depends how much preparation they've been able to have, right? And I think 3BL, like, I don't really feel like from last season this was like their strongest map, but I think I'm okay with this veto and how it kind of panned out.
Yeah, all in all, it's a pretty solid choice. I think 3BL has a little bit more advantage on this map pool. I feel like getting Black Widow out of the mix was a smart move. GV's normally pretty decent on it. Port not being allowed in here as well. Another map where I could see GV maybe taking a win. But Subbase, they're a tough team to beat on. 3BL, we saw them yesterday look really good against TBI on this map. Even with some struggles, they were still able to close out a lot of rounds there, and that's where I think 3BL is such a threat on this first map, is the individual table they have across Subbase is so hard to go up against, because each individual zone here has a lot of strong coverage from each of these players, and if GV's firing the way they were yesterday, I don't know if they're going to go toe-to-toe with that.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, you could even see it on the player cams as well, right? I mean, we saw even just GV. It was kind of interesting to look at the facial expressions. Like even Seven just kind of looked like he was in deep thought, right? I mean, he was kind of sitting there, he was rubbing his hands, he's even doing it again, and I mean, he's a little bit more smiling on this one, but I think there's a lot of this tension and just kind of like, okay, we need to come in with a bit of a game plan. Like him coming back into this team obviously mixes things up, where Creeds was doing a pretty good job from last season IGLing, and on the flip side is where 3BL, again, they're all together, they're all landing together, they're playing in the same vicinity, which is a really big perk as well, right? I mean, you can argue it puts you in a little bit of a disadvantage in some degree, like not playing in your, at your house and playing in your full comfort, but at the same time, like these guys have proven that hasn't been the case, because all last season they were essentially playing in the same location. So I'm actually excited to see if this is going to be a big, determination, if they're going to be able to pan this out well. And I feel like 3BL are doing all the right things, again, to maintain that top spot and to be that top contender even beyond this league too.
Yeah, I would be curious, though, to see where Slayer is playing from. He's the only one who seems like he's not in their team house. He's always, like, in the dark, too. So I'd be curious at some point to get his thoughts on, like, why he decides to play that way. But I think it's because he likes to play in the dark. He always has, like, no lights on, just right on his monitor. So I'm curious why that is the case, because I feel like you'd have that extra sort of confidence being in that team environment with the rest of your group. But, maybe he just likes to have that isolation to focus on his gameplay, and rightfully so, he's got the shot to make it happen. But this time it's actually FaZe getting a little bit overwhelmed on this A top position. Horus hits a nice tap onto him to clear out the site.
Yeah, FaZe doesn't even get a shot off at all, which is a bit surprising, right? I mean, he's just kind of jump spotting, he's trying to get some information, but he's not able to get anything done. Like, he doesn't even find a singular shot made. He just kind of gets taken out quickly. So now GV are in a really tough position. Like, look where they all are. Now they have to rely on these nades coming in, and this is a big deal. And a big circumstance where they have to be able to find something, but now it's just going to be 3BL, man. They just mop the floor with them. Look at it. It's just a full decimation, and it's a blender, and they get this thing so easily done in the post plant.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, it's kind of the way I saw this map leaning, just because 3BL has really good control plays on sub-base. GV, they've got to be a little bit more prepared for these fast, aggressive plays. This time, at least Snox able to grab a trade from down low, but he's already getting collapsed on by Slayer and Snare, who pinch him out of position. 7 able to find a nice shot through the smoke to equalize to a 3-on-3, but again, they're stuck. They're isolated in this top A position, going for the full retake, and with utility still on the other side from Slayer, he can throw this pop flash, he can stall down the clock, and it forces GV into a really difficult retake once again.
Yeah, it does. I mean, their positioning, this is one of the toughest things to do, right? I mean, you have nothing to really work with. You have 2 different stairwells you have to go through, so narrow. Now they're just, again, going through a full blender, and Slayer just having a field day, getting himself that double in that situation, and now just leaving it to FaZe once again by himself, trying to do what he can here from the back lines, and he's able to get himself something, but it's going to be short-lived. And 3BL, I mean, they figured out what they want to do with this. I mean, I love that they're just kind of re-hitting this A site over and over again. Their post plants have been phenomenal, and GV are just looking like they're trying to do a bit of a technical retake, but honestly, they're just getting punished over and over again for it.
Yeah, it's already looking like a tough matchup in the making for GV. Hasn't been the best couple of opening rounds, really losing a lot of that early confidence they might have had, because 3BL, they've just overwhelmed them so far across this map, and this is where GV is going to have to dig deep to try and stall this early on. Otherwise, 3BL could just start to run away with this first map of the series. And already, again, they're putting that pressure on the A lobby. 3 players taking that early control. You can see a bit of an adjustment from GV, though. 2 players in that upper A room, along with Snox playing a little bit more forward on this lower angle, but he has to be careful. Snare is hungry to take that fight.
Yeah, a little bit of a pushback coming in from GV, which is really nice to see. Like, now even Snox, again, just going to get that utility burned on the top of stairs. So now 3BL is just going to push back on this, waiting things out just a little bit more. And now Creed's the one player here in lockers, just kind of holding things on his own. He's going to have to do something about it, but he actually swings wide on his own, and that could be really costly, because again, he had nobody to trade for him. 3BL now give themselves some extra real estate to work with, but they don't even capitalize on this. They actually just utilize that duel. They take it in their favor, and they still kind of just maintain the course. They don't just push on it. Still keeping a guessing game here for GV, and this is what I always talk about, right? When you're down in those numbers on the GR side, this is where things start to get really icky because you're a lot of guessing games, a lot of thinking, and even that nade just landing on Snox makes it even worse for Ware. Slayer even able to find that shot onto Awesome with the jump spot. Look at what's happening now. They finally barrel themselves into this B site. And one more time, Kyle, we're going to be playing the same track, and it's a retake for GV.
Yeah, 2v4 at that. Snox already down to 30 HP. Wiped off the map from Totson. Snake from the vent gets it done, and this is not looking too good at all for GV. This is one of the first times I'd say it about this team, but it feels like a mismatch we're seeing so far. 3BL's just kind of walking all over them.
They really are. I mean, this is where I think, 3BL are just doing a great job just kind of and making a statement, right? Like, I know there's a lot of history with these two teams, but they really just want to be able to punch their ticket here to keep their undefeated streak alive. They want to maintain that top spot. They don't want GV to have any sort of an opportunity here to get any sort of points on this. And right now, I mean, they're just going to go right back for the A site. They've been able to figure out something. Creeds does get something started a little bit, though. Now, finally, a little bit of a pulse coming in. Creeds, once again, is able to find a third. So things have finally come to light a little bit here for GV. It's down to the heroics of Creeds to show us what he can do here. And now down to Slayer for a 1-on-4 situation. A lot at stake here, Kyle. 1:30 to work with. He's got some time, but my God, he has so much to do. And look at FaZe. He's just sitting here waiting for him with the XM. I do not like the situation for Slayer.
Yeah, not an easy way out of this, especially with the C4 location being on the bottom of that A-bomb side. But Slayer, he's got the shot to maybe have a fighting chance after all. Gets the first kill onto FaZe, but a minute to work with to redeem this one. Spots Creeds as well. 7 still on that back line, but he's trying to isolate these 1v1s. GV actually allowing him to take a couple chances at it. Awesome going to be spotted out alone, but makes the smart decision to get out of there. Calls for that support from 7. The counter flash, the repeat gets it done, and GV are finally able to answer back.
Ooh-wee, okay. Well, like we said, it's a great thing to see that, GV finally get themselves something. But again, I can't emphasize this enough, is that we can't see GV like getting these rounds by, the individual players just popping off, right? A huge round from Creeds, don't get me wrong. But again, we're going to need to see a little bit more. But maybe that's the spark they need to get this flame actually going now. But at least they can get, the goose egg off the board. Now they at least have something to work with. And 3BL right back to a default scenario, just kind of waiting things out just a little bit more. And even GV have kind of gone back for a 2-2-1. And now really emphasizing a strong A, hold with 2 players, where I feel like normally we see just 1. So, again, they realize that's been a pretty heavy pressure point. So they're just trying to make sure they put the Band-Aid on it. And it might not even be the plan of attack here for 3BL, because they still have a lot of fruitful options here in what they want to do.
Yeah, 3BL poking around towards this A-bomb site, not fully committing just yet. Horus working his way into mid with the C4. Snake holding on to that B control room. But GV, they don't really have any forward presence themselves either, just kind of hanging on passive to all of these positions in the 2-1-2 setup they've got going. And this is where 3BL, the clock is ticking. They've got to start making their move, and Snake gonna throw a nice little fake here into the L turn, and look at the reaction from 3BL. They use the information to push for lobby control. Totson gonna find 7. Snake sneaks into the vent. Awesome and FaZe, though, start to collapse in, and this is where things could go wrong. FaZe gets the double kill, and now it is all on to Snake, but Snox, the double kill himself, answers back, and now the shots are starting to come to life for GV.
Yeah, they're finally starting to wake up a little bit, and that's good, right? This was where I was getting a little bit nervous for this being a 3-0 at one point, and now they're finally able to get things a little bit moving. And Horus actually equipped here with the Om. little bit uncharacteristic, I feel like. Okay, he's able to get himself another one too. Why not? But typically the guy that's coming in with the guns barreling with the rifle, but instead he's actually getting the arm to sing just a bit here. And now aggression from FaZe. He's getting up close and personal a little bit on this, and GV changing up their composition, and Snox comes in massive, making it 4, and just shuts this thing down. We're right back to a tie game.
I don't know how he gets away with this untraded 9 HP triple kill to close out that quad, and that's just 3BL making some small mistakes, getting a little bit too overconfident and thinking, hey, somebody's got this trade right, but then nobody has the trade, and you find yourself in a really tough situation like that. This time around, it's going to be Creed's opening it up as well. Awesome spots Horus, but Creed's quick to the punch, takes him down as well, and GV just turning this one on its head very early on from a 3-0 to a 3-3, potentially grabbing the lead with a 4th in a row here. Snare down to 20 HP thanks to Creed's continuing to step up.
Yeah, this is big. I'm so impressed to see what GV have been able to do now, and even 7, okay. He's going for a bit of a walk here. He's going to get himself in the vents. He's going to be able to find himself a little bit of an interesting spot. How deep is he going to go? He's not actually going to fully commit. Again, expecting somebody to be just on the other side of this, so I do like this kind of discipline coming in from him. Slayer still trying to look what he can find. One of the top fraggers here with Horus, and Horus has been removed here for this round, but now even Slayer has 2. 7 gets the timing of it. GV putting themselves in a potential flawless round here in Snare. With 27 HP, looking for a clutch scenario on a 1-on-5. Not the greatest, and FaZe just going to light him up with a pistol to the dome. And 3BL now, this is starting to get a little bit of a shaking in the boots here. I mean, let's not forget this was a 3-0, and GV, all of a sudden from Creed's popping off in one round, has been 4 rounds in a row to get a lead position when we were almost kind of writing this thing off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened after that 3rd round, but everybody is popping off now for GV and hitting the shots, and this is when they're a tough team to deal with, because if they throw strategies out the window and just force aim duels, they're one of the best teams in that environment to win it when they're connecting on their shots like this. So I think 3BL is going to have to really change things up if they want to take these players down. They can't afford to start it off in the same way they have been in these last couple of rounds, but this time Snare does get the opening pick. Snox goes down, awesome. Looking to play a little bit closer, potentially to re-engage here, but again, the reply already there from GV. FaZe gets the follow-up onto Snare, and now it's back to the drawing board for 3BL.
Yeah, it really is. 3BL are just kind of scrambling a little bit here to figure out something, right? I mean, now they've lost a player. I mean, so is Snox here from GV's side, but 3BL, I mean, the plan of attack before was a hit. Why not? They're going to go back for it. They're going to see what they can do. Awesome going to come in wide. He's at least able to get something. FaZe now gets overwhelmed too. So 3BL have been able to get themselves in this site at least. But to question if they can maintain what they did before, kind of the post plants, locking this site down, not going to be an easy feat here for GV, as both 7 and Creed's now trying to see what they can do. 7 actually gets a bit aggro, and he's able to get himself an easy duel here against one of the top fraggers. This is an even playing field now, leaving it just down to the Creeds for the 1-on-1, and Todd just has to stay alive. He's got 24 seconds to burn. Needs to be able to find something, but Creeds again comes alive, and GV have been able to secure the half with 5.
Yeah, honestly, just an insane performance. You can see Creed's even a little bit of a chuckle there as he hits that running shot on the retake, and 3BL. It's almost worse when you start off that strong to have this happen to you. 5 rounds in a row for GV after a tough start, and they're going to need this little pause time to regroup, because this has quickly been turned into a GV dominant performance.
Yeah, honestly, and you can see on the top of your screen, like, Creed's is just on the left-hand side there, and honestly, again, I really do think, like, for a team that's kind of a momentum-based team, like, him coming alive like that, I believe when it was the 4th round, like, he was the one that was able to get a triple. I think he was sitting in radio, he was just kind of in the top and just gets himself massive kills. It kind of just, again, like I said, it was a you know, a bit of a spark for the flame here, and now look at them. They revitalized themselves. They look like a whole new team, and even Snox has himself an insane 4K like that. Like, man, it is just, I don't know what happened, but it kind of like, you know, awoke them to just go off. And now they've been able to get this half with 5 rounds in a row. Like, again, you can't really, you know, blow past that. That's a big deal. And even right now for 3BL, they're all kind of just sitting there. They're all just listening to each other, and they really got to think about what they want to do.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot to regroup after this one, and hopefully they have what it takes to get the final round of the half. Going down 6-3 after a 3-0 start would just be a rough one for them. But at the same time, I have in the back of my mind that this is kind of the 3BL story. They kind of have a tough go of it early on, but then they take these moments and they figure out how to adapt. Because if you look at their previous season, even though they didn't lose a series, they also had a ton of 10-8s and a ton of overtimes to get there.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't easy, right? Like, I think there was a lot of conversation where we were talking about, look, you know, for 3BL to be a team that we're undefeated, it was never easy. Like, it was always like tooth and nail, down to the wire. They had to work really hard for it. But that's one of the things I love about 3BL, though. Like, they are a team where, again, like they persevere through everything, like thick and thin. They sometimes seem to be this team when they're in the deficit and their backs are on the boards, they seem to play better. So that's kind of a situation they're in, right? Like, they get this really good lead. They lose so much control so quickly, and kind of honestly, not even like close rounds for the most part. Like, I feel like GV kind of took those pretty convincingly. So I think for them, this adds even more pressure. So it's kind of wondering to see if that's going to be the determining factor for them to kind of get over this. And we're about to find out.
Very important final round of the half here. GV looking to remain uncontested since the opening 3. He's going to be playing the off angle on the lower A bomb site this time around. He's all alone, though. If he misses the shot, he loses the sight, but he gets the first kill onto Snare. A huge way to get it started. Horus as well, eating a ton of nade damage. And FaZe, he's going to go down, but he's done a lot of damage in the process to set up this retake.
Yeah, I love that FaZe was just getting a bit more aggro. He's trying to do something different. I really like that. Again, that re-aggression might have been able to be too much of a cost here, but we'll see. GV are now in a situation where it is a 4-4. The utility has just been tenderizing all 3BL. Totson somehow is alive with that nade landing right on him. Finally going to go down to the grave. So GV in a great position here with just raining utility here from radio control, man. Like, they're just throwing so much away. Horus tries to do something big, just getting information, but now this is putting way more pressure for Slayer. He's going to have to pop off, and it's just not going to matter at all. And GV have made themselves a 6-3 half when they were down with a 3-0. They have done some kind of the impossible in this situation, and this could be a conversation maybe about them getting back on the leaderboard like we talked about here, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, after the day one they had, a win over 3BL would shake up the season entirely and really keep everybody second guessing, but that's also kind of the nature of GV. I feel like they're one of the few teams that I would say could win or lose to any team on this league on any given day. So they're a little bit inconsistent, but when they're at their peak, they are the best team out there. They've shown in the past with this roster, they've won multiple championships with this exact team. So we know when they hit their stride what they're capable of.
Yeah, and that's kind of the cool thing about, like, you know, for a team like, you know, GV is like there is so much history, and that was what, like, the exciting part, right? With, like, when you told me in the beginning of the season that Seven was coming back, I was like, okay, yeah, this is cool. Like, he, you know, is a veteran player on this team, and like all the pieces are coming back together. They rebrand themselves as GV, and that's a really exciting thing. And again, this was historically a team that, like, does very well in tournaments and does really well in the league, but it's a matter of if they can kind of bring it back, right? And that's not always an easy thing to do, but we're about to find out. 3BL, like we said, they've been having the pressure of being on the top, you know, from the previous season, kind of undefeated here for the time being, but now we're actually seeing them where the backs are really on those boards. Like, they've been wounded. They're a little bit wobbly, and now we're gonna have to see if they can get back in full efforts.
Yeah, 3BL, this is the proving ground for them. They've got to start this half off with a win. Otherwise, it's looking like a GV map on the horizon here. A 7-3 lead to kick off the half would be kind of insane, considering how one-sided this looked for 3BL at the start of this match. But right now, GV, they're just riding that wave of momentum completely coming into the second half, to where 3BL, they've got to slow that pace down. They've got to find a way to maybe set up some traps, get these players caught off guard, because GV, they're hitting the shots all day long right now, and it's not even just one player. It's every single player on this roster that seems ready to go.
Yeah, and that's a big point, right? Because again, I think that was the one thing that was the criticism that we talked about before, was it felt like it was kind of lackluster, right? From yesterday, that it felt like GV only had a couple players that were maybe like doing a little bit of work. Like Creeds was absent. FaZe didn't really feel like he was doing much as well, which again is so uncharacteristic, right? Which doesn't really make a lot of sense. So, like you said, I agree with you. I think in this game we've seen like all the players actually doing quite well, getting themselves, you know, back in the fragging fashion like they want to. Now GV are going to be ready to go for this A hit. A little bit more pressure for Horus, and Snare's going to be able to help him out. So he's just tucked away here with that flash hitting him. GV, they're getting a little bit overwhelmed with some of this utility against them. They're trying everything they can to get across, and 3BL have done a great job to just lock this thing in. They're still stuck on the stairwell, and now even 3BL again, they're just being able to find these kills one by one, and this thing is done. And 3BL will get themselves a 4th round, and honestly, it comes down to just really strong utility usage.
Yeah, great stall and rotation from 3BL there. It forced GV into a corner, and if you can't get past that corner onto the back of the A bomb site, it's such a tough site to push out onto, especially if they can get the numbers and that extra pressure from the upper A bomb sites. So now at this point, the pace has been slowed down. GV stalled out of that 6-round streak, and this is where 3BL can start to claw back themselves. It is a slightly GR-sided map as well, so I think they do have some advantages now being on this side of the map, but for GV, they still have a nice lead to work with, so hopefully that's enough to keep capitalizing, because they are in a good position to still take this map if they can find another round here to answer back. But it's going to come down to how they position in the early round, because for GV, if they don't have that shining star, those are the rounds I want to see them still finding with some good team play.
Yeah, exactly. No doubt about it. Lots of nades just being thrown in these stairs, just trying to see if they can find anything, but it's going to be nothing at all, actually. And even right now, again, 3BL have just kind of been switching up their positions. And like we talked about, right? I mean, this is where we saw GV before playing double A players like in the site, and look at 3BL, like their composition and their positioning is quite different. Back to the 1-2-2, and again, just kind of leaving, I think that's Totson just kind of, again, jump spawning for info, which makes a lot of sense. And GV, now at the minute mark, needing to make a decision. C4 is going to go get picked up here from the IGL himself. And Awesome actually gets some great timing against Slayer, so that might be enough of an opening here for them to work on something. Now they want to do something a little bit here. They take a player out on the A stairs, finding a pick. Snare's able to find himself that double, though. 3BL, they have just shut this down. All of a sudden, it was looking good for GV, but now this thing has gone in favor here for 3BL to go on the 2-on-1. Awesome in a tough position, doesn't have the C4. He's fully blind. He has no idea where he is. And 3BL have been able to bring things back and making this even more of an interesting circumstance.
Yeah, it just goes to show you that even in the mid-round, 3BL is so good at adapting Snare and Tots and just collapsing perfectly onto that lobby push and making sure, even though they didn't have the numbers, that they were able to fight their way through to the win. And now with 2 in a row, they're already one step away from tying this game right back up. But GV, it starts to add that pressure, add that question of when they're going to find that first round on this BL side, because so far, even with the numbers advantages, they're struggling quite a bit to execute.
Yeah, I just feel like, again, this is where we love to see 3BL play, right? Because, again, their utility usage is a big factor. They just seem really well composed when they're on the GR side, and even a little bit of a paw flash comes in. Horus is fine. 3BL kind of reacting to this a little bit, just throwing another paw flash, and Horus is now kind of repositioning himself, which is good. He's got some good info here. He realizes that GV might be actually throwing a little bit of a fake, just trying to see us baiting utility. And Horus actually goes for a massive swing. Snox, I don't know how he's alive in this. He's just spraying for his life to hope to find something, but Horus actually wins the engagement. 3BL, once again, will be able to find that first man advantage here in this situation. And it does look like 7 is going to be grabbing the C4, and they might just try again to go for the old faithful of the A hit, but honestly, it hasn't really been that faithful at all. And look at Horus. He's coming in for a massive swing again. He's not done. He's bloodthirsty.
Yeah, great double to open it up now for 3BL. Awesome knows he needs to make a play, sneaks behind enemy lines to find one, but it's going to be Creed's. Only one left, but oh my goodness, Slayer, he's already sneaking onto the back of sight. And this is where 3BL is so hard to read on their defense, because it's not like there's one cohesive movement. It's all of these individual players trying to slide in constantly for a quick flank, and GV is just not good at reading that.
Yeah, this is where, again, like, I'm really, really impressed, right? I mean, I know we saw the first half where GV came in 6 rounds in a row. They put themselves in a great position. Now 3BL, okay, well, you can already see one of the players is going to grab a drink really quick. Things are getting pretty hot in this and hectic in this game. But honestly, it's, you know, this is the thing about 3BL we love to see, right? And now you can see, like, Creeds is having a bit of a deep talk here with the team. And, you know, Awesome's just kind of, you know, listening to facts. They're probably even reading their information and their strats they have, you know. So there's a lot of deep conversations with once before, whereas a kind of laughter and joking around. Look at how serious they are. Now realizing this game is far from over, and we're talking about that tie situation all over again.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, too, with the way they're playing if Creeds has had more of a hand today in the IGLing, just given, especially in that first half, we saw some more reminiscent of what I would say is the encore style of play compared to like the old GV setups. So I think we're kind of getting the best of both worlds between Seven and Creeds and what's actually coming out in the server here. But now they've got to find a way on this BL side, and this is where 3BL is a tough team to crack, because they've got to be one of the strongest GR teams in the league right now, and it just shows in how fluid these guys move across the map. They're always able to find these quick flanks, these fast openings, and they're always quick to reposition for the retake. So if I'm GV during this break, I'm really looking at how I can fake these players out, because that's the missing component here. Is GV, I feel like they get over-reliant on trying to open up individually, and they don't focus quite enough on actually diverting the whole enemy team strategically.
Yeah, and I like that point you bring up too about 3BL, like probably being one of the best GR sided teams in the whole league. And I agree with you. And I think even, you know, I think it was 2, maybe 3 seasons ago with the old unKnights roster, we talked about like they were even a very unique setup of a team on the GR side where they were playing really, really well, and they were giving a run of the money here against 3BL. But I think 3BL have really been able to maintain that as well. I do agree with you in that, because whenever they go on the GR side, I feel like, okay, like this is a really familiar territory for them. They usually play so much better than what we normally see. But their BL side is just drastically improved too as a squad, which is always fun to see. And especially like we talked about yesterday on the desk, is adding someone like Slayer on the top left of your screen. I know he's kind of hiding in the shadows, but he's somebody that, you know, has been able to add a little bit more element to this team, which I think they needed on that Blacklist side. So, I mean, a lot of deep conversations though. It's really, really interesting to see. And I mean, we can only see 2 of the player cams right now for GV, but again, like a couple of the players have just been sitting here talking like nonstop. And I think that's, again, just realizing that both these teams know like this thing is not going to be a wash. This thing's not done, and it's going to be round by round.
Yeah, that's the way you've got to play it at this point, especially with the back and forth we've seen. And as we hop back into it, it is going to be 3BL kind of in the driver's seat again. They're starting to feel that momentum, especially being on this GR side, whereas GV, they've got to try something new here coming out of the pause, because what they've been doing so far is not working. But a lot of it comes down to the big difference in my mind being that utility presence, because when there's a good read from 3BL, they just perfectly stall with walls of utility over and over again and kind of force GV into a position where they get uncomfortable very quick. And I feel like GV needs to find a way to counteract that, because 3BL, the utility is just always on point.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's so good about them, right? Like that honestly is one of the biggest differences from them, from being like them being the #1 team to any other ranked team, is that their utility, their timings, they're so well executed. And that's always been such an exciting piece about 3BL, because even in the past, before they kind of made this, you know, dream team roster, is like they always were close to that, right? Like we knew they were that team that was able to do things like this. But now it seems like it's even more of that, you know, 100%, you know, performance that we're seeing, and that consistency, which is always such a great thing to see from a team like this. But now, I mean, them going back into a situation with a tie game, this is going to be really, really interesting. This has been a long time out here coming in. So both these teams have kind of cooled down a little bit. But like you said, I think GV need to find some way to kind of get past the wall utility and not get caught in it, because it's just been an absolute problem for them so far.
Well, here we go, right back into the action. 3BL on a 3-round win streak to start off their GR side, and GV yet to find their first in this half, but there's still ample time to recover, and they've dropped the as well. FaZe going to be going for the 5 AKs with the rest of his team, and this one could be a way to set up a fast aggression towards this B bomb side if that's what they're looking to do here. Totson kind of just playing the jump spot in the rafters, and then you've got Slayer and Snake doing a nice little crossfire setup on that L-turn push, but 7, he wants to force this fight. He knows Totson's in the rafters, goes for the quick cross onto the quad boxes, but Slayer is just going to be poking around along with Snake, just kind of pre-firing these boxes to scare him away.
Yeah, and even just Horus again playing same position. This is, again, very standard for him, but this is good. He's so good at this. But now GV are kind of waiting for this. 3-2 split coming in. Look at Snare just waiting for him in the vents. Even how Horus able to get himself back in the vent, and Horus is just tapping away, taking down some heads. And look at how quickly they get it done. 3BL now put themselves back into this lead just by 1, and GV, they try something a little bit different. I really like this. I applaud them for it, but now they're going to have to find something a little bit deeper here to get themselves back into a tie game situation.
Yeah, it feels like 3BL2 is always in this same type of momentum situation. We saw it against TBI yesterday, where TBI won 6 in a row and then lost the game to 3BL, just stacking that momentum back to back to back on this same map. So maybe it's just the territory that Subbase comes with here for this team. But 3BL, now that they have that momentum back in their hands, they're a difficult team to slow down. They're up to 4 rounds in a row here, looking to push this one all the way up to the finish line. But GV on the other side, you can tell they're really uncomfortable in trying to decide where they actually want to fight here, because they've tried fighting just about everywhere at this point in this half with no success.
Yeah, man, tension is just so built on this. And now, okay, Snare actually repositions himself just slightly. FaZe, patience is a virtue. He's going to be able to find something. And now, just over a minute remaining. GV, with the man advantage, what do they want to do with this? A bit of fake coming in on the stairwell, just trying to make some noise. And look at 3BL actually too kind of react to this. So it's going to be if Snake can handle this, at least he gets himself something on it. But now GV kind of do a bit of a funny approach to go into this A site. They're going to be able to have some good pressure on this though. Look where they're at. They're able to put themselves in control right now. And now the swing comes in. I don't even know how Totson's in that kind of position. He almost gets away with that frag. And now it's all down to Slayer here for a clutch scenario. He's been a little bit quiet so far here, and it is going to be more quiet here on the Western Front. We're back to a tie game, and GV with a bit of an unorthodox approach on this round. They are able to bring things back to a tie game.
Yeah, really good push coming up into the lobby, a lot of it being led by that initial pick from FaZe to take down Snare, who usually is the person locking down that side of the map for 3BL. This time, though, Snake being really proactive here over on the A double doors, able to take down FaZe, and that is a huge early pick for them to hold on to, and it kind of leaves GV in a difficult position because a lot of their entrying is usually in the hands of FaZe and Creeds.
Yeah, so now it just kind of puts a bit more pressure right now for Creeds, right? Like you're kind of alluding to. It's like, look, he's gonna have to do something big here. And I think for 3BL, the fact that they're able to find like a really good opener is huge, because now they can kind of sit in a good position. Totson, I'm not sure if he actually missed that smoke or if that was intentional, but might be fine. But GV now with down the man, what do they want to do in this one? The alm's gonna be picked up for Snox. Bit interesting to see. Not normally the effect. Actually, he catches the leg of Snake, actually, so he might be able to get something moving here. 3BL still maintaining their spot. They're not really moving a muscle right now. An alert coming in. I think that's actually 7. He's kind of getting himself on the outskirt of vent, if I'm not mistaken. So he's kind of just doing things on his own to see what he can find. His team's just going to come underneath. They're just going to swing on this, but Snare gets something done. Now 7 needs to hurry up and help his team. Bit of a surprise, but he's not able to land the shot. Oh no! Oh man, but it is 3BL that's able to just take things over. A triple kill coming in from Snare, and all right, we're back into a lead just by 1.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt there, especially 7 not being able to connect on that shot, but Snare with the Colt, so deadly to go up against. And now you can see GV, they just want to run it down with a quick fake here. It's gonna be 7 and Creeds trying to sell it over towards the A bomb site, but the real threat is over towards B with the bomb in hand. Awesome, able to trade out onto Totson. Now they can force the issue, but still 3BL, they haven't over-rotated. They've got 3 already in position to defend this push on B. You can see the lurk presence not really working out quite as well as GV would have hoped here.
Well, instead of 7 trying this, it's going to be FaZe. Where do we do with this one? Okay, so instead of them going through the other side of A, now they're going to try to go through stairs. They're going to have FaZe kind of lurk things out. Horus not able to find more than 1 though, but Snake able to get something done, and FaZe can't find it either. Snake is just putting up massive numbers right now. 7, the IGL, needing to find something big here for a 1-on-3 in a tough position. Does have the bomb, yes, but again, not going to be an easy feat here. He's going to be able to burn a little bit of extra time for himself. He has to be able to find one of these fights. He has to be able to get something moving here. Him tucked away like this is not going to be easy. He's now going to have to rely on just pure firepower, and it's just not going to be. It's lackluster. 3BL now putting themselves on a point now potentially to close this thing off. Like we talked about, when the pressure's on, they're starting to cook, and they just need 1 more to get this thing done.
Yeah, 3BL, this half has been fully theirs, only giving up a singular round in the second half in exchange for potentially 7 to close it out. So honestly, for 3BL, they've done exactly what they need to. GV, they're the team in the hot seat now. They've got to find themselves with 2 rounds in a row to have any hope in overtime. And if any team needed that hope, GV, they certainly do. If they lose this one, they go into that final map knowing it could be a 0-4 weekend on the horizon. So if there was any chances left to try and close this one out, they've got to try and find them here and now. But the thing that makes me nervous for GV is they thrive off of their aggression, but because of how this half has gone, they're basically turtling up and spawn at the start of every round now.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they're not really playing themselves anymore, right? Like they just kind of feel like they're kind of posted up back, and they're not really being aggressive. They're not kind of, feeling it anymore. And like I said, the spark for the flame, and it looks like it might be fizzling a little bit. And it might be the case here. Slayer putting himself in a great power position, looking for a little bit more. Why not? Fan just can't believe it. Slayer turning around left, right, and center. 360s and 3BL. They're going to get this thing done. Here's a little bit of a celebration for them on the camera. They look just dead cold, man. They're just like, you know what? We get it done. Some hand claps. Everybody's doing the fist bumps, handshakes, and a job well done coming in from 3BL. And that is a tough pill to swallow right now for a team like GV.
Yeah, it felt like when they got on that string of rounds to close out the first half with 6 in a row, they were on to something. But then 3BL in classic fashion, they find the way to adapt and they secure the win at the end of it all. And this is where they're such a strong team, because it doesn't matter the scoreline against them. They always find that way to win. But for GV, now that pressure is going to be cranked up to a whole new level, just knowing what's at stake here, because it's going to be last place for them if they can't find this final map. And of the 2, I thought they might have a slightly better chance on this first one, so I'm definitely feeling a bit worried for GV, but still hopeful they might be able to get something going into this final map.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is, like, again, like, it's, it might seem like a small detail, but when you have a big lead like that and it falls apart like that, it is the worst feeling as a competitor, right? Because you're like, look, we had such big momentum, we were able to win the half, we took 6 rounds in a row, and we were looking really good, and then it just looked like they had nothing to do with this game in the second half, right? Like 3BL were just extremely dominant. So, I mean, I'm hoping GV can just kind of ignore it, let it go. I'm sure they can. They've been through this time and time again, but at the same time, like, it is always going to bug you no matter what your level is, right? So, I mean, that's the thing where they potentially could have got themselves on the boards here today with at least a 1-1, but that now is kind of fallen through. But I agree. I think this, you know, the secondary map is going to be really, really interesting just because it is going to be on Ankara, right? And I think that's going to be a unique one, but I think 3BL, like the way we saw them playing, I'm more going to be looking at how they play this BL side. I want to see what they do a little bit differently because we know we can rely on the Old Faithful on that defense.
I mean, looking at the highlights here as well, it kind of paints an interesting picture for how 3BL's been playing this map. We've had 2 back-to-back sub-base appearances where we've seen 3BL lose at some point 6 rounds in a row, yet still win the map, which makes them, in my mind, that much scarier on this map, knowing how they can rebound on it. So I'm guessing going forward, teams might want to avoid this one against them and maybe start leaning into the maps we haven't seen as much, because I feel like the way GV tends to play, that scrappier play style, maybe that's going to be good for them on a close quarters map like an Eagle Eye or a Mexico. And I feel like if you are one of those teams that's hanging out towards the lower end of the standings, trying to change up your map pool might be the way to get these other teams a little bit more uncomfortable, because right now between 3BL and LCK, it looks like nothing but comfort.
Yeah, it's definitely true, and I actually like the point that you make about you know, kind of, you know, being a bit more scrappy and picking a different map pool and stuff like that. I agree with you. Like, I think that would be a really good thing for a team like GV right now. I would like them to do a little bit more surprise picks and things like that. I have been really happy to see, like, you know, for the first weekend of the games, we have been getting a pretty good mixture of maps, which is really, really good. But I would like to see, you know, a little bit more of that creative picking coming in, and then they can play a little bit differently and more aggro and trying different things. So I'm with you there, but we'll have to see what GV want to do for this next map, because I wouldn't mind them trying to be a little bit more brawly, like getting really aggressive and just, again, utilizing this firepower. Like, we know that this team can frag, and it was so evident in the first half. So let's just kind of see if they can build off of that, maybe for a new map and I guess not really a new day, but new time, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the big plus out of this weekend, at the very least for GV, is knowing the schedule only gets easier for them. And if they can be at least competitive, even if they go down 0-4 this weekend, and they are able to learn a lot from these first 2 games, there's a lot of takeaways from both LCK and 3BL they can take to where the rest of the schedule might get that much easier for them to have those chances to claw back into the top, because now they don't have those big threats to worry about until the second half of the season.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, with the overall stats, you can see, like, even players like Snake, he was sending himself in a great position. Like, I think he was actually the top fragger here with a 1.42. I mean, he honestly played great, especially near the end point. And I mean, of course, Slayer is sitting at the top with 1.63. I mean, we already know that about Slayer. But what I do wanted to say is, like, I do like what Snake was able to do in the later portion of the game. Like, he was a really good support. He was finding those extra duels when he needed to. He was a big, massive support unit for pretty much a countless amount of players on the team, which I think is a pretty big deal, and it doesn't always get fully appreciated. So I'm glad he was able to have some extra stats to kind of showcase that a little bit more. But I think, again, such a great thing to see from them. But either way, we are going to take that very, very short break. We're going to get ready to go for Ankara to see who's going to be able to prevail. Is it going to be a 2-0, or could this thing be a 1-1? But we'll find out soon, so we'll see you in just a little bit.
As soon as you think you've spotted one, there's another right on top of you there, Stoxy. When APV is just doing what he's doing. Has to get at least one. Good for one, good for 2. Greens, good for 3. But again, he can't find more than one, but it's ACT!
Right, it's time for map number 2 of the face-off between 3BL and GV. Map number 1. It was an interesting back and forth, very streaky on the rounds, but 3BL once again continues to remain undefeated in this season, and I'd have to say I probably favor them going into this one as well, but it is the BL side. Pick it up here to see if they can get that early momentum for themselves, and it is a BL-sided map as well, which for 3BL might be slightly more challenging, but for GV, it's going to come down to, is there those improvements in the team play, but the solo play of FaZe at least gets them the opening pick, but the trade right there from Slayer.
Yeah, really nice pickup coming in from Slayer. It looked a little bit awkward, like FaZe kind of, I don't know if he lost his footing or something like that, but I mean, that 1 second decision, not being able to pull back, I mean, cost him his life here in this one, but even now, okay, back to a 4-4 we go. In a good situation for 3BL, just again to find themselves in a position here to mix things up, maybe wait it out just a little bit more. I like that GV were kind of putting a little bit more of aggression on this one. That's kind of what we were just kind of talking about before the short break. Now Snox getting aggressive here. Does actually a little bit of damage, and again, they're still playing some pretty aggressive angles. They're trying to see what they can do, and Snox actually, the Ferrari swing, able to find himself that one, but now Horus gets himself a double, the entry. This guy's been an absolute terror this way, and now the smoke's coming in, bringing it back to a 2-on-1 in favor for 3BL. Now 7 here has to be able to find something from the high ground, tapping away, but it's just not meant to be, and 3BL will get themselves the first opening round.
Yeah, Snare and Horse looking good on the shots, because outside of that, strategically didn't feel like a super strong round for 3BL, but the firepower really just shining through in that one, especially Snare. It feels like anytime he's caught, he's still finding the shots and getting himself out of those dangerous positions, but not this time around. FaZe getting a crucial opening pick, Snare out of the picture, and these are the rounds where GV look a lot better when Snare isn't able to be a factor in the mix, but Horus, he still wants this fight. Snox looking for the repeat, not quite gonna find it, but they still have some nice positioning to hold on to.
Yeah, 3BL in a great spot though. Getting themselves closer onto this. A really nice pickup coming in from Slayer, takes down the head of Creeds. Nades coming in, starting to fly through, and 3BL now getting themselves off the ramp, but it's a question of GV. Can they utilize some of this utility that we talked about? Instead, 7's going to be picking up the arm, and a spray comes in from Totson. GV getting themselves closer into the site. A perfect pop flash comes in, and Slayer, he's blind as a bat. He can't see a single thing, and now leaving it into Snake. Throws a deep nade. And now he's got the rifle. He's got 26 bullets, but not even going to matter. Can't get any of the shots off, and GV respond back the way they should. They're able to bring things into a tie game.
Yeah, really nice round from FaZe there, finding the opening pick and then helping secure that round as well on that defensive B. And this is where 3BL has to try and answer back if they want to remain on top. Snox, though, playing the cheeky corner pocket. Are they going to check him out? It's a little bit late, but they still get the trade. But Creed's on the follow-up. Good for a second, almost a third. Slayer taken down to 10 HP. But still, 3BL fight their way to an even number situation. But FaZe, the quick little hop, takes down Slayer. And Snake, he is left all alone. There shouldn't really be any way to get out of the situation. But FaZe, he's going to go ahead and let up for just a moment. But that flash just isolates Snake into this pit.
Now a bit of a fight coming in. Snake trying everything he can, but low HP, just not going to matter, and 7 will get it done. So GV, once again, will find themselves in a great lead here to find themselves at least 2 rounds and bouncing back just a little bit more. And again, who other than Creeds, man? He's able to get himself those multi-kills in the early game, getting things moving a little bit more here for GV. Now 3BL, a question of what do they want to do differently, right? I mean, do they want to try something little unorthodox, turn things up just another notch maybe? Not too sure, but 3BL instead will just kind of play their regular default setup here, just kind of post it up, waiting to see. But it's actually GV that had committed 3 players in this A site. So they're anticipating a bit of a big hit here. And they might be right, because, I mean, 3BL, they're grouped up in A main. They're kind of looking like they could be entertaining this idea.
Yeah, for 3BL, The name of the game now is trying to get that information as to how many players are actually on that B site. And I like this play call to try and go through mid first and see if there's any defenders on that side of the map. And they've got a really good read on it here. There's no one actually holding on to mid for GV. So if they can sneak a couple players across the map, they might be able to find a nice opening to swing back towards this B bomb site. You can see Awesome starting to think about maybe rotating away here. The bomb's still in that A connector position, but there's a lot of forward control now for 3BL. They've got 2 players pushed up in the B tunnels, just trying to work their way slowly up there, but they are really running down this clock. But this is the name of the game for them. They're waiting to see if a mistake's made and slowly gathering that information. And now that they know nobody's contesting them on mid, they're going to set up a split towards this B bomb site.
Yeah, I like the change of pace here, though, and I like the idea that they're going to try to do a bit of a split here. Snock's still putting a little bit more of that fighting aggression onto this, but it's a question if he's going to be ready for this. His teammates close on by to help out, and Snox, he's able to come up massive with 3. Just lights out coming in. Slayer's trying to do something a little bit cheeky, but not going to happen at all. And GV, they seem to be reacting well to this loss on the first map, and they are trying to make a statement now here with 3.
Yeah, so far, great firepower being shown from GV on the GR side. And to be fair, this is kind of what we saw on Subbase. They had a really strong GR half. They won at 6-3, but then they could not piece together the rounds on their BL side. So for GV, this is a must-win half, and 7 brings out the able to find 2 opening kills. FaZe as well, good for a 3rd. Finally, Slayer able to punish them a little bit in this round, but it's still already a 2-on-4 situation. Snare going to be caught out as well. Slayer has to do it all now. He may have found 2. It's not going to be enough. Is GV 4-1 now in the lead?
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Like, again, there was a lot of question I was saying before we started this game was like, look, like how well can 3BL play the Blacklist side, right? Because I always felt like, and I think we both agree, is that their GR side is the best, right? That's the moneymaker. That's what they do to get themselves back in games. But again, it's always the Blacklist side that seems to be the tough and challenging point for these guys. But again, Ankara has been really up and down for them in the past and really had to fight deep, like we talked about. Even though they were undefeated last season, there was lots of moments where they, even on this map, where they had to really fight themselves back into it. But GV now going into a bit of a similar situation where they're getting themselves a lead, but it's going to be a question if they can maintain it. One more round needed to get themselves a secured first half. But 3BL waiting to see if any over-aggression going to come through. Possibly Slayer and also FaZe close on by to each other. Slayer gets the timing. Oh man, this could be absolutely everything. This is going to be huge. FaZe should have no idea at all, and he does. And there it is, and Slayer gets himself a great start, but a good trade comes in from Snox once again. Somebody just popping off, and he's sitting at 9 frags right now, Kyle.
Yeah, Snox really having a great half to start off this map. And that's kind of been the story for GV so far, though. The setups, they've actually looked like they should be punished a lot more, but the individual shots are just phenomenal so far on this GR half. 7 with a nice tap, takes down Horus, gets the numbers back for GV. They still have their whole team as well stacked to defend this A bomb site. 7 good for yet another kill in this round. And now Snare and Totson are left to try and find something here, but it's going to have to be huge. Creeds gets the trade, and now Totson, he's left alone in a 1-on-2.
Well, if it's anybody, Totson can definitely do it. I mean, he's been a little bit quiet here for this game, but he tries to find a bit of a quick jiggle peek here onto 7, but not going to matter. And GV now has secured the half here with a 5-1 scoreline. Absolutely phenomenal. And here we go again. Now we can just see 3BL. They're chatting. The hands are moving. Gestures are there. People are getting a little bit frustrated. And rightfully so, though, right? I mean, this is the situation where, again, like their Blacklist side seems to be the really tough point for them. They need to figure out how to get over this hurdle, and GV have now secured the half. They put themselves in a great position, but it seems like when we have these timeouts, 3BL do usually find themselves a way to get back into the game, but man, they must be having some tough conversation right now.
Yeah, you can see Snake and Snare kind of going at it, trying to figure out what they can do to change things up because they're losing a lot of precious moments here. Every single round that slips away from them, it's a 5-1 already, and this is a BL-sided map. So for GV, they've got a lot of comfort already knowing they've secured this half, but if they can make a huge dent in the scoreboard to carry over with them, it's going to make it that much harder to recover on the GR side for 3BL, because even though they are a strong GR-sided team, if you give 6 or 7 on a map like this to GV, it's a much different story than Subbase because it's not as 50-50 of a map.
Yeah, is that Snare? Is that Snare that's like moving his hands like crazy right now? I think that is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, no, I just love it. But again, that it's hard to read, right? Like we're seeing the same thing you are, right? So I mean, it's easy to say like, look, like there's a lot of body language in this. There clearly is some frustration. I feel like Snare's probably talking about maybe there's situations about positions or timings of something, right? And you can see some of these other players are just kind of sitting there contently, just listening, processing everything they need to. And then also you're kind of dealing with the conversation internally about, okay, what else do I myself as the player need to do differently, right? And you can even see it right here, like stone cold, right? Seven's looking just straight at the monitor, not moving a muscle. Okay, there we go. He's back. There we go. He's back. I was going to say maybe he's frozen, but he's here. And then even Creed's just kind of chatting away a little bit. But there's a very different conversation, very different body language we're seeing from both these teams. But again, it makes sense. 3BL, they're back in the deficit once again.
And now we've got to see if they can recover in the same fashion outside of Subbase. They've been able to do it on that map twice already in the season, but it's also a scary sign if you have to be in that recovery position on most of the maps you're playing throughout the season. So for 3BL, as much as they can do it, I'm sure the frustration is, why do we have to? We're a strong team. Why are we in this position where it's already a 1-5 score against us? So hopefully coming out of this pause, they've really got something pieced together to try and change it up, but it's going to be a quick A with only one defender as the choice here. 7 at least able to take down Slayer as he falls here, setting up the 4-on-4 retake. But 3BL, it's a good change of pace for the free plant. Oh, but FaZe makes it not so free there, the edge of the smoke, going to devastate Horus.
Man, that's huge. And now they're just going to try to barrel in. They throw in some flashes, and 3BL win the engagement so far. And Awesome's trying everything he can, and Creed's is coming in as well, leaving it just down to Snare. But it's awesome to put a pistol to the gunfight. And despite through the deficits of that situation, GV come out again here, maintaining this course here of consecutive rounds in a row. We're sitting at a 6-1, 3BL. They try to change something up with a very basic execute. It was the right idea too, right? I mean, 7 was the only player in that site, but the post plan is where it just fell apart. They just couldn't find the frags. They couldn't find the positionings. And even here now, they're trying to do it one more time. They want to get themselves into this situation. They're trying to get things done. They want to get in your face and aggressive, but Slayer's just run by the player and he gets away with another duel. And now pistols galore coming in from GV. Now they're down in the deficits here for the retake. Is it a question if they can get this thing done? I have no idea, Kyle, but I don't know how they do it again. How is Creed's in a position to win this? And the bomb is dropped too. This insult to injury. This is absolute madness. And now Snox by himself to bring it into a 1v1. Oh my dear goodness. Totson down to critical HP, needing to do something, and he will be able to find it through all of that mayhem.
Another very close round, but this time, thankfully for 3BL, they're able to find it, but still, it's a 6-2 half on their hands, and they have to find this final round to have a fighting chance going into the second half. I feel like for Snare, things have been kind of hot and cold, and at this point in time, GV, they still have a hold on this map. It's going to be a 4-on-5 situation. 7 down and out of the picture as well after that mid-fight going the way of Snare. It's going to give them that confidence to try and push, but Awesome, the double kill shuts it down along with FaZe picking up the third. Slayer and Snare trying to pick up the pieces, but it could be too far gone. But just as I say that, Slayer turns it around, equalizes to the 2-on-2.
Yeah, who other than Slayer, right? I mean, he's able to get himself back into the double kills here, so this is good. So a 2v2. Now we're up to see with the positioning coming in with 1 minute and 30 remaining what 3BL want to do with this. I mean, they are going to group up. They should be. But look at the defense. It's a little bit from one on the top end, one on the bottom end here. And FaZe, he gets a bit aggressive. Snare hits a beautiful shot now. They have an option. They can cut through this, go towards A. Now they know exactly where Creeds is. They should be able to get across. They're not even get the plant down. Slayer's just going to frag out. And there we have it. 3BL. They at least get themselves a couple rounds to finish this thing off here for the first half. But man, oh man, was that an absolute grind for them. But what else do we know, Kyle? We know that's what they like to do.
Yeah, and if anything is to be taken away from that first map, 6-3 being down is enough for 3BL to win a map. So it's really going to come down to GV having a better performance this time on their BL side if they in fact want to close this out, because we know 3BL, they're going to come in hungry the second half. They know GR is the side they feel a little bit more comfortable on, and they're going to look a little bit better going into that second half. But for GV, if they just make some minor adjustments, they can close this one out. They only need 4 rounds to go their way.
Yeah, and that's a really good thing you brought up, right? Like, I mean, I think that's the funny thing, because we were saying, like, they're such a strong GR-sided team that even them losing the first half, like 6-3, it's fine. Like, it was the fact before on the same thing where GV were able to win the half, like, I think it was 6-3, if I'm not mistaken. So it was a very dominant half for them, but, like, they're kind of doing the exact same thing. But now the question is, like, can 3BL kind of do what they normally do and pull things back from being in a deficit? And honestly, I would say, yeah, like, I think they've proven this over and over again that they can, but they somehow make it hard for themselves. But we'll see. And I mean, this is the thing where maybe GV are having these conversations to change things up just a little bit to adjust it, but it's a tough decision. It's a tough thing to see, but we should be finding out here momentarily. There was some good conversation happening here from 3BL, but we're right back into the game now, and we're about to find out.
Yeah, let's see if GV can do it now on the BL side. It's going to be the true test for them to try and close out their first map win of this season. It's been a tough road to try and get it to that point. And with 3BL on the GR, it's not going to get much easier to try and cross that finish line. Slayer already pushing up for that B-long control position. He's going to hold on to it, playing patiently in the corner pocket outside of Hotel. You can see the rest of GV kind of poking and prodding towards this A side of the map. Creed's looking for that pick onto A top, but Slayer goes for the wide swing, catches 7 alone. A great way to start off the round.
Yeah, that's what they needed, right? I mean, 3BL are, again, relying the old faithful like we talked about here on the GR side, so they just need to be able to get themselves a good kickstart. Slayer finding that opening engagement is definitely going to be a good start here for them. Another smoke coming in from main, just going to block things over. GV are on the other side of this, so they haven't backpedaled on it yet fully. FaZe just getting a bit of a spidey sense that maybe someone's close on by, but little does he know it's going to be nobody at all. So they are going to regroup for this. A little bit of nades coming in from Creeds in mid, just kind of, again, baiting something out. Snox has got himself crossed. Totson, oh no! He's allowed a little bit of a timing. And GV, just like that. That micro, within a second, it just happens. And look at them now. They got themselves in a sight, and 3BL, they're on a full retake. This is down to Snare and Slayer to do something magnificent on a 2-on-4.
Yeah, really tough situation. Totson kind of dropping the ball, but Snare catches the planter, and that is massive for this round. If they can close it out now, the plant has to go down, but they're very scared of what Snare might do from this position now. Slayer as well coming in for this.
19 seconds.
The utility should at least clear the space they need for this plant. Now it's a race against the clock. Snox and Awesome playing on the corner box. FaZe playing across the way underneath, but Slayer has to connect on these shots. The flash going to be set up, but the timing just devastating, and that is unfortunate. Caught with the flash in hand, they'll be sprayed down.
Man, that is crazy. Honestly, again, let's not forget, like, that's the thing about, when you're in these kind of tight games like this, I mean, that timing was insane, because Totson was waiting for that kind of an angle. He was playing behind the box, and he literally turned right to look at main, and the fact that, I can't remember who it was, I think it was Snox, he was able to get himself across in the sight, and, like, it's just like a ghost. Like, he just kind of appeared, and everybody's like, wait, what the hell is going on? Like, why is this guy in the sight? And then it just fell apart so quickly, right? You could just see the cookie was crumbling, and, man, that is a split-second decision that just cost around for 3BL, and that's one of the worst feelings in the world, especially for someone that was playing a critical spot. But maybe Totson's going to be able to find something to bring it back for him. GV kind of toying with us to entertain the idea of maybe another A hit. It was successful, but could it be again?
It's possible here, but right now, they're also just testing the patience of 3BL, seeing if that frustration is going to sink in and allow them a chance to steal this map away. Because that last round has to be pretty infuriating. I mean, you had Totson making that key mistake, allowing the players up A stairs, and then you have the getting caught with the flash out from Slayer as well. And it's just those small things that can compound against you, and GV taking full advantage of them, finding Slayer as well. Again, in this round, the double arms working nicely between Seven and FaZe. I've actually been pretty impressed with Seven's versatility today. It's not something we really saw on day one.
Yeah, I do like it too. I'm glad you brought that up because, again, the double arms coming in from GV, really, really cool to see. And Seven now kind of utilizing that too. Let's see if it comes into effect. Creed's going to go down. Snare now getting himself a better position, repositions himself. Awesome actually does take down Snake, and he was playing in a really good spot in the site, but not going to be enough here. So GV will get this plant through. 3BL down the numbers here with 30 seconds remaining. FaZe even playing more aggressive as well. A little bit of a pop flash that does actually work out for his favor. I thought that might not have, but okay. GV are making things very interesting now. This Blacklist side is honestly showing us that they are ready to play, and 3BL, they're not doing what they normally do, and things are starting to build up here. The pressure is starting to cook a little bit more.
Tough spot, 8-3, yet to find a round in this second half, but 3BL, once they get that momentum, they can go on a streak. GV, if they want to win this, they've got to put it to a close before that opportunity arises. They've got to keep 3BL with their backs against the wall here, because that is the best way to shut down this team, because they're all about that momentum, and right now they don't have any of it. And I really like what GV's doing in the early round here, forcing 3BL to over-aggress, and this is normally a team that's pretty reserved on the GR side, but you can tell they're getting anxious.
Well, they are. I mean, this is the thing. Like, I mean, we talked about like how much perseverance they have when they're able to pull things back in, and I don't know, man. This thing is looking like GV are starting to really cook with some good gas right now. And they're starting to win opening engagements. They're starting to do things quite well. And 3BL, they just don't look like they have any sort of a system right now for the defense on this, where typically we say they're arguably the best GR-sided team. And now Snare coming in. Slayer finds himself that second. That's going to be the bomb dropped. And Slayer trying everything he can. He will be able to find it, but Snake gets himself a double through the wall. Okay, 3BL. They pull something out of the hat. They keep themselves alive here. The wound is not too deep yet, but again, they have the longest road ahead of them, and that's even just talking about a tied game.
It's not going to be easy, but on the GR, 3BL, they'll always have a chance until GV hits 10 here. They're such a good team at finding the way to adapt, and in this one, it's going to be a 1-for-1. Slayer goes down. You can see Snake trying to sneak up here, but Seven should be able to get the trade, but he actually misses the shots. A crucial error. Now Snake able to get out with his life, and this is exactly what 3BL needed in this round. It's an early 4-on-3 advantage. The only issue is they are still very spread out on this defense.
Oh, Horus, he's going to be able to find that one too. Seven, again, just trying to look for something. And now Snare gets himself a perfect timing, takes the back here of Awesome, and none finds the secondary one too. Okay. All right, so 3BL now finding themselves a little bit more of that rhythm here, maybe, but GV going to double arm again. FaZe and Seven going to utilize this. What do we see differently from them now? I mean, this is where we've been impressed with it. But now this is where the pressure's starting to get up, and this is where we've said over and over again that 3BL are a team that they thrive in pressure, apparently. And they're starting to make it potentially a fact, but they still got themselves a long journey for that. GV kind of going a 1-3-1 here for the setup on the attack. mid is quite open, so Snake kind of just playing in B site, swatting mid as well. So it's a bit of a passive, positioning, but GV, they're taking full advantage of this, though. I really like that they're engaging on this, and Seven even able to find himself. Snare being ultra aggressive, getting information. Look at that patience, man.
Yeah, really good play from Seven over towards B long. Snare being down and out is a huge key player out of the mix for 3BL, making it that much harder to close out this round. You can see Snake wanting to get that information, but it's going to come with a price. FaZe takes him down, and now GV have a huge advantage, and already Slayer trying to sneak past is actually going to get between Seven and the rest of the team, but it doesn't matter. They're going to hold the line anyways. Nobody goes down for GV, and they'll move this one to match point.
Oh, hot diggity dog. We are on a situation now, folks. Okay, we talked about GV maybe not even able to get points on the board this weekend. Now it's a conversation that they might even be able to find themselves a victory here, splitting the top team in the league, a team that has been in an undefeated streak for quite some time, and they might be able to take that notch away from them now. So this is so big, right? I mean, this goes so deep. And now 3BL really going to have to show us this championship form if they want to keep themselves in this game. 4 needed to push overtime, which would be the second time of the day for us, but it just seems like we're running out of gas here for 3BL. I just feel like the firepower doesn't feel like it's there right now, Kyle. It feels a bit lackluster.
Yeah, right now 3BL, something feels a little bit off here and how they're playing in this second map. Meanwhile, GV, they're starting to hit their stride here, being able to stall that momentum from 3BL early on before it got them too many rounds back to back, and that's exactly what they needed to show they could do here, because I was worried when we saw 3BL start to piece these rounds together on the GR that they might just find them all, but GV, they're still hitting their stride here in the second half. FaZe almost able to catch a player on the top of the A bomb side, but 3BL, they're playing this one extremely safe. They know any overcommitment here might result in the round being taken away.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's again a good point you bring up, because there's so much pressure for GV to get this thing closed, but it's also even just more pressure here for 3BL that they have to be so careful on this, because again, them losing one player could cost them the whole game. Vice versa right now for GV, but at least for GV's sake, they got a little bit of wiggle room, whereas 3BL, they don't. Like, this is all about making critical decisions, all the best choices right now. And that's going to be a big question if they can do that. And they are on this GR side, and GV now coming through middle, and Snake's able to get something moving a little bit here with one opening engagement. Can it be enough, though? Snare might not expect somebody to be this close. Horus able to help him out, too. Plants coming in. They're actually going to get the planter. And 3BL will keep themselves in this, and they only lose the cost of Snake, but they're still in this game, Kyle. They react very well to that pressure.
Yeah, really solid presence there on the mid-hold from 3BL, but at the same time, GV, I feel like they've got to learn, just don't go mid-stairs. Anytime they go anywhere else, it's been a very winnable situation. They just can't win these fights on that mid. So I feel like GV, they need to go for a bit of an aggressive play straight onto one of these sites, and it does seem like they're leaning in the direction of this B side of the map. They're trying to get Slayer to overcommit here, and I think they might find this. There's 4 players ready to peek, and that flash is perfect. 7 able to find Slayer overextending just a little bit, and now that leaves a very difficult position for Snare to hold on to. Snare able to fall off with a kill, though, equalizing for the moment, but there's still not a whole lot of control left for GV to work with.
I do like the fact that, again, you made a really good point about this, is the fact that, they went for that aggression. They take down Slayer. That was really, really nice. Just get rid of him. It is going to be the cost of losing Snox, right? But, I mean, at the same time, though, like, it keeps now 3BL more of a guessing game. And like I said, when you're on the GR side and you lose those numbers, it just makes it so much more of a guessing game. And you're just trying so hard to, like, figure out what is the best position that I should be playing. And right now they're kind of doubling up in the sites, leaving a bit more openness here for some of the parts of the map, like mid and A main. But Snare even playing a bit more aggressive by himself now, trying to see we might be able to find 7, I think maybe wouldn't have spotted Snake yet. Waiting things out. Now there's only 50 seconds remaining on this, so GV, they have to get moving. They need to be able to find something on this right now, and even now with 7 going down, that could be the bit of the blunder.
It's going to make it a lot more difficult to push through, but they still have a chance if they can find Snare, but no, Snare going to find Awesome first, make it a double kill, and the C4. Creed's, it's a 1-on-4 situation now. Not a whole lot he's going to be able to do. He does know at least Snare is in this position, but there's not a whole lot of time to do anything else here. 15 seconds on the clock. Has to just double back instantly to the B bomb side, and even then, he still might not have enough time to get this plant off because he does have to take a fight or two first in the process, but Creed's able to hit himself at least one more shot before going down. And that'll be another one for 3BL, and that's why I've said all along, you can't assume this one's over if you're GV until you see 10 on the board, because 3BL, they're not done yet.
Man, it's so true. It is honestly so true, and that's the thing about GV right now. Like, they're licking their lips, man. They're on the taste of victory, and that's the thing about 3BL, man. They will fight you to the bitter end. So that's the thing where GV have to kind of realize. I said they had a bit of comfort on this, but that comfort is starting to get a little tight now. It's starting to not really fit as nicely as before, but my God, okay. 3BL still have 2 more rounds to get themselves into an overtime conversation. GV, again, only 1 to get this thing done, getting themselves some points on the board and making even more of a bit of a landmark against 3BL with their streak and their dominance they showed from last season. And even more aggression coming in from Slayer too. Like, he's pushed down on B long. Like, he hasn't pushed through door, but he's definitely, again, still putting a lot of pressure on that doorway, waiting things out. GV, again, grouped up in mid right now. Like, Snox does have some good control of the stairs, but they've been loving this position. And I mean, this is a little bit more pressure for Snake now. If he gets taken out, this kind of puts them in a bit of a blunting moment right now.
Though the scary thing is them trying to go mid again. It's not worked this entire half so far, but maybe they've got a bit of nuance they can throw into the mix here. Snake hiding behind the wall. The flash does catch him, but it's still Slayer to find the first. Snox able to find the second quickly on to Snare, but FaZe misses a crucial connection. Able to get out with just 8 HP, but this is still a very awkward fight now on the GR spawn. FaZe going to flash out as the bomb gets planted on B, but Totson going to get caught trying to re-aggress. Horus able to find one, but it's actually Slayer on the flank that I don't think they're quite ready for here. Snake and Horus are going to try and explode out of the GR spawn. They're able to find one between the two of them, make it all the remaining kills going the way of Slayer. That flank just perfectly timed. And 3BL, this is their chance to go the full distance now and send it into OT.
Oh my goodness, man. How can you not be excited? We talked about this is probably one of the sickest matchups just about history and like what we know what these two teams can do. And okay, 3BL, they are finding their way through these thick and deep waters right now, getting themselves back into a game. And now that conversation is almost a reality here. They're pushing overtime here and GV needing to find something. And this is where frustration will kind of seep in a little bit because they just haven't been able to close out. And 3BL seem to just react well to this. But look at how passive they are. 2-1-2 coming in again. Slayer readjusting his position as well. Totson, he's been in a top spot here with this one. Hasn't been really effective to find much at all. He hasn't been able to find a frag in his ability since we had that little bit of a break. So now GV surely must know that A was kind of their better site. I'm surprised they keep going for this mid B hit. So I'd imagine for them they want to go for A, but at the same time, like 3BL know like that has been kind of the weak point mainly in this game. So we'll see if they adjust.
Yeah, I feel like if you're GV, you almost have to go A here. Both A players have struggled quite a bit on the defense of that site. They've only had a winning chance when they've 3-stacked it, which they aren't going to have in this round, but they do have to be always cautious of Slayer. And I think that's the one player they're really worried about at this point, because on the retake, he's very tough to deal with, constantly finding those openings for 3BL to get back in with. But Totson going to be feeling some pressure here, but it's actually Creeds and 7 were trying to poke around in mid onto Snake, took him down to 46 HP. A good diversion, but if it leads to this mid push again, I don't know if this is the best idea, but they're going to do it anyways. The flash comes through. Snake, he's in this corner. Can they finally get a mid push to go their way? It's not looking too great to start it off. Snake already good for 2. Creed's able to get the bomb planted, but Snox could be the saving grace here. Able to find a double kill before going down, but it's still a 2-on-3.
Yeah, the 2-on-3, and again, now this has now come all down to Awesome by himself. Someone that's been able to have aces, someone that's been able to do some big work. He's able to find the one. Can he be able to find a little bit more? Slayer taking some damage. Oh, dear God, no. Totson giving himself away. Slayer now needing to be a hero for 3BL, comes in for the defuse. He's just going to tap it away, and Awesome able to come up big, and they're able to get themselves done right to the maximum round. My God, GV, get it done, but man, oh man, did they have to make that one interesting.
Oh my goodness. What a way to bring this one to a close. Awesome clutching it all the way through for GV, but that is way too close for comfort. But for 3BL, that's going to be a 1v3 that might haunt them for a while, because it takes them out of that number 1 spot potentially if LCK can later on today close with a 2-0 themselves. But if we see a 1-1 in that series, we could have a very close season across the board here, because it just goes to show you that nobody's really safe right now.
Man, no kidding at all. And I mean, you got to, okay, so on the one side of the coin, you got to give it to 3BL, right? I mean, we were talking a massive scoreline that they had to go back through. So the fact that they pushed this thing to a 10-8, absolutely phenomenal. But I mean, I agree with you. I think Awesome, the one thing I love about seeing him play is, like, there's games where he's just kind of getting these like random frags, these impactful kills, but he's not a flashy guy. He's not a guy that's going to just, you know, be the star player all the time, but like he gets these moments out of nowhere where he can be the star, and that clutch is going to haunt 3BL. Like, that is going to be the most frustrating thing that they have to deal with, and now they have to go back to the drawing board and figure out they have to do a little bit differently. But at the same time, what I was going to go with the other side of the coin is, I think for 3BL, this actually might not be a bad thing, because teams that are on an undefeated streak, teams that are kind of going on a big winning streak, it's kind of nice to get that loss, because then you kind of can sit back, take it in, that pressure's off of you, and then it's just, you know, win out for the rest if you can, right? So I think that might be better, just because that pressure does start to get to you, and that expectation starts to get really stressful. So, and they almost brought it back to OT, which is just insane.
Yeah, honestly, just an incredible performance across the board, but GV able to push themselves into their first map win of the season, and I'm sure they're going to be thankful for that, because a lot of these other teams might actually go 0-4 in that position where they have to play these two teams back to back, because it's a difficult task to think you're going to beat either one of them. So even a 1-1 split is something against a 3BL or an LCK. You're going to feel pretty good in that situation, especially with how good this team looked. I would say outside of the top 2, I would now give them a really strong chance in beating almost anyone else.
Yeah, and I think the fact that they are able to really get bigger improvements so quickly, like I think from yesterday, and then really just looking way better today, is just makes me more excited to see GV playing. Like, I mean, the first map loss here today was a 10-7 against them, but it was still close, man. Like, there was still a conversation where they could have even won that too, but now it's kind of making me raise the question about what GV can do later in this season and what they can bring to the table. And I think we're starting to see some quick improvement and kind of them getting back into their own winning ways potentially. So this is what we, you know, I forget which player talked about it in one of our videos, but they said, look, the competition is really fierce. I think it was Loons from Lazarus, and honestly, he couldn't be more right. We're seeing clearly there's so much to unpack right here.
I mean, right now, it's looking closer than ever, because there's the potential we come out of the first weekend with no team being undefeated, which hasn't happened in a very long time. LCK is currently the only team left that hasn't yet lost a map, and even then, they're going up against unKnights, and I see a world where that could easily be a 1-1 split scenario as well. So for a lot of these teams, it's not just about what happens in week number 1, it's what you do to prepare for those second round meetups, because I have a feeling we're going to have a very close-knit season on our hands after today's matches.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, that's the thing. Like, I think we're going to see a lot more happening here in the later portion of the season. Again, let's not forget, this is the first weekend. So it's so exciting to see like what kind of action we're already getting, and that competition is just going to get more and more fierce. But man, these stats definitely paint a bit of an interesting picture. And, you know, it's unfortunate too, because I know Totson really had himself a difficult game. And I mean, he played some of those critical positions where he just wasn't able to find it. And that's just sometimes luck of the draw, right? Like, there is those games where you just really can't find anything going your way and things are just going against you. It's the most frustrating thing, but we've seen him do amazing things. So that's the other thing for 3BL. Like, I hope they don't take this loss with a ton of, like, you know, frustration and anger. I think they were just a bit off today. They weren't really themselves, but like I said, it might be a silver lining here for them to just kind of be a little bit more relieved that they don't have to stress about this undefeated streak. And Faye's actually going to be the MVP, which is that must have been really close between a couple players.
Yeah, honestly, GV across the board, I feel like there's moments you could have pointed to just about anyone on that lineup as being the key player. But I think for FaZe, the big difference was just the consistency across the day. He was always getting that 1 to 2 picks per round that the team needed to have that stability in this match. Snare, though, actually going to earn himself an MVP here. The thing is with Snare, though, like, he's always going to be bringing that A game to the table. It's just these other wild cards in the mix for 3BL that have left some things to be desired after today. I'd say Totson specifically comes to mind as that player that I'd love to see a step up going into the next match, because when Totson is hitting his stride, I actually think he's one of the best riflers in the league.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, that's what I was just kind of mentioning before. You know, I feel bad for him because it's like he can do some good things and he can be a strong rifler and he can be one of those guys that can be a difference maker, but it just wasn't meant to be on Akara, and you could clearly see it. And he kind of just looked, you know, very monotone. Like, I think you could tell internally he was just like, hey, I got to figure something out, and it just wasn't going his way. So unfortunately, bit of an off day for them, but either way, that's going to be an exciting series that goes into the 1-1. Now we get to move it ourselves into a whole other series here, as it'll be the third of the day. So we're going to take that little bit of a break as we're going to get ready to go here. We're going to just show you a little bit of what's going on here with unKnights and LCK. And again, like you said earlier, this is going to be a pretty fun matchup, just because unKnights historically have been able to, you know, show us some pretty great things, but can they do that against a team like LCK that looks pretty scary earlier on? I have no idea.
As we take a look at the standings as well, you can see how close it's truly getting. I mean, so many teams sitting around that 1 draw mark, and having even just 1 win under your belt coming out of this weekend is going to be a huge points advantage for anyone who can find 2-0s, because the majority are going to be sitting at that 1 to 2 point mark coming out of this weekend. And, you know, currently, because of all of that mix-up, Swamp Gaming is currently sitting in that 3rd place position behind LCK and 3BL, because they've had some pretty good performances in their 1-1 splits. So I definitely think it's going to be an interesting season on our hands, but I'm more interested to see what happens with LCK today, because I'm actually kind of hoping we see another 1-1 just to make this season very, very interesting moving forward.
Yeah, and it very well could be. And I mean, I think that's just going to be a matter of what's going to happen after this break, because again, I think that's going to be really important to see if LCK can be dominant, or does the tale of splitting things off with a 1-1 continue. But I guess we'll have to find out, and we'll see you guys in just a little bit as we get ready for the 3rd series of the day.
One, there's another right on top of you there, Stocksy. He's just doing what he's doing. Has to get at least 1, good for 1, good for 2, Green's good for 3. But again, he can't find more than 1, but it's HCT! one. There's another right on top of you there, Spoxy. When HPV is just doing what he's doing. Has to get at least one. Good for one. Good for two. Greens. Good for three. But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HPV.
All right, here we are, match number 3, just about ready to go. And so far, it has already been quite the day. Back-to-back 1-1 splits. GV pulling off a big win to close out that last series with a 1-1. But now the question remains, will there be an undefeated team at the end of today? And it's going to be up to LCK to ultimately decide that, but unKnights a tough opponent to believe that's possible against, especially considering this was the team that spoiled them from making the finals in the playoffs of Season 1.
Yeah, it's so true, man. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's a tough conversation because I think, you know, for unKnights, we're seeing a little bit of their abilities, but at the same time, you know, I just don't know if I'm fully convinced yet, really. Like, and I don't want to be too blunt about it, but I think they have a lot of work cut out for them right now. And I mean, they have their roster in place. They've had some adjustments made. They've been able to go to a LAN. I was kind of hoping we'd be able to see a bit more of improvement that quickly. But I mean, at the other side, I mean, we'll have to see, you know, what they can do against a top tier team like LCK. And LCK looked really, really good yesterday. And they were going against GV, where it was a 10-3 win for them. And also that 10-7. So I think, yeah, it's going to be a question if it can be a 2-0 or maybe these one-on-ones come through. But I'm kind of still leaning on LCK to bring things through for a 2-0.
Yeah, I feel like they are probably the stronger team coming into this one, even with that playoff loss to unKnights. They definitely seem more than ready to tackle this season based on what we saw in day number 1, whereas unKnights, they looked a little bit shaky in their opening day. They dropped a map in that series, and it was kind of all over the place, and I feel like unKnights is looking like the scrappy team of this season. Last season, it was kind of Encore falling into that trap, and this time unKnights, they just don't seem super consistent across the board just yet. But looking at the map pool, it is going to be Port and Compound, which I actually think is pretty favorable for LCK as well. I mean, these maps are 2 of their strongest. Compound looked pretty good their match yesterday, though it was a little bit closer than what we saw on their first map. I still think this one leans pretty handedly in their favor. The big wild card for me is really just how are the snipers going to match up in this one today, because that's where unKnights has a nice little advantage, I think, and that's Alucard.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think Alucard played really, really well yesterday, right? And I think that's where I was pretty impressed with him and stuff like that. But I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what he's going to be able to do, but we're going to go right into it. So we're not going to mess around. There's not going to be any more delays for this one, and LCK are going to have to show us if they can still be a dominant force on this. And unKnights now, I think they're more than the proving a point, you know, a bit of a status right now to see what they can do to get themselves in this game. And it's already a decent start. HCZ able to get things done, and Flex getting a little bit, you know, cheeky with his lurks, a little bit of aggression, and he'll get punished for it early on.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that I think unKnights is really good at against LCK, and ultimately why they were able to beat them in those playoffs is they're one of the best teams at understanding how Flex likes to play and making that a non-factor for them. So I feel like Flex, if he's ever going to have to change it up, this is one of the teams he has to play a little bit differently against, because unKnights always seems to be really prepared for counter-aggressive plays and able to shut them down, but Spoxy able to answer right back. Opening frag on to Kiko, looking for more. Beck, though, a little bit hesitant on this push, but here comes the late peek. Spoxy good for a second, looking for that third onto Alucard, but it's Dezane who swoops in, able to find one, but HCZ somehow still alive here on the back of site. Pietro sneaks in on the flank as well, and Dezane and Spoxy, they're now the ones trapped on this bomb side, and Pietro and HCZ, they might have a chance to turn it around, and they will. Pietro from above gets it done.
Yeah, I love to see it. And Pietro was somebody that, you know, we were talking a little bit about as well from yesterday. Is just, we wanted to see more from him. We wanted to be able to see what he can do, and he was putting himself up in some decent stats. Even the one win they had, you know, against Anubis with the 10-6, he was sitting at that 1.20. His, survival rate was pretty good. His HK was pretty good. So I'm glad to see the Pietro still kind of just being the way he is, but I kind of want to see a little bit more of him, right? Because I think there was a map where he was a little bit more absent. But that's a great start for him already. Him and HCZ, the only two players to get frags for unKnights to get themselves that first round. LCK, unfortunately, it looked a little bit discombobulated a little bit, but they react and they can get themselves back in this game pretty easily. unKnights, like you said, I've had a really good read of playing a team like LCK where in the playoffs, like you said, they know a lot of gimmicks of what LCK like to do. So I think LCK gonna have to be aware of that, right? They have to kind of be in the mindset of, let's play a little different than we normally do.
Yeah, right now for LCK, this little change up in this round at least. With this 4-man stack towards the B tunnels, it does leave a little bit of an opening if this B anchor goes down too early, but overall, I really do like this setup coming out from LCK. It forces Flex to play in a situation where he has to trade, which, as we know for him, can sometimes be a bit of a tough ask, but I'm glad he's adapting to the playstyle he's up against here. He's trying to take the fight underneath, but it's actually Spoxy who's getting tested over on this A bomb side once again, able to find the first Lion Claw, able to support it, but Spoxy good for 2 before going down. HCZ still in control here with Alucard towards the side of the map. Flex trying to help this one get recovered, but they've got the numbers to do it. Alucard goes down to Lion Claw, and HCZ, there is nowhere to run here from this A connector box. He's going to be taken down and out in the quick trade.
Great reaction coming in from LCK. Love to see it. The fact that they're able to bring things back like that, bringing it to the 1-1, switching things up just enough. It was perfect. And now, a little bit of sigh of relief here as, again, the goose egg's gone. They can just get themselves back into an even game. Rifles across the board here with the 1 for Alucard, of course. But LCK, I do wonder if they want to switch things up a little bit more, because they are doing a 1-2-2. Having Raffin kind of, again, just, jiggling through B main, a little bit of support with him close on by, but will it be enough? And do unKnights really want to attest this yet? And again, they are just holding position right now. They are not even the thought of pushing anything right now. Deep smoke coming on the bridge, but now they're finally going to make a little bit of a move. But they are taking this very slow and steady. They are not messing around here.
unKnights, no. It's a tough map to get those BL rounds on. They've got to play it a little bit slower, try and draw out the picks, but LCK doing a great job since that first round of making it that much harder to find those openings. You can see Raffin taking a little bit of early damage, but he's able to sneak away and tuck into the lower B tunnels. They are getting a little bit more forward towards this A long position. You can see Flex starting to creep up, but Raffin, this is really the key position here, but he's going to be taken down a little bit too early. But Zane, look at the reaction there. A triple kill spray down, leaving Beck alone to try and fight his way out of this one, but the flank's already coming through. Flex, he's already right behind Beck, and he has no idea. And that's another great response from LCK on the rotation.
Yeah, what an absolute mowdown. Zane comes in big again. You love to see it. He was somebody that actually put up some massive numbers yesterday against a team like GV. Him and Flex were actually kind of leading this. I mean, Flex was sitting at like 3.6 or something. It was absolute mayhem. But this is becoming a bit more mayhem. Is now unKnights. They're just trying to barrel into the site. Flex now finding himself the double here with the Yom. And unKnights now having to backpedal on it. And actually a little consolation prize with a nade, but still an advantage here for LCK. And you can see unKnights now having to regroup their thoughts, having to play a lot differently. They tried to get, fast and furious, but now they're going to have to throw on the E-brake, and they're going to have to just figure things out a little bit differently for this one. unKnights now, a lot of decisions to make, but lots of time to work with. And LCK, in this kind of a situation, it's good to see that they're not being overzealous. They are kind of putting a little bit of reliance on Flex, just posting up on A by himself, double up with Zane and also Lion Claw. This is a really nice setup from LCK. It's all about if unKnights can be able to find a bit of an opener, a bit of a shot. That C4 is all the way in the back corner of the map. So these guys are, again, just looking for a pick, looking for something maybe to work with, and they have no trade opportunity at all.
Yeah, right now, LCK, Got the numbers to work with, and the pressure of the time starting to be felt by unKnights as well. Just under a minute to make their move. HCZ has to go scoop up the bomb, but you can see Beck sneaking his way now in towards the A bomb site. But Flex, he's going to go ahead and try and take that shot. Unfortunately, not going to work out too well for him, getting out of there with just about 30 HP left to his name. But it does open up that opportunity now to get this bomb planted on the A bomb site, which is, even in the 3-on-2, still pretty difficult to set up the retake for.
Yeah, not easy at all, but I mean, this is about, okay, so utility's still available. Just one piece here for HCZ. Dezane, I don't know if he'll make it across. He will. He should be fine. And now I was going to say Beck's close on by, and Beck wasn't expecting that other player. Now things have been switched around to the 1v1. Time is ticking a little bit here, but still Lion Claw's plenty of time to work with. HCZ comes in for a wide swing, baking things out, making a little bit of a noise here on the ladder. Lion Claw drops down, but HCZ gets himself in a clutch scenario once again to be a hero. We're back to a tie game. And through all of that, I mean, it's just insane because even Flex, as you can see in the earlier clip, he got that collat, which is so nice to see. And it just wasn't enough for that round for LCK.
Yeah, this one is going to be a little bit scrappy. I've got that feeling. Both of these teams, it's really back and forth so far. A lot of mid-round exchanges where the numbers go back and forth. At one point, it was a 4v2, though, for LCK. To lose that is a little bit surprising. But now in this 5th round, they've got a chance to hold on to the lead. It's going to be unKnights playing pretty passive, actually, once again. I've been kind of surprised as a team that used to be a little bit more aggressive that they're kind of just sitting back and waiting in these early rounds, but it actually makes a lot of sense against a team like LCK because they're waiting to see if Flex is going to pop out somewhere.
Yeah, and that's what you were kind of talking about in the beginning, right? Is that they are so used to Flex just being super aggressive, and he likes to get aggro, he likes to catch people off guard, so unKnights have been just kind of waiting for it. They're like, hey, where's Flex? Let's just, the mission is to take him out and then we'll just keep on moving. But now LCK, I'm really, really happy to see that, again, they adjust that detail. They're like, look, Flex, just, post up, play a different stance, and, we should be fine. And that's exactly what it's been. It's been making it way harder for unKnights.
I really love that move, the quick duck. So he gets through, head unseen to try and peek out onto Flex here, but Flex is keen to it, able to back off and reset towards the B-bomb site. It's actually Flex who goes down, trying to get away. Alucard hunts him down with a nice quick frag and puts a little bit more pressure now onto LCK as the bomb starts to work its way in towards this B-bomb site. Dezane has to move over and reposition to try and help hold this one off. Lion Claw going to be there on the other side of the site as well, but Zane, he has to connect. Lion Claw goes down instantly. The flash perfect for Pietro to find the double.
Yeah, it's a great way for Pietro again to find himself some great positioning and some big frags. Now the man advantage huge here for the remaining seconds of the bomb coming through, and now Rappin to come alive here, needs to be able to find something. He's been a little bit quiet here, and it still is going to be quiet here for him. And now unKnights give themselves back into a lead, and I'm liking the little bit of decision-making coming in from unKnights. They're finding themselves a little bit more of a groove. Look at how much improvement we're seeing already from yesterday and today. Now LCK, okay, they're getting a little bit more aggro. They've been sitting long enough. They don't want to wait. They want to get things done. They want to see what they can do. A little pop flash comes in. Doesn't work nicely. It actually blinds both of them, but maybe one more try. Maybe another flash, or we're just going to go dry. Why not? Is Zane able to win that fight? Can he find himself a second? And he will not, but at least they're going to be able to get the prize here for losing Flux, and they're going to find two.
Yeah, I like this play calling from LCK. As much as they know you have to play a little bit more reserved here, they can't stop it from playing the game the way they want to play it, and that is playing counter-aggressive on their GR side. But the big difference here is they're doing it as a team, which I really like to see. It's just a small adjustment, not letting Flex be alone, giving him that peel to fall off. It's a huge difference maker for LCK.
Well, Alucard. Ooh, just missing that shot. I thought maybe he could have hit that. Now the utility's flying in. Raffin's going to get it done. Okay. Once again, this thing is a bit of a teeter-totter, man. This thing is going really back and forth. A bit more of an even matchup than I was kind of thinking. I thought, you know, unKnights could potentially bring some heat, and I didn't think it'd be this tight, this close, you know, for a team like LCK being on the GR side, but I'm really, really impressed to see what unKnights have done with this, you know, this Blacklist side. Honestly, I love that they're taking it slow, being very more methodical. It seems like they're just kind of, again, being simple, but like it's extremely effective just in the sense of they're not overcomplicating things too, and people seem like they have better positionings for the most part. And unfortunately, the positioning of Beck, it's not the right one.
Yeah, Flex just going for that mid pick, able to find one. LCK now sitting in the advantage, still playing a pretty similar setup to what we've seen a couple times already in this half, putting that 3-player stack into the B tunnels. It's worked out well for them a couple times in that direction. Flex going to be playing on the A-bomb site with Lion Claw, just kind of locking it down patiently for the moment. Spoxy, though, has a chance to take the fight, and he's going to win it. Almost actually lines up the collateral as well. Alucard just barely stepping out of that crosshair.
We haven't really seen Alucard find too many success points yet. I mean, yesterday, again, he was very different. Now he finally does. At least he gets himself something, but Spoxy's going to be able to win the Om duel off. And now the players are going to come through long, and Lionclaw should be able to find this up, and he will, yes. Slice them down. Double kill done. LCK now sending themselves at a 4-3. Getting closer to the end point of this first half, and again, LCK have done a pretty good job of, you know, rebounding when they need to, and I love that they found that first engagement right away in their favor. It was a little unfortunate that Beck kind of fell really early on, but now we need to see something a little bit different from unKnights, right? I mean, Kiko, the new member of the team, unfortunately, has a very quiet game so far. He hasn't had a lot of opportunity to play, and now he needs to do something big. And look at this now. The Oms are just coming in full aggression. They're just hitting dingers now. Spoxy looking for a little bit more, just doing what he does best. Finding 3, make it a 4. And LCK now putting themselves in a lead position for the half, secured.
Yeah, and this is where LCK starts to look scary because you've got everybody fragging here. You've got Spoxy on 13 kills, and Flex still playing for those aggressive early round picks in mid, but he has that support system still around him from the lower B tunnels, and now unKnights, their kind of win condition plan isn't really working out because they were hoping to catch these aggressive players alone, but it's an either all or nothing experience now against LCK, which is proving to be a lot more difficult to deal with, and this is really going to put that extra pressure onto this final round because a 6-3 half is still pretty solid for LCK to carry into their BL side, even though their BL historically is a little bit weaker on this map. Only needing 4 makes it a pretty comfortable one to try and close out.
Yeah, that'd be definitely nice for LCK to be able to find themselves getting on to a 6-3 and then switching things over. But yeah, this will be a bit of a tough one because unKnights have done a good job just bouncing themselves back in this game. But we'll see. And again, I was really happy to see LCK like coming in really solid form. Their first game yesterday was a 10-3 victory. That was on Black Widow, of course, but even when they played on Compound, that was a bit closer. We're obviously seeing different variety coming in from LCK, so it's been really, really nice to just see the map pool just going how deep it is for LCK. And then also the same question for unKnights, just given that they had a little bit of roster adjustments, and Raffin might need to make some adjustments as he goes for a bit of a pre-spray, but he's getting some assistance from his teammates, and Raffin just eats them up with a pistol, a triple kill to get things done, and that's going to be a 6-3 half coming in for LCK.
Yeah, huge hold coming out from LCK to close this one out, but this is where they're a strong team. The GR, very solid for them. Always smooth on the rotations as well, especially when you look at a player like Dezane. It always seems like he's right there to make sure everybody on this team has the backup they need, and that made for a pretty tough first half. And now as we go into the second, it's going to be LCK with a nice 6-3 lead to kick off the second half, but still a lot of work left to do on this side of the map. It is a really tough one to get through, especially considering unKnights has a pretty similar play style on this GR side. They like to go for that 3-player stack in the lower B tunnels.
Yeah, a lot more patience on this one too, and that's again the piece that I love that you bring up is the fact about they know so much about their tendencies, right? They have played each other so many times. There is some stacks they like to do, certain little gimmicks and things like that, but these guys have played each other so many times that now it's again like you got to mix things up, and things are getting a little bit more mixed as Flex again finds himself in a great spot here to find the opening duel. Taking down, a player like Beck, almost maybe with Kiko. Not able to get it done yet. Now this is a moment here where they're going to go for this B main crunch, but they are running into a bit of a blender, and unKnights, they find themselves multiple kills. Kiko and Pietro getting it done. They lock it, they secure a fourth, and man, oh man, did they need it.
Yeah, really nice pinch onto B tunnels push, and this is where you've got to be careful if you're LCK. You can't afford to get too anxious once you get that opening pick. You're going to find the opening pick again, though, here, thanks to Lionclaw taking down Beck. So already a good start, but now they've got to show that they can capitalize on it, because first-round entries aren't going to come every single time around, and this is where unKnights is going to have to show us they can adapt as well, because I would be surprised to see LCK go for another stack towards this B-bomb side.
Yeah, I just felt like, again, I was wondering what they were going to try to go for in this B main hit. I thought it might have been okay, but really good positioning coming in from unKnights, left and right. I mean, they were just able to hold things down, but LCK are going to have to mix something up a little bit differently here, but still waiting things out. And again, Beck has been, unfortunately, he is kind of that one player. He's kind of like Flex, right? He's the guy that gets taken out right away. Okay, lots of mollies, never mind. Yeah, we're going to talk about Kiko with a nice little bit of a shot here, and finally he's getting himself back on this game. I mean, I think he was sitting at 1-6, if I'm not mistaken, and now look at him. He's sitting at about a 5-9.
Yeah, really good step up from him to get unKnights back into the mix here. It's going to be still a tough push ahead for LCK as they start to work their way towards the B-bomb side. Kiko still holding on to it, has the support as well from Pietro. They go for the flash peek. Kiko, though, not going to be able to find really anything too much out of that one just yet. You can see the wraparound, though, starting to happen, and this is the key. Spoxy trying to sneak behind enemy lines here. If he can get through without being noticed, there might be a chance, but HCZ, he's holding this off angle and should be able to have that shot onto him, but Spoxy, does he know, and how does he get away here? HCZ, you gotta hit those, and now LCK, they've got full control, but actually, it is gonna be Kiko who holds on for just a sliver of a moment. 2-on-3 retake, making a quick 2-on-2 with HCZ and Alucard starting to hit the shots. It quickly turns to the 1v1, but Spoxy, he's forced to plant. There's no time left on the clock, and Alucard knows it. He stalls the plant, though. The clock runs out. That's got to be devastating.
No. Oh, that absolutely hurts. That absolutely hurts. And that's the thing, right? In those kind of moments, you go for the plant, you have to do it. But, I mean, he risked it and went for off the plant. And, I mean, great movement coming in from unKnights. Just maneuvering, making the noise, selling it. Yeah, I'm coming for you. I'm going to take you out. Had to hit the shot. Unfortunately, didn't for Spoxy. But, all right. We're back to a very, very close game. And, man, I was expecting to see something, but I don't know why. I didn't think it'd be this back and forth. I thought, from what we saw yesterday, LCK was proving that they were doing quite well, but unKnights are really making this challenging. But again, I think you made a really good point earlier, Kyle, is the fact that unKnights, they took their number in the playoffs, right? I mean, they know how to play these guys, so I shouldn't be this surprised, but I still am.
It almost just seems like a counter of play styles here. unKnights just meshes really well against how LCK likes to run their maps, and This is just showing itself full force on this GR half for them so far. LCK, they've had the opening advantage every single round, but they cannot find a way to capitalize. This time, though, they just might. It is going to be Raffin who opens up the B bomb site. Only one player back on the back end of it. Lionclaw trying to help clear him out, but there's still no full control in their hands just yet. A lot of counter utility, but it's Dezane who gets the triple kill spray down, opening things up completely. And now Alucard is left all alone.
Yeah, and Alucard, not really the player to be in the clutch situations all the time. And oh boy, he's got a lot of work cut out for him here. He's got 4 players just looking right in front of him. They're spamming away. He gets away with a blind shot through the smoke, but yeah, it's going to be a little too late. LCK now getting a 2-round lead. And it's going to be a moment here to see if LCK can kind of maintain this a little bit. Spoxy's having himself a great game so far, sitting at 15 kills. Close on by, Dezane with 12, Lionclaw 10, but really, really impressive to see from Spoxy. Again, he's always such an exciting player to see. And even on the other side of unKnights, and this is the thing about them, like all these players are close within each other. Like the highest is 9 and the lowest is 5. So like the love is spread here, and we just need to see a round here where somebody has an unleashed moment and it could turn this thing all around maybe too.
Yeah, the scary part though with the frags is the highest being 9 when you've got multiple double digits on the opposite side. You've got Spoxy on 15 and 5 in this matchup. They're consistently winning the early round on the LCK side of things. They're just having that trouble closing it out on the post plants and those weird little fights on the back bomb side. So for LCK, it's all about holding the advantage once they've got it, because they've found it every single round in this match so far. It hasn't been closed out each time, and this is where unKnights has to rethink their start of round setups, because they're constantly getting exploited from these positions. But I feel like a lot of it comes back to Beck. He's normally their anchor on this map, putting up 20 kills pretty consistently on it. And this weekend has not been the best showing from him. Currently 5 and 12, the lowest in the lobby. And this is where I usually expect him to have a really good showing. This is one of his better maps as well. So it's going to be a tough one here, but Beck does get that control play successfully on long. Foxy going to try and lead the charge again in towards this B bomb site. Pietro now left alone on the front door of it, but he does get a good chance there. He has a double kill along with it. Dezane going to get 2 in response, but it's not going to matter for too much longer as he's left alone. Bomb in hand, 33 HP. Here comes the double swing. It'll get it done for unKnights.
Great to see from unKnights again, just building up that composure, building up themselves a little bit more round by round here. And yeah, just a bit unfortunate. I think, again, that's where it's so funny to see, like I was talking about the kills and the frags, they're kind of like pretty spread apart here. And okay, LCK, hang on. They're going to get the laces on. They're going to go for a bit of a run. They're done playing the slow game. They just want to get things moving. Rightfully so. Now Dezane fully blind, can't see anything, but look at how fast they just take it over. Kyle, I think that was under a 30-second round, and they are trying to get this thing closed off. I love seeing this pace. This is what we needed to see.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what they need here. They can't give too much respect to this defense, because the LCK way is playing aggressive to get the advantage, and that is where they thrive. And against unKnights, they get caught in the trap too often, playing a slower game than they probably should be. So I'm glad to see that change of pace, but now they are going to go back to kind of a classic setup for themselves here, kind of playing that 1-3-1 mid control, hoping that flex and find that opportunity, take the advantage in the round. Lionclaw as well, starting to get active from this position as they look for more, but at this point in time, unKnights, they're not in a position where they can take too many risks. They're already 1 round away from it being on a map point against them, and this is where you can see them start to reel it in. The flex catches back on the rotation across the GR spawn wall, and again, LCK get the opening.
Yeah, and it's about time. I mean, like, I think this is a great note, but again, it just comes back to my original point about Beck. Unfortunately, he keeps being the player that's falling. he's just sacrificing himself too many times, unfortunately, and he just hasn't been able to be successful. And it goes back to your point too, is typically on this map he can be great, he can be a bit of a menace, but he's just been unfortunately having the worst luck in the world. So him going down leaves LCK in a great advantage right now, having Flex kind of lurking through mid. Oh, he is getting so much control right now. Can he get the timing of this? Oh, maybe, just maybe. Look at that trigger discipline. Oh, but he might get punished. Oh my goodness, Alucard's not even looking either. Oh man, Flex, he's got a world of decisions to make here. One tap, maybe two, no, but at least he can cause a little bit of a distraction. And now it's about how well can unKnights hold this, and Pietro just locks it down again. Pistols coming out, it's a full brawl, and Spoxy will get it done, and they are landing on a 9th.
Yeah, a bit of a tough round to close out still for LCK, even having all of that information in the backstab from Flex. It got a little bit sloppy, but still, a round win is a win here, and it puts them on map point. 3 opportunities to win this first map in regulation now for LCK. unKnights, not a whole lot of room to make it happen themselves. They would need 3 in a row and an overtime victory to take this first one away. So I am hopeful at the very least they can make this one a little bit closer for themselves to maybe get that extra confidence to take into that second map. Here comes the triple swing, and it actually pays off. Flex goes down, but Lion Claw, big headshot on the repeat.
Yeah, man, that's massive. Like, that shot, that looked really close. Like, he just got that last pixel and got it right on the head. So, big trade coming in, and the 1-on-1 exchange comes through. Flex going down, but at least with Lion Claw landing that shot, it's back to an even playing field. LCK now with 1:25 remain. I love that unKnights tried to do something a little bit different, putting some good pressure here into mid, just fighting for something, catching them a little off guard. It didn't, unfortunately, work the way they wanted it to, but that's what we were talking about, right? The nuances of trying something different, not being predictable. Now LCK running back into B main here, potentially into a blender. Spoxy lands a shot. Pietro needs to be able to find multi-kills. He does get himself the 2. Now putting it into a 2v2 situation right now. Lots of time for the plant here. LCK will get it done. Now it's a question of unKnights coming in for a big flank right now from HCZ.
Yeah, the tough part is the 2 players left for LCK is the 2 you probably wouldn't want in this situation. It's Dezane and Spoxy at 16 and 20 kills, and they have been so on point in this match. Dezane gets the double kill as well, seals the deal, and it's a 10-6 victory for map number 1 coming out of LCK, and you can see they're pretty happy about that one because last time these 2 teams met, them winning was not the situation.
No, it definitely wasn't. So I think a little bit of revenge coming back, and it's a good feeling, right? I think for LCK they had a little bit of a chip on the shoulder, and they would definitely wanted to make sure they could find this game, and that's where I'm glad they the composure kind of came through in the later portion of this game, where the whole first half was really back and forth, and I was getting a little bit nervous for LCK. Like, look, we're going back into the same swimming waters here that you did before in playoffs, where you're not able to convincingly win these rounds, but at least they can persevere. They got things done, and now they have a sigh of relief, right? They got the first map done. Now they have themselves some points guaranteed, and now they can kind of prepare themselves for the second.
At this point, unKnights, they're the team that's got a lot to prove, because if they go down here, it would only mean they've got 1 map win coming out of this first weekend, which would be a pretty rough start considering this was the number 2 team in Season 1. I expected a little bit more out of them, and so far it's been kind of underwhelming. It feels like out of the teams that have shuffled and changed things up, they're one of the teams that I've seen slide down the most in their performance. So I'm hoping they can piece things together and maybe find themselves a 1-1 in this series, because if they can't, it starts to look like they're going to be hitting the bottom 4 early in this season.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe, right? I mean, I think that's the biggest thing is, when we talk about the points and we talk about the standings, I mean, unKnights, I feel like they've been on the big spotlight here, just given that, they were part of that little bit of a roster shuffle situation, but also them playing in a tournament. The tournament didn't go well for them, but yeah, it is kind of begging a question of, how much improvement can we see? I really was impressed for the first big portion of this game. I think we definitely saw a lot more, composure and feeling a lot better about this game. But, I think it was just LCK kind of getting themselves back into winning ways that kind of saved them to get this one. But I'm going to be curious when we move things over to the following map, right? I mean, that is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be on Compound. So I mean, that's a historical map between both these teams as well. But yeah, this is a good victory for LCK. But unKnights, I wouldn't be too shaken too much about the loss here.
Yeah, I mean, for unKnights, I feel like the next map coming up, Compound, is a more winnable one for them. It's historically not the strongest one in the pool for LCK. It's kind of a middle ground map for them. You even saw in their previous match yesterday, it was only a 10-7 win over GV, and that was against a GV that didn't even look that amazing. So I feel like for LCK, they're definitely going to have to bring their A game if they want to still close this one out 2-0, but a lot of the difference I've seen today from this team is Spoxy. Look at those stats. He really stepped up. Yesterday it was kind of the flex show. Today it's Spoxy, but it just goes to show you the value of having two all-star snipers on your team, because all you need is one of these guys to pop off and have a great game to really have a strong performance overall.
No, exactly. And I mean, it is good to see Spoxy, right? Because I think he was supposed to be the primary, like, on player, right? Like, he's the guy that you can rely on. He's very consistent. He usually can get some really good impacting games. So I love that we get to see him in this rematch, you know, versus unKnights, where he actually is able to put himself in some pretty big statistics. So it's always a great thing to see. But we are just going to get ready to take that little bit of a short break as we're going to get ready over to Compound, and we'll see you in just a few minutes.
One, fix another right on top of you there, Spoxy. Lazarus, when APZ is just doing what he's doing. Has to get at least one, good for one, good for two, Creed's good for three. But again, he can't find more than one, but it's ACP! Be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing CrossFire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to give the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice fast and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
Battle it up, I'm about to level up.
Well, it's going to be map 1 that ended with LCK looking cool, calm, and collected, but can they do it again here now as we get ready for map number 2? It's going to be Compound on the horizon, and this is where I still have a few doubts in this one, because yesterday against GV, there was a lot of mistakes LCK made on Compound, even though they were still able to win it.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a good map for both these teams, right? Like, I think I always look forward to Compound because I just feel like it's one of those classics where you can see a lot of creativity from these teams, but also the mixture of strategies and everything too. So I do agree. Like, I kind of want to see what's going to come out of this game, just because, yeah, LCK, they looked okay on this yesterday. They did take down GV. It was a 10-7 victory. I mean, to be honest, though, I feel like, you know, they relied a lot on Dezane putting up a 2.44. Also, Spoxy sitting himself at a 2.11 stats. So, again, we need something different, right? We need something more here from LCK. I mean, I think they got a little bit, I don't want to say lucky. I think they were able to pan themselves out in winning ways in some regard, but they're not going to be able to do that over and over again. And unKnights are definitely a team that seems to be the thorn in the side or the Achilles heel for this group. So this is probably one of the best matchups, because I can bet a bottom dollar here that unKnights have done some massive preparation for this, just because they know what to expect from LCK.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for LCK, especially when we look at that BL side. I feel like that's going to be the deciding factor really for both of these teams. It's very tough on this map, and both of these teams are fairly GR sided in how they position and how they play the map, and a lot of that's going to have to be shown here with what strength they have. The biggest thing that I want to see from the side of LCK, though, in this map is more of what we saw on Port when they're playing aggressive, making sure they can get those trades, making sure they keep Flex tethered, because that's where a lot of the issues came up in their match against GV. They did all of these mid-aggressive plays on their GR side that a lot of them kind of handed an opportunity to GV that they maybe shouldn't have had. So I'm really hoping they've recalibrated after that match coming into this one.
Yeah, I kind of hope so too. And I mean, we got to see a little bit on the player cams, just, you know, a little bit of LCK and them just getting excited. And, you know, it's such a cool team too, because I don't think they're all in the same location, right? So I mean, they're kind of all over the place, which is neat. Whereas like teams like 3BL are in a gaming house, which I think you told me earlier today, which I didn't fully realize that, but such a cool little bit of difference. But these were, you know, some top dogs in the previous season sitting on number 2. But can they be able to replicate it this season? It's been definitely getting pushed a little bit more here. And unKnights, I mean, in my opinion, I feel like the 2 seasons ago, they used to be a really good GR-sided team. Probably not as good as 3BL, but they're going to have to see if they can do it now. And unfortunately for Kiko, he's not being able to fulfill that destiny quite yet, as Lionclaw does get himself a nice opening engagement to give LCK a little bit of a jump start.
Yeah, not too bad of a start for LCK, winning that fight onto Kiko, but they still don't have any map control really just yet, other than a little bit of forward presence for Flex over towards the B tunnels, but they still seem eager to execute out of mid. It's going to be a 4-man push starting to come to life here. The only 2 on the opposite sides of it are going to be Beck and HCZ, and this is really going to be a lot of pressure onto HCZ, the only anchor on this B bomb site, and even Beck is a little bit out of reach to try and assist here. And HCZ goes down without too much of a fight. Spoxy and Flex finding the openings, and now it's already a 5-on-2.
Well, we already know we're witnessing right now here, Kyle. I mean, we talked about this before. When you're trying to retake into the site, for Alucard, he's just, you know, look at what he has to go through. He has to go through the most annoying, insane choke point. Utility's just flying at him. I think you can even see his head kind of going back like, oh, not again. I got to do this all over again. And this is not an easy thing to retake. Does get himself a nice little bit of a lineup. So maybe now he slips in. Maybe a second. Why not? But LCK do get themselves right back into it. And they're going to get that first round.
Yeah, a really good attempt there from Alucard, but there's just no way to break through when there's even a slight numbers disadvantage for the defenders on that post plan. The B-bomb site, just impossible to retake, especially when there's utility in play for LCK. And now it's kind of a reset here for unKnights to try and change the pace. They've got 3 grouped up a little bit more forward on this A long room, and the other 2 going to be pushed up on the backside of B pillars. So
It's not really too bad of a setup, but it does leave a little bit of an opening in the middle of the map if we do see LCK group up for another mid hit, but they're getting a good read on it so far, playing a little bit forward in mid and just gathering that information. So I like what we're seeing. Flex also still has that support nearby of Lionclaw, who seems to be the designated Flex tailgater a lot of the time.
Yeah, I like that. It's a good little bit of a title. Well, I'm really, honestly, I know it seems like a small thing, but I'm glad that Flex is kind of, again, adjusting himself really, really well. Because I can only imagine they had that conversation, right? Like, look, Flex, you got to be able to get yourself not in those situations where you die so quickly. And he's actually been able to adjust himself. I think the first couple rounds he did, but he is still playing the way he wants to, but he's just really changed his pace on it, which is great to see. Spoxy gets it. Now he falls. Oh my goodness gracious. Kiko comes up massive. I was talking about patience, and Kiko's like, look, I didn't have myself a great game before, but I want to make a bit of a proven point here. Can't mess with me. I'm going to be able to shut things down. And the new edition of unKnights has really started to kickstart them really well here for the second.
Yeah, right now, unKnights, they've got everything in the cards to win this round. The numbers advantage, the positioning as well. Really well set up. But Raffin has a chance to catch Pietro. That's a nice little entry frag here, leaving Alucard kind of on an island to hold off this A push. But Alucard does a lot of damage in the process, going down eventually to Raffin. But Zane left on 20 HP. That nade is going to finish the job. And now it's all on to Raffin alone. Has to recover the bomb and deal with the full rotation. He's going to get up just in time to try and fight this one off, but a little bit too late to the swing. It's going to be Kiko, good for 3 on the round.
Yeah, really impressed. I love seeing that from Kiko. I love the fact that, you just kind of, again, look at what he does here. This is that moment where he comes in. Flex was not expecting it. Why would he? Why would you expect somebody to jump out like that? And I love that he mixes it up. And he's not just playing conservative, just letting them have the control. He does a little bit of his own, Houdini move, right? He just kind of, you see him and then he's gone, right? And I love that. So now this has allowed even unKnights to find themselves a little bit more of a start. HCZ getting the arm connected. Flex is going to get taken out quite quickly on this one, but now even more aggression coming in from Beck. Look at where he is. He's already pushed up through mid. He's coming in and coming with a massive flank. He might be able to single-handedly just put this round to his own hands. His teammates just need to be a bit of a distraction. He's communicating to his team, look, just hold on a second. I'm going to be able to find myself a double. 1, maybe 2. It's a labored spray, and no way does he lose that fight.
That is a tough one to not find the double out of, but at the very least, a lot of damage dealt. Still the player advantage into the hands of unKnights. But right now, Lionclaw, he's got that second chance now for LCK back into their hands. It could have gone a lot worse than how we saw that go down, and they can maybe group up for a full A-site hit together. You can see them starting to move in that direction still. HCZ going to be anchoring that B pretty much by himself, but there is 2 players already on this A bomb side. Pietro playing the jump spot on the corner box is going to see Raffin right away, and they can reset here for the 2v2 hold. Raffin going to go down pretty quickly. Zane gets the follow-up, the double kill as well. It's a huge opening, and on top of that, they've got the lurk of Lionclaw to deal with, but Kiko again able to step up and find the shots when he needs to. Zane has to do it all, but Kiko is right there again to seal the deal.
Yeah, really getting impressed with Kiko right now. I really, really am. Because again, what we talked about in the beginning of this weekend was, the biggest conversation is obviously the roster mania, right? And the fact that, when you're a new player in a team, you have a lot of pressure for you to do quite well, and it's been a little bit up and down for Kiko, but honestly, this game is really starting to showcase a lot more for me. Yes, it's only 5 frags, whatever, but again, it's got that impact, just like an impact like that. The fact that Alucard can play an aggressive angle, win that engagement, and then start things off. But now LCK don't want to mess around. Alucard does find himself another one as well, so the Alma is going to make a connection finally from LCK. They got themselves some aggression. 2 players here from the defense kind of stuck in long A. Not the greatest position for them to be in, but I don't know if LCK are going to be fully prepared for this. As soon as this nade's thrown, then the jig's going to be fully up now. Nade comes in, does connect onto Lionclaw. Pedro coming all the way in the back here, mixing things up. So they're going to try to go for the 1-2 hit from 2 different directions. But Beck getting taken out, that's going to make it worse for Ware. Pietro needing to find something now. 17 seconds remaining. His options are getting limited. He comes in for one. Maybe for a second. Spoxy overcommitting. Oh my good gracious! And Pietro shuts this thing down, and unKnights continue on the mayhem.
What a way for that to go down. Pietro doing all of the work in this one. Surely you would have thought at some point there's a trade there, but no. Pietro keeping unKnights in a nice early lead here, 3-1, and with everybody starting to wake up, there's a chance here for unKnights to push forward strong, but Flex, he's ready to come back swinging, takes down Alucard right away to kick off this 5th round, and this is one where LCK really need to find it, because a 4-1 lead, that's where things start to look a little bit scary.
Yeah, man, it's hard, like, for LCK not to kick themselves on that. Like you said, I think it's a simple point. You're like, look, get a trade. We thought the trade was coming and it didn't, but man, Pietro, like, he's been just having himself, honestly, a great day here in day number 2 on this weekend, and like that clutch alone can just shut down teams or really change a game in its course, and this 3-1 lead is a great thing to see from unKnights. LCK kind of just putting themselves a little bit more, entertaining maybe a B hit, falling back, going into mid. Nade's going to come through. The pop flash coming in from Lion Claw. Waiting things out a little bit more. They're going to try to split things off, but look at the defense from unKnights. They got a pretty good inkling of this. But Pietro in this position has to be able to frag out, but unfortunately he falls to the grave, and now Beck's trying everything in his power. He's spamming away through the wall, but it's only 1 kill. Leaving it an advantage now for LCK. Kiko in the top, in position, and to find something maybe with his teammate just on the left-hand side. Bomb's not going to get planted yet. Spoxy is going to commit to it. Now there's some time to work with. Now players are dropping, and it is Kiko, the young gun, to see what he's going to be able to do. Can he be able to find something here with these remaining seconds?
It's already happened once, a 1v3 for unKnights. Kiko trying to do it again here. Raffin is very low, but Spoxy underneath is going to be spotted as well. Kiko knows where both of these players are at. Gets the first, but not the second. Raffin just barely holds on.
I was going to honestly kick myself if we were going to see another same clutch. I was going to lose my absolute mind, but man, great effort coming in. Love that what we're seeing. unKnights are making this really competitive, really close. LCK do get themselves back at least in this. And actually, Flux does win the opening engagement, so instead of him falling early on, he's going to be able to find that opening duel, which is huge right now for LCK. The double arm's still into effect. I thought maybe Flux would have maybe switched it up, maybe with the rifle, just to, switch it, with the way he plays. Alucard with a smoke. He actually looks like, I think he actually missed that. It hit the corner of the wall, so he's going to have to reposition himself. And now we see LCK once again just kind of going for a 1-3-1. Lion Claw all the way in the back, expecting a big push. Now we should be seeing a move, and he will finally on the mini-map. So, unKnights in a tough position right now, but they do have the right stack potentially on this one. But it is putting that pressure here for Alucard to be an anchor. He has to stay alive if this is going to be the plan from LCK.
Yeah, Alucard might get put to the test here, but LCK is going to slowly rotate out of here, actually back towards mid, getting that tower control for Spoxy to maybe find himself another frag for LCK in this round. And they're going to go ahead and just push all the way through onto the A bomb site. Beck, he's just left alone here. The rotation from Pietro is a little bit of an overextension here as he sets up the flank, but that smoke screen makes it so difficult. And look at Flex. They walk right past each other. A very weird round now on our hands because Pietro isn't going to be spotted soon enough, but now Flex has the perfect flank because Pietro has no idea this player was right behind him, and look at this from Flex. Gets the first, almost a second there, but misses a crucial shot. And oh my goodness, LCK, they have this locked down so heavily though. Lots of utility left to burn, and I think Alucard has to be the one to open it up. able to find one. Kiko finds a second. Kiko and Alucard, though, they're gonna do it. Oh my goodness, the retake that looked impossible happens yet again for unKnights. Kiko putting up 11 frags and the clutch. I don't know, Laz, he might have to change that K to an H pretty soon.
Oh my goodness, man. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. unKnights are just coming in, making statements with these retakes. I don't know what it is. There's something in the water today or something in the air. I don't know, but they've been in these deficit situations in the most, unfavorable spots, and then all of a sudden they're looking great and they're able to get themselves these kills and taking these rounds they almost shouldn't on paper. LCK, it's becoming a little bit sloppy at this point. And again, I said unKnights seem to be the Achilles heel for LCK, and it's starting to show, right? I mean, these guys really seem to have their number in certain situations, and now they got themselves a great lead, and holy moly, this is beyond bonkers. I feel like we haven't seen a game like this in forever.
Yeah, honestly, too, it's so surprising that a lot of it's just off of these retakes as well. It's not as if unKnights is just winning these rounds from the start. More often than not, LCK starts it off exactly like this. They've got a 5-on-4. Spoxy or Flex finds the early pick, but then in the post plant, the individual players step up and find a way to pull off these massive retake wins for unKnights. And this is where LCK has to find a way to shut that down, because if they were winning all the rounds where they had a player advantage, this would be a huge lead for them in the half already. But now they're fighting from behind, and they've got to deal with this guy again. Kiko able to find one, almost a second there on the Lion Claw. Thankfully, the trades are there to keep things favorable for the moment, but it still comes down to Alucard on the A-bomb site. He's going to be able to be a one-and-done player from that position. HCZ, though, quickly going to be wrapping around, throws the pop nade over the top, does a little bit of damage maybe, but no, actually fully misses that connection onto Dezane, but Lion Claw, he's got the key position here, holding on to that corner pocket in the back corner of sight. Dezane playing for the re-peak off of that angle, but HCZ good for one, but no clutches in the cards for this round.
Oh man, I was thinking that too. I'm like, man, the fact that HCZ was able to cross without being seen, I was like, that actually again might be a bit of a blunder, and it almost was. But thankfully, the trade came in from LCK, and the quick peek on that. Double nades coming in. Flex just getting already removed down to 44 HP. Not going to be an easy situation at all for him. And now we see again situations where, ooh, okay, Alucard starts things off. You get the job done on the Flex. And a double setup coming in from B main. Spoxy and Lion Claw creeping themselves through on this. Do they want to commit? The smoke is going to cause a little bit of a problem here, but again, losing Flex early on always seems to be a really big impact for these guys, and they kind of pump the brakes even harder than normal. Yeah, now they're going to vacate this idea. They're actually going to just decide to go for something different. They don't even want to go for it at all. They want to brute force as a unit. I like this, actually. I think the lurk was a bit of a scary call. They could have mid for free, though. But, I mean, they haven't really attempted a lot of, mid to B splits here. Do they try now?
Seems to be the right time for the mid play, but it's still going to be a tough one to get through. Player down, and Kiko going to be trying to go for the wide swing. Able to find himself a nice kill already here to make it a 5-on-3. Beck playing underneath Alucard, good for one on the side hold, and Beck runs through the smoke to find this into a 1v4 situation. Spoxy no way out of there. Alucard takes him down, and unKnights continuing to look good on the GR.
Yeah, they are, and they got themselves the half guaranteed, right, with 5. So now it's going to be the last round of this half, I should say. We'll see what's going to come through. And I mean, LCK, I mean, if they can find themselves one more, that would be a good way to just end this and find themselves a little bit of something moving into the second. But now LCK, instead, they're actually going to make quite a bit of noise here for the B main. This is still a double stack coming in from Kiko and HCZ. And I'm wondering if they actually want to aggress on this. Some nades coming through, pushing them back just a little bit, but it's all a ruse. It's all a little bit of a fake here. Waiting things out. LCK, again, just trying to mix things up just a bit more. Trying to burn some utility, trying to burn some of those rotates and keeping things off. And look at this now unKnights. They've essentially just left Becca to be the mid-cross player to spot things off through A. They're playing a very passive setup right now. They are clustered in these sites.
Yeah, right now, LCK, they're going to have to make the first move. Pietro, Flex taking the fight on A long. Pietro, good for one. Desane quickly able to trade that one out. It is going to force LCK to back off for just a moment, though. Resetting the fight. The other two players still passive on this A bomb side. Alucard and Beck just kind of locking it down, but a lot of these rounds come down to the two key individuals here for unKnights, and that has been Kiko and Alucard, both sitting at double digits 8 rounds into this game, and if they can make another big play in this round, that could be enough.
You boy, yeah, okay, I was gonna say, Beck, you're gonna have to make sure you don't overextend, but he gets a second chance here, another life here. Alucard looking for a deep aggression. Beck actually tries to re-aggress on that despite the HP differences that he had. Now Alucard in a really tough spot. This really sucks for him, but luckily for him, something in the stars where they're not necessarily LCK are going to go against him right now. The bomb is actually going to go all the way towards B. Now they have an opening. They have a slight opening right now. This is a good fake coming in from Desane. Now you can see the defense. They completely leaned on this. It's going to be a full plant coming in. They've sold it. This is perfect to see, and Desane is still causing a ton of ruckus on this. And now the defending player is kind of going, okay, wait, what the heck is going on? They're at the other side? Oh, no. But it is at least the 2-2. And now, this is about the utility available. Kiko does have, I believe that's a flash ready to go. So he's going to throw this in. Now they have to run through this. They have to no matter what. Spoxy finds one. Spoxy finds two. And that is the end of the first half with a 5-4 mark still for unKnights.
Yeah, honestly, in this round, it came down to Desane selling this flank to perfection, keeping them distracted, and ultimately just a really good fake in the round to keep it close. And going into the GR side, 4 for the BL from LCK. Really not too bad, all things considered. When you look at a lot of the rounds that happened too, it was really just the clutches working against LCK. The start of round situations were almost all in their favor. So really coming into the GR, they should be feeling pretty good about themselves, knowing all they've got to do is show they can close out these rounds.
Well, they got a little bit more to close out. Pietro going down early. Kiko, man, he is, I know I've talked a lot about him, but he's sitting himself at 14 frags. Like, he's top fragging on this team. He's had himself a great game. Beck's going to get removed, and oh, Lion Claw. That's going to leave a mark. He's going to get himself the double. They're going to get on out of here. Now they can regroup LCK. I mean, talk about making rounds and closing things off. This is the perfect example of it. All 5 players alive still. And just leaving it to Kiko and Alucard by themselves. I mean, you got a top fragger here, but he's going to get, you know, now by himself, needing to fight things out, and the Alms just make a 1-2 hit. Okay, we're right back at it. The tie game is going to be in the deck of cards, and we kind of expected it. Here we go again.
Yeah, this is a lot of pressure now onto unKnights. This is the harder side to find the rounds on, and after a 5-4 half, losing the opening here on the half, it's going to be a really tough road ahead, especially with utility like that coming down from LCK. A nice little nade doing about 20 HP onto 4 players of unKnights. A really difficult way to start off what could be the lead change here for LCK. If they're able to close it out, Spoxy able to spot 2, throws the nade down onto them. This one not really going to connect on any other players just yet, but a lot of information being gathered here over towards pillars.
Okay, Raffin. What do you got for us? Now he's going to have to see. He's getting overwhelmed, and yeah, he's by himself. No trade. Okay, so Spoxy's going to be in the site. He's in the back. Or I was going to say Flex goes on by, but oh my goodness. unKnights, they just take that with so much ease, so convincingly. It's a 5-on-2. I mean, LCK, I mean, they just got to go for it now at this point. I mean, this is difficult. Flash comes in. The timing's not even there. It does blind some people, but Line Claw, I mean, he's still kind of expecting somebody for a big flank here. Really expecting some kind of lurk, but now they have to get moving. There's only 18 seconds left. Not easy at all. We talked about so much difficulty at this choke point, and here's why. Here's exactly why. And honestly, I love this from unKnights. I love the fact that they just group up. They have a good read on the situation of Raffin just kind of playing by himself. And honestly, in that position for Raffin, it was really scary just because, you know, you could see he was kind of like just waiting to see. He was kind of just, you know, pixel spotting, and then they rushed him and it was over. Like there just was no chance, and Spoxy couldn't even get comfortable at all for a shot.
I mean, right now at this point, LCK, they've got to find a way to respond here because unKnights, they've got a little bit of momentum on this BL side now. They're feeling good on the executions, the trades looking good as a team as well. So I'm hoping they can keep it up because this team has looked really solid so far on map number 2. Alucard and Kiko continuing to perform as well, even into the second half, is definitely a good sign, especially with Beck starting to wake up as well with that 2K in the previous round. And this is where LCK has to show they can just anchor things down. There's not really a whole lot of room for Flex to go for these aggressive plays anymore, and they've got to lock it down.
unKnights now are going to just kind of throw over some deep smokes, one close left and deep on the right. All flash comes in. Now they're just going to go right through the split. But do they actually... Ooh, a little bit of a fake, a little bit of another ruse here. A potential trick, and unKnights, look at that. Kiko gets himself the entries here for the 1-2. And look at how fast they caught LCK off guard with the positioning. Absolutely phenomenal. And here we go again, a situation where it's a 2-on-5, but on the other site. Flex and Raffin now, the players that have to do something. And not an easy one at that. A nade does a little bit against Pietro. Not much to work with here. 22 seconds now remain on the timer. Something they need to be able to find. A swing comes in from HCZ, and there we go. unKnights continue on a little bit of a spree, and honestly, very, very impressive. You could just see that quick decision to say, throw a couple nades, fake you're going right, let's go right back into main. And man, that just caused a lot of frustration in that rotate off guard, and they had a free site easily.
Yeah, right now, LCK, they've got to rethink their approach here. They are struggling a lot on this A side of the map on both halves, so they've got to readdress how they take fights over in that direction. Meanwhile, for unKnights, they've got to keep doing what they're doing here. I don't know what happened with Kiko going into this map, but he is entry fragging perfectly every single round. I think he's sitting around 135 ADR, and this guy looks unstoppable right now, and they've got to find a way to slow him down.
Yeah, they do, and that's such a sick stat too, right? Because again, like him just putting up big numbers like that. That's what we wanted to see, right? Like we said, there's just so much pressure for somebody coming new into the team, and again, it was kind of like back and forth a little bit, but this is clearly a statement. Like whatever they did or whatever kind of conversation they had from yesterday to today, what an improvement though. Like this is what you always want to see. Love this from the leadership under for this group. And you can just see they look pretty calm. They're all just kind of, vibing, Whereas I think for LCK, I mean, not really showing a ton of emotion, but I think a little bit of, angst, I'll say, just because now they need to figure out what they need to do and going down a familiar path where, they're going against some of their rivals and, that kryptonite potentially maybe, and they're going to figure out the recipe to get out of it.
Yeah, right now they've still got a decent chance to bring this one back if they can find a way to hold on to the map a little bit more comfortably, especially with these fights towards mid and A. This seems to be where unKnights is getting the advantages on the push. And on top of that, you also have to look at some of the star players not quite as strong on this map. I feel like Dezane specifically has been a lot quieter than what we saw in map number 1. Spoxy's still having a pretty comparable impact, but when even one or two people just let up in a match like this, where it's kind of star players on both sides of the field, it can be a pretty huge implication for where things start to look. And you combine that with the step up as well of some of the players we don't normally see on unKnights playing at this level. I think it's a really good sign for what they might be able to do here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And a lot of conversation coming through here, and I've just been really impressed. Like, and I still can't believe that unKnights have put themselves in a situation where I think it was like 2 or 3 times in those retakes where it is the most disadvantaged, positioning. They get themselves through it. So, man, lucky stars. It's all lined up here for them so far. We'll see if it can line up nicely for them to at least get, the 1-1 split here today. But LCK, double bombs again. Not going to mix things up in terms of the weapons. It's all going to be pretty much the same over here, but same for unKnights, just keeping Alucard as the primary And now we're seeing unKnights changing up the composition just a little bit more focus on mid. So a 1-3-1 coming in. I actually do like this. A little bit more of a expectation of LCK maybe, or for unKnights, sorry, to go through mid. So this is a really nice little bit of a setup here from the defense of LCK. I'm actually really liking this adjustment.
Yeah, this is a really good change here. They still have to be careful if there is a lot of utility thrown on to Lion Claw. It can still be a tough one to hold on to. But at the very least, the trade support is there from underneath as well. Dezane playing as that kind of late trade position that he likes to be in. On top of them, though, is going to be Alucard, looking for the pick from above in the mid tower, but there's just a lot of patience on the LCK side of things. They know they don't have a lot of rounds to play with at this point. They can't afford to make too many more mistakes, or this map could be taken away from them. And I really like the rotation we're seeing from unKnights, though. I think they got a pretty good read that there could be a stronger mid presence, but it's not going to stop Flex from doing Flex things, going for the early pick by himself, taking down Pietro on A long, and they get the advantage.
It is a good advantage, yeah. And I mean, I think even what we're seeing from unKnights is the fact of just grouping up here towards B. 3-1 split, maybe, just kind of, again, Beck just throwing a little bit of utility. A deep smoke here that I think lands right in front of Dezane, actually, or just behind him. But now they're going to try to use this B main control. Spoxy playing a bit of an off angle. Look at that. Nicely up, teed in, going to get it done. Nate comes in, big damage coming through. May not be a frag, but at least he's been able to tenderize some people. But look at how fast unKnights, they just sweep the rug right under LCK. And now Flex, after his heroic effort in the beginning, is now asked to being in a clutch scenario on a 1-on-2. Got a bit of an inkling that someone's coming in for the flank. Now he's got himself through the site, and he is going to get caught in the crosshairs of Kiko. And once again, unKnights, they will continue the mayhem with an 8-5.
I mean, more power to him right now. Kiko and Alucard are just having a really stellar performance on this map and kind of leading the charge full force for unKnights to get themselves into a winning position. But for LCK, it's got to hurt a little bit. They have all of these situations where it seems like they've got the advantage in the round, and they consistently aren't holding the numbers, which is the scariest position to be in, because they're not really fighting from behind ever. They're losing from the front, which can be a little bit more demoralizing.
Yeah, I think the fact that unKnights are just finding these consecutive kills and just getting things done so quickly, it is demoralizing for LCK. I mean, they just can't seem to find any trades, and that seems to be a really, really big problem right now. And just even holding down a site here, I feel like is a bit uncharacteristic. I don't feel like this is normally what we see for these guys. So this is a really unique position we're seeing, and this is what we talked about in the beginning. Like, unKnights are just showing that they can definitely compete. They've done this before with a team like this in bigger stakes in the later portions of the league and the season, but they're starting to do it now, and they want to get some points back on the board. They want to make sure they can get a 1-on-1, and man, they're getting close to it, and they've been so convincing and dominant this game, honestly.
It seems to be likely that's the direction we're heading, unless LCK is able to step up and do something a little bit different in these next couple of rounds to try and bring it back to a tie. There is a little bit of a pinch play set up for the first time outside of the B doors. It might pay off. Flex good for a first. Raffin good for the follow through. It's still only a 2-for-2 trade. More importantly, Pietro, he is snuck into position, gets the double kill, holds the off angle on the bomb site. Spoxy trying to find anything he can from the other side of that smoke, but as we see every time, that door is one of the hardest to break through on any map. Pietro gonna spot him out for a third kill and a match point now on the table.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, well, now it's LCK getting a little bit desperate now, going for a full mid brawl. They want to get some real estate. They want to get something done a little bit now. unKnights not even in mid. So, I mean, this is good intel for LCK, but I think unKnights are going to have a pretty good inkling of this, and they can make a quick decision if they want to. And nothing has really happened against unKnights here. The damage is not inflicted, and if anything, actually, LCK is kind of taking a little bit here against them, but this is a bit of a problem. Pietro just kind of waiting things out, just in window. He might be able to find something. Whoo, man, he's lucky to be with his life, and Dezane does come by with a drive-by. Ooh, Alucard missing a bit of an awkward shot. I thought he had that one down. Dezane gets himself this three-piece. So LCK may be able to find themselves something. Spoxy now comes in, so it's all down to Beck. Someone that's been a little bit quiet here in this entire series. Maybe an opportunity for himself in a clutch scenario to get this thing done. I don't know if he was spotted. I'm not sure if they caught him. I don't know if Spoxy actually caught him in the right moment here, but Spoxy looks like he is kind of prepared on this, and there it is. Spoxy's going to be able to find himself another kill, and LCK, they will hold on.
Still not an easy task ahead of them. 3 more needed to send this into an overtime. But unKnights, all they've got to find is that one mistake that LCK might make to get themselves a win out of this series after all. It's been a tough fought map to get there, but they are just one away from making it happen, and there's the mistake. Lion Claw misses the connection. Pietro gets the opening. Dezane trying to get the follow through, can't really find anything just yet, has to fall off, but at the very least, on the opposite side, they were able to take down Beck.
Yeah, for a 1-1, I guess so, but full bombs here for LCK, waiting things out. And this positioning is really interesting. Pietro, again, just waiting for his time. Dezane does look like he's kind of, again, just waiting for something, but I feel like unKnights have been really good at selling fakes so far, so I'm kind of wondering if, you know, any sort of movement happening in mid might catch these guys off guard. Their positioning might be a little bit different. And man, you can cut the tension with a knife right now. I mean, there's so much riding right now for LCK. This is 3 rounds needed for OT, right? And that's we're getting a 2-0, because so far in the day, it's been 1-1 splits.
Yeah, it's a really tough round ahead here. You can see unKnights slowly collapsing towards the A bomb site, and that means it has to be Dezane and Spoxy to hold this one off. They've got to find the shots here, otherwise it's going to be game over on map number 2. Flex, though, able to find one, at least for the moment, but here comes the duel onto A long. Pietro gonna go for this peek onto Dezane. It's gonna be a double swing. Pietro good for one. Alucard, though, misses the trade. And it's still a 2-on-2 situation. Alucard, he gets stuck in the corner. Dezane finds himself all 3 kills and keeps the dream alive once again for LCK.
Oh man, okay. This is coming back slowly and surely. And it's coming down to some players hitting some big shots, and Dezane, he was able to put up some big numbers yesterday, and it looks like it may be the case here again. He's having himself a great position, and like you said, I think honestly, unfortunately for unKnights, I think it came down to the fact that Alucard just couldn't get that trade. Like, he just couldn't seem to find any sort of a shot that would land. Things got awkward and weird. And here we are now, where we're talking about a 9-7. And a situation where unKnights have just not been able to really look too convincing here for the remaining part of their BL side. And 1 round needed, and they're done the deal, but that's the thing about LCK too. Just like 3BL, I mean, they're a team that always seems to find a way through the thick and thin.
It's definitely not over yet for LCK, but they've got a lot to do if they want to take this one as an overtime win, because unKnights, they still have been looking good even in this second half here. A lot of that pressure going to be felt towards the B-bomb side this time around. It's really just going to be Raffin playing this forward jump spot position on the B doors to try and contest. The bomb, though, still down in the BL spawn, so somebody's going to have to go back and scoop that up at some point for unKnights before they can actually move all the way in here. It looks like HCZ is going to be tasked with that. It is going to definitely delay the clock just a little bit before they can go in for this push now. But at the same time, it's still only Raffin here on this forward angle. He does have that slow rotation coming in from Flex, so it seems like they're starting to get a sense for what might happen here.
Okay, with 33 seconds remaining, now the execute's coming in. Pietro's going to be the one player to lurk. But look at Flex and Raffin, man, they're just having themselves target practice. Now Flex putting himself on the triple kill. Flex, why not? Go off, and now he's able to find himself this quad, and LCK are not done yet. They want this thing to OT, and they desperately want it.
Yeah, this is when you take a pause for sure, too. If you're unKnights, you don't let that momentum roll over. It's a tough one to try and get yourself out of, but this is the time to recalibrate. If you send it into overtime, the risk becomes a lot greater that LCK may just take this one away after all. But unKnights, they know what to do here. They've found so many good opportunities. They're still hitting the shots. It just feels like there's a little bit of cohesion errors happening on this side of the map. They're not quite getting the trades they need to. They're playing a little bit too individually to try and get the job done. But I feel like a lot of teams make that issue. You get really close to the finish line, but then everyone tries to make it a solo game to get that final round, feeling like they have to make that play to get the job done, but it ends up costing you a lot more than a lot of these teams realize.
Yeah, it's exactly right. I mean, I think that's where we talk a lot about pressure and everything like that. And it is, right? I mean, that's the point where you're at, where a team needs to get a single round to get the job done. And it seems like, you know, the mistakes start to flow through and somebody feels like they have to be the hero and the difference maker to getting things done. And I think, you know, what was so surprising is unKnights were looking so good and their coordination was just flawless. And then, like we talked about, as soon as they hit the 9th round, it felt like the team has kind of been folding. Like they don't know what to do. And that's where I think LCK have been able to come back, and they looked even better as well. And that teamwork and just getting these multi-kills have just been massive for these guys. So we can see here just a little bit of a conversation happening with LCK. I do agree. I was kind of surprised the timeout didn't happen a little bit earlier, but I guess this is better late than never. I mean, it is quite a bit of time they get to be off on a timeout here to have a discussion and just slow down that momentum. That's really, really important because unKnights have clearly lost the wind in the sails right now.
Yeah, the tough thing coming out of a pause like this for unKnights is deciding how aggressive you want to take the round. Do you want to sit back and wait to see if LCK has Flex being aggressive on this defense, or do you just go in for a fast, strong execution? That's really the test they're up against here, is which decision they might make. I feel like unKnights might have a better time going for that aggressive execution right off the cuff, because it seems like if you allow that chance for a player like Dezane or Flex to get into a comfort pocket where they can catch you off guard, they might have a better time there.
Okay, well, we're about to find out. It's do or die now. It's either overtime or it's everything closed off here with a 1-1 here for the 3rd series of the day. And now we have to see if unKnights are going to be able to get things done. And honestly, it's been really them. Like, we put a lot more emphasis on them just because, again, they were looking so good. This game was looking very convincing in their way. And it just felt like, again, something misfired and something's been kind of not really connecting anymore. So they're going to wait things out. A 1-3-1 once again on the BL side. Very passive approach. Like, I think you talked about this before, like expecting maybe there would be some aggression or something in this round, but not going to be the case. Instead, actually, it is Raffin once more time. Going to be here in the B main just by himself. Close with Flex nonetheless, but he doesn't have that trade opportunity, so not going to really matter in this scenario right now. Flex inkling his way a little bit more. I can see him just creeping on this one, maybe looking for something. He's hungry for it.
Definitely unKnights on a mission right now to find that opening pick. Alucard playing in mid with Pietro to try and find it on that side. Beck looking for it onto Raffin outside of the B pillars. Flex moving into the position as well to try and assist, but Beck actually going to be playing the role of the lurk in this round, trying to keep these players pinned on the B bomb site for what could end up being either a late pinch or even a fake over towards A. But the rotational players here from LCK might decide this round, one of which is going to be Dezane, caught in the crosshairs of 4 players of unKnights. He's going to be good for the triple kill, making a quad kill. That's going to be it. We're going into OT.
Holy crap. Okay, well, just when you think LCK might be done, they might take a defeat. No, not at all. And Dezane comes in massive once again. The saving grace here for LCK. We're going to be pushing overtime, and today's been just a massive amount of games going right down to the wire, if not pushing to overtime. So, man, you got to give it to LCK, though, that were previously on the screen. Like, they got themselves in a magnificent way to come back into this game. And unKnights, again, I talk about this a lot, Kyle. I mean, from my, experience, being a competitive player, it's just like, look, like it's hard to get yourself when you have a lead and you let it drop like that. It's, you kind of look at some of the facial cues on this. I mean, again, you can only read into it so much, but it's something you just have to kind of go like, how do you get out of that little bit of a rut?
Yeah, it can be tough. It's always tougher when you put that 9th on the board, because the mentality starts to shift and you start to think that you've got it secured, but that's when the problems start to happen, and that's where a team like LCK knows how to capitalize and get themselves right back into the game. And now it's a full reset here, truly anybody's for the taking as we hop into overtime. It's going to be 3-round halves. First to 4 will win it here, or maybe we'll see another potential golden round finish here to decide how this one might pan out. It wouldn't surprise me at this point, because it has been a lot of back and forth throughout. But for that team of unKnights right now, they are really trying to cling to the potential win here for themselves, and at least they get to kick it off on the GR, which should be a little bit of a comfort play to start off overtime.
Yeah, definitely. I think for unKnights, for them to be on the GR is going to be really nice, just for them to get maybe something built up a little bit more here. LCK now, we'll have to see what they want to do a little bit differently. And actually, funny enough, Flex actually decides to change up this his inventory a little bit, and actually does have the rifle. And I really do like this idea. I like when they normally have the double on, but I think them just keeping it for Spoxy is more important right now in the way this game's going. And that's going to be a great shot coming in for Raffin. It actually sounds like a one-tap or maybe a double. Yeah, it is a double. My God, takes down HCZ. A nice little bit of a pickup. Now they're going to regroup into middle. This is a big flank coming in from Pietro. Maybe. Yes, he will. He gets that timing perfectly. Instead of re-aggressing, he is just going to fall back. Good discipline coming into this. Alucard caught in an awkward place. And they know where Pietro is. And look at that. Just removed. Deleted in this round. And Kiko now, somebody that's been an absolute tear so far, required for a 1-on-4 to keep them into a lead, or put them into a lead, I should be saying. And they only got 30 seconds to work with, and not the easiest situation. Spots the shoulder at 1. Maybe a potential collat, but not going to happen. And LCK will give themselves another round here to get a lead back. It's been some time.
Yeah, LCK, they've found a way to bring this one all the way back. A lot of it coming down to Spoxy finding some really good openings in that first round of OT, and if they can find 2 here on the BL, things definitely look a little bit worrisome now for unKnights going into that second half of overtime. But as we can see here, look at Flex. He's just creeping up mid. He's already got control over the GR spawn, and there's really nobody stopping him at this point. A huge mistake coming out from unKnights, because now there's no defense for these players on the A bomb site. Look at this, just perfection from Flex. Clears them out. Pietro trying to pick up the pieces, but not even Pietro can put a stop to this madness. 5-on-2 now for unKnights to deal with.
Man, this is exactly what I was talking about. This is the point that I wanted to bring up, because with Flex going in with a flank like that, in getting that much of a position with the rifle. We saw that in the first map where he had the AUM set up and he had to use a pistol and he had so many different options. If he would have had a rifle, he could have potentially even put a multi-kills on the previous map of Port, right? So, I mean, this is a good moment. I'm glad that he mixed it up. He finally gets gifted the situation I was kind of waiting for. And like you said, it was picture perfect. It was perfection. The trigger discipline gets himself in the right place, in the perfect position just to find a multitude of kills. Not 2, but 3. And now put LCK in this lead. And now on Knights, this is where it starts to crumble, right? This is where now we have to see how deep can they dig.
Yeah, right now, a 3-0 half for LCK pretty much spells the end of this one. On Knights, they really need to find this round to have a fighting chance on their second half. It's going to be tough, though. On Knights, potentially going to spot someone out here over towards A long, though. You can see Pietro playing on the edge of the smoke, but he's going to be put to a pretty big test, it seems. 4 players working up in his direction. If he can't get more than 1, it's still going to be a tough round to hold on to against LCK, but he has the timing chance here to maybe catch a couple players off guard. Are they going to check him out? Oh my goodness, they're not going to check the corner fast enough, but somehow he only gets away with 1. Really good reactions, and that's why I always say Dezane, he is just right there when you need him.
Yeah, he really is. He's been a bit of a saving grace for these guys, and I mean, that could have been huge for Pietro. He could have been able to just really, again, stunt this back, and I just can't believe Dezane was able to read this well. Double players now pushing through. Oh dear goodness, this is an absolute scramble. Oh, Kiko finds himself 2 more. But finally the flank of Flex comes in. A 2-2. 36 seconds though, so now the positioning here from unKnights, they know exactly where they are. They could have even gone the other way. Actually, Flex instead, he's just making a bit of a fake. Now Dezane has to get himself through mid. He has to C4, but he has to get this plant down right away. Alucard, oh, he was just toying with the idea, but that timing is against him. But Dezane in this position has to be able to find something. He needs to be able to get himself that one-on-one fight so that he can bring this back to an equal footing of a one-on-one situation. Runs into Alucard, takes him out. The timing could be everything against them. unKnights maybe, just maybe, have given up too much space for this. Dezane trying his best to do what he can, burning the clock. Beck trying to clear every single angle. There's so much information he needs, and Beck now getting tenderized. 13 seconds remain. The flashes come in. Time is becoming a bit of an essence here. And Dezane has maybe been able to do it. No, he will not. I think Beck might just have enough time. He will not. And yes, I can't believe it. I thought it was over. I thought Beck was just going to be able to get it. And my God, I can't believe it.
Dezane, you said it earlier, the saving grace of this team sends them into overtime, pulls off plays like that, and now you can see it on the faces of unKnights. They thought they were about to cross that finish line in regulation and grab this map, but now they need 3 in a row just to get to a golden round. It's a tough position to be in, and it's got to be a mental hurdle to overcome if they can make this happen, but it just goes to show you the fire that was lit beneath LCK after losing that playoff match to this team, because you can tell they've put in the time and the homework to really understand how to overcome what unKnights brought against them in the playoffs of Season 1.
Yeah, and I love this too. Like, what better way, right? Like we said, like the fact the playoffs for these 2 guys went together and unKnights were the ones that, you know, prevailed in LCK, like, I agree with you. I think they wanted to get the homework done. They wanted to figure out, okay, we gotta come back and win this, like, because again, on the way that last season was going, like, they looked like they could have been the only team they would have lost to was like 3BL. Like, I kind of felt like they were that top team that really shouldn't be losing. I think they had one little bit of a blip, and it was a close game regardless. But man, unKnights also have done good preparation on this, but we're just starting to see some really good individual skill coming in from LCK, and Dezane just saving the day. I just can't believe it. Man, oh man, that is just, again, a kick to the teeth. It is the worst feeling for unKnights right now because, like you said, they have multitude of rounds they have to get, and that's just pushing a golden round. So that's not even winning the game or continuing things on for a longer period. I mean, it is a long road. It's not impossible. I mean, because they've done it before. Both teams have, but it's all come down to this.
Here we go. Match point on the table for LCK. 3 chances to win this one without a golden round. 4 if it goes to a golden round, but it'll all be on the GR side for LCK, and only needing 1 round out of 4 to be a guaranteed win for themselves is a pretty good feeling if you're on that side of the field. But for unKnights, it's definitely an uphill battle to say the least to get back into this game. It's kind of a shame because you've had some really stellar individual performers here, Kiko and Alucard, both having close to their best matches of the season in this head-to-head, but you need those extra little bits of spice to really step up here. You need the HCZ and Beck plays to be back in the mix. That's really the key difference maker in getting back into this game, because it is very, very close-knit right now up to that finish line.
Yeah, Spock's able to start things off nicely, though, and Flex isn't able to find that secondary frag, which normally he does, but so he's going to get done. Now unKnights trying to get themselves in this right away, and okay, yeah, they're able to find 2 more. Okay, so they put themselves in a 4-on-2. LCK now having to going for a retake in a very difficult site. HCZ just playing in the mid lurk here, just trying to get for the rotates. Now making it a little bit more problematic for LCK. Flashes come in. Spoxy taking big damage again. This is not going to be easy. This thing might be done in this round here. LCK trying everything they can, but again, this flank from HCZ is going to be everything. And it's all over. Yeah, unKnights, a beautiful job just coming in from mid. Simple yet effective.
Yeah, really good first round there on the BL from unKnights. Still 2 more to go to press the golden round, but LCK definitely struggling a little bit in that opener. But all it takes is 1 counter-aggressive play from LCK to change the course of how this one goes. And you could see at the start of the round, they were going for it here. They had a 3-player push quickly into pillars to try and take a fight, but there was nobody there on the other side of it, so they back off into a 3-2 split, leaving the middle of the map pretty open for the taking, which we saw come back to hurt unKnights in that first half where Flex was able to sneak behind them. But this time around, it is going to be Dezane moving into that off angle, which, to be fair, I'd want him there as well. That's the angle that forced the 4K for overtime to even be an option, so you got to feel good with him there as the anchor.
All right, back into it again. They're going to go through mid. They're going to try to see what they can find. It was successful before. Why not one more time? Now crossing through to Zane. Oh no, he gets caught in the worst timing. Pietro reads it perfectly. Spoxy not really prepared for this. Now he has members to go against above him. He's got the pistol out. He's not able to get it done. Some damage. And unKnights again have been able to find themselves in an advantage for the 4-on-2. Flex able to get himself a pistol kill. He's got the AK out. He's trying everything he can, but now it's all down to him. Needs to be able to find 3 more frags in his favor. He's got the What is he doing? He's just toying with us right now. 23 bullets left in the chamber. Tries to jump through. Not going to happen. And unKnights will keep this thing moving along again. And LCK, they are starting to lose that wind in the sails.
And oh man, could it be a golden round decision here? LCK struggling, but they're going to go for the counter-aggressive play in the mid. Flex good for the double kill, make it a triple kill to open up the round. Alucard finally able to respond. HCZ from above makes this a 2-on-2. They've lost all of the advantage already. Lionclaw and Raffin going for the wraparound, though. They've got no idea this flank is coming in from Raffin. Raffin gets the spot, but it's HCZ who actually saves the day just in time. The connection not quite clean enough. And now it's Lionclaw alone, 1 versus 2, C4 in his hands.
Oh, dear God, how are you in this position? I thought it would have been all over, but Raffin, he was just shaking like a leaf. He couldn't get it done, and he gets taken out, and now it's all down to Lionclaw. He's got the C4, but again, he's re-aggressing in his position. Does he expect Alucard there? He doesn't! And this thing will go to the distance. It's going to go to the golden round, and LCK, they have fumbled the bag to get this thing done, and now it is all down to this. A secondary golden round. Kyle, I do not know how we are here right now.
unKnights, though, they've got the advantage in their hands already. Flex tries to peek mid again. This time, it's a shutdown. And now, LCK This is the danger zone. They've lost 3 in a row, and it might be a 4th along with the map. But for unKnights, this is a full redemption opportunity in the second half of overtime, really putting in that work on the BL side. But the rest of LCK, it's hard to have any coverage here without flex. You've got one player on the B pillars, one holding the B side of mid, and pretty much all of these players, if they get challenged, are fairly isolated with not too much support.
Yeah, losing Flex this early too. He's the one guy that, like, you can see he's put so many frags on the board. And now unKnights grouped up here for the 4-1 split potentially in B. Spoxy holding this. He will be able to find that opening engagement. Okay, so things are back to a 4-4. He's looking for a little bit more. Spoxy, oh dear goodness, you got to get out of this. You need to find yourself a lifeline, but he's not able to. You can't call a friend. They're also far away now. Rappin trying everything in his power to get it done, but it's all down to Zane. He's been a hero before, but can he do this now? So much pressure for him to come alive. Do they know he's here? Do they know he's made it across? He's getting spammed away, but it's going to be done and dusted, and unKnights are going to be able to take this. You could see the celebration. You could see the enjoyment in their eyes, and they finally get themselves a deserved map win.
Huge map to overcome for unKnights. Probably the most difficult road we've seen to get there. They had to do it with 4 blacklist rounds in a row into a golden round win, but at the end of the day, it is a huge momentum boost for their season now to have taken this away, because it equalizes the playing field across the entire day. All 1-1 splits now is the story so far in day number 2, and honestly, I'm here for it. It just shows how competitive this season is looking, and that everybody has a fighting chance even in those last moments.
Yeah, man, this was honestly, to me, it's got to be probably one of my most like top favorite games, just because this was a lot of up and down momentum. You lose the momentum, teams just coming back, you know, the rounds back and forth. Like, this thing was the full package. I mean, this thing had a huge lead where LCK could have had it, unKnights could have had it, and then it's just a comeback story, and then it goes to a golden round for all of it to come to this effect. But I love it because there's such a history of these two teams playing each other. All these games seem to be always close, and I think, you know, unKnights did a really, really good job here. I mean, I think there was a couple gaps that we saw before, but I love that they persevered. I love that they came in and used the timeouts to their favor, because it seemed like whenever they had these conversations, it might not have worked instantly, but it kind of felt like it just was going up the hill and it was getting better and better. And there you have it. You see where it's just going to become the game win. And man, what a sweaty game to get done.
Yeah, honestly, a back and forth game all the way to the bitter end, but for LCK, it's going to be a devastating end. Unfortunately, they had everything in store for a beautiful comeback, got themselves in a 3-0 lead in overtime. It took so many rounds back-to-back to get to that point, but then it's that curse of having only one more round needed, and if you take your foot off the gas, it can just turn around completely. But for unKnights as well, the individual step up in this game has to be said. Massive performances from Kiko and Alucard, really solidifying what they were able to do in that regulation, and more importantly in the overtime as well. You even saw some of the players who didn't have the best regulation performances starting to make themselves known, like HCZ and Pietro as well, getting some crucial moments to go their way. So honestly, really impressive from unKnights to pull this one off, because after day 1 I wasn't so sure what to expect, but this was a pleasant surprise on map 2.
Yeah, it really was. I'm glad you said that, because I think it was a really good surprise to see. And unKnights, I think for me, when I was kind of looking at the whole rosters and like the teams for this new season, I was kind of thinking, okay, I'd like to see unKnights looking a little bit more their way, finding their identity a bit better, and I think we did, right? And I think these kind of games are a way to bounce back, because there were some decimating rounds, even just like that clip we saw before where somebody just locks it with a quad. But I think this is going to build a lot of character for both these teams. Like we talked about before, like LCK were such a favorable team to probably win this on paper technically. I mean, this is a great moment for them just to only improve, and they've shown that they can be such a competitive team, but they have to figure out what to do in those, down situations and when they're in the deficits. But the stats overall, as we can see for this game, going all the way the distance of the golden round. And I mean, really no surprise for me personally, just seeing someone like Dezane kind of leading this here for LCK. But honestly, I think I'm more surprised about Raffin and Lionclaw that unfortunately it was a quiet day for them.
Yeah, it really was. I'm hoping we can see them step up a little bit more in their next matches, but at the same time, everybody has an off day, so maybe for them, unKnights is just that one team that consistently seems to roadblock them from having those big matches for themselves. So hopefully they'll come back a little bit stronger in their next series. But for LCK, still a solid performance on the weekend, going 3-1 on maps, and you can feel pretty good knowing your only map lost was having to be pushed to a golden round situation to get there. It still makes me feel like they might be the strongest team overall, just based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think for me, like, I'm still looking really forward to see what LCK can do in the future. But both these teams are kind of the two teams I really wanted to see, and how well they can persevere through the season. Because I think for me, like, it was like 3BL is still, in my opinion, top of the throne. They're a team that I think have a lot to prove, and in the sense of, they are the team to beat. But these are the two other teams for me where they're a top 3 easy. Like, these guys, realistically, with the players they have, the history they have, it makes a lot of sense. But I love that this matchup was just so close like that. It makes it so much more of a cool rivalry, and that's the thing. And now we get to see them eventually play each other way down later in the season as well, which just makes it even more interesting after they get through a bunch of different opponents.
Yeah, really a lot to be said about what's happened today. It really just shows the competitiveness we have across the field in this season, because now there's not a team that hasn't lost a map in this league, and we're only on day 2, so that's a lot of implications for what's to come here. And it really shows that just a minor improvement can put you right back into the fight. There's no team out of the conversation at this point in the season, because everyone's kind of neck and neck here. But I am excited, Laz, for what's going to be the final match of the day coming up, because for me, the team I feel is most improved coming into this season is Anubis Gaming, and I'm very excited to see what they can do in their final match today.
Yeah, I know, definitely. I agree with you too, and I know we're gonna go deep into that a little bit later here. But while we get into that, and we'll let you guys kind of just cool off a little bit here too, because like we said, that is going to be the last match of the day that we will be going through. We are just going to take a little bit of a short break, as we're going to try to get things locked and loaded here after we do the standings, of course, because I kind of want to show you guys a little bit about what's going on here too. But like you said, I think this matchup will be interesting just because, again, it is the fifth and 6th place team. But I do agree with you that I think Anubis are probably the team that has shown the most improvement this early on already.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the standings, it's 1 round of difference now between 3BL and LCK, but this time LCK is that team out in front. I feel like Anubis, they might actually have a big chance to do something here, because if they can be the only team to pull off a 2-0, that's a 3-point day when everybody else only gets 1 point. So a lot on the line in this next match.
Yeah, definitely so. But we are just going to take that little bit of a break as we get locked and loaded here for the last series of the day. So don't go away too far. We'll be back in just a little bit.
As soon as you think you've spotted one, there's another right on top of you. There's Foxy.
Just doing what he's doing.
Has to get at least 1. Good for 1. Good for 2. Green's good for 3.
He can't find more than 1, but it's HCT!
All right, it all comes down to this, the final match of the weekend, and it's going to be Anubis taking on Lazarus. Both of these teams kind of in the middle of the pack at the moment. A bit of a hit and miss from both of them in their first day, but for Anubis, the hit felt a little bit stronger just knowing what they were able to do, because going into their match, I wasn't actually sure they were going to win a single map in yesterday's game, but they really impressed me with what they were able to do with their new lineup.
Yeah, and I think what was really interesting, for Anubis is, when they played the first game yesterday, taking on unKnights, they did lose the first one with a 10-6, and we didn't really get to see a whole lot from them, honestly. That was on port. So I think for this kind of a situation too, where they were able to come back in this situation on a map like Black Widow, where they came in winning 10-3, where honestly it felt like they had full control. They were just manipulating the map whatever way they wanted. It was like you turned the chapter and it was a whole different story, right? So I'm really, really excited to see what Anubis can do. But on the flip side as well, I mean, this is where we're seeing the roster for Lazarus, and even then we got to see a little bit from them, but I think it's still a bit shaky just considering that, and with all respect, I mean, they went a 1-1 split against, Swamp Gaming, which I think, on paper should have been Lazarus with a 2-0.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Swamp Gaming shouldn't have been able to take that away from them, but that's kind of been their story. At the same time, they've done it twice now where they steal away those 1-1s with a very close map on the NA servers, and I think other teams are going to have to be ready for them as well, because that NA server isn't something these teams have had to deal with in a while, and it does take some getting used to. So it is going to be a tough road ahead to try and not split a series against that team, but right now that's kind of the goal in this one as well. Not splitting the series has a big emphasis on your season. When every other match has ended 1-1, every other team's getting 1 point. If you can be the only team that walks away with that 3-point day, that is a massive boost in the standings and probably puts the winner of this, if it is a 2-0, a guaranteed top 3 at the end of the weekend, which for both of these teams would be a great start to the season considering they are in that middle of the pack conversation.
Yeah, and I think what's really funny too is like Lazarus going for the ban, as you can see on the screen, like right in the middle, they got rid of Black Widow, and yeah, they were like, you know what, no, we don't want to do that. We don't want to play you on this because we saw exactly what you did. And back to Laz's point about, yeah, they kind of ran over, unKnights on this, and I think this was some good vetoing coming in from Lazarus, but I still, to me, I'm still going to give that edge here for Anubis, just because I do think they've really shown a lot of improvement. I do think that we got to see them looking pretty decent, and even the fact they went 10-6 against, unKnights on this map of port, I still think that's actually a really good scoreline considering unKnights clearly have shown us that they are a top contender right now, and then the fact that being compound, well, it just seems like that's obvious in its making.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I'm curious about with Lazarus is kind of who's going to be that starting lineup, because they do, unlike a lot of other teams, have a really strong bench as well. With at the beginning of the season, they had Niels and MKZ, formerly of unKnights, listed as their subs, but we saw in week 1 at the start of it, it was Niels who actually started over Jin, which was a surprise for me to see. So I'm curious to see if Niels is going to be starting again today, or if at some point we see maybe Jin or MKZ come into the mix, because I think the weird thing with a roster shuffle like Lazarus had is they actually got a lot of options for who could be playing and be impactful for this team, and in my mind, that's like the least clear roster for who should actually be the starting 5.
Yeah, and I guess that's always the thing that I feel like that, from my experience too, like Lazarus always kind of felt like they were a team that kind of just rotate around their roster, like you said. So it's a cool little note that you make about they have a strong bench, and I feel like that is the case, because I feel like last season, even the season before, you and I were kind of joking about like, okay, X person is now playing in for Lazarus. You're like, okay, well, doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. It just means more like, okay, well, that does change it up just a little bit. But I mean, Jin's here, and I mean, that's where we talked about, with Vi's kind of being in this as well, where I mean, he came from 36 Demons, which I think he was a bit quiet on the first game, but on the second game that they had, I mean, he looked really, really good. So we'll see if that's going to be the same case. And look at Anubis now. Nice little bit of a 3-1-1, and they're just going to barrel in. They're going to try to overwhelm, and even Dipsy causing a little bit of disruption here. Like big fake, but honestly, it's kind of backfired on them entirely, as the bomb's going to be dropped. Lazarus just read this well. They're able to frag out, and now all of a sudden it's down to Master on a 1-on-4, and he has no bomb. He has no real estate of, map control, and he's got a ton of work cut out for him in this kind of a situation, and he's going to have to rely on just hopping off and taking some heads, and unfortunately, it's only going to be on.
Yeah, really good opening round. I guess Jin wanted to remind us why he is one of the starters for this team. Even though he wasn't here in day 1, he is already alive and present in day 2 for this team. 4 kills in the opening round. And honestly, a star player showing up like this is a good component for Lazarus to have, because they're usually one of those teams that's more strategic, more even spread across the board. And you know what? If Jin wants to bring this type of gameplay to the table today, Anubis is going to have to be ready for it.
Yeah, they definitely will. And I mean, the fact that Jin was putting up like four frags for himself is kind of insane, actually, too. So, love to see that. But I want to see what Anubis have learned from yesterday, right? I mean, again, like they didn't look as good on this map. I mean, they looked okay. The scoreline definitely was a decent indication, but I'm going to be curious what they've been able to watch and review. And again, they haven't been able to probably study too much from Lazarus. I mean, they did, Lazarus did play Swamp on this, where, I mean, that was an interesting game in itself, but I think Anubis more have to study what they learned from their game previously, so I'm going to be really interested to see what they do differently on this Blacklist side especially.
See, though, a nice pick on to HDZ in the B tunnels, gets them a lot of forward pressure now towards the B bomb site. Only going to be Jin on the back side of it. He got 4 kills in the first here, but with already 44 HP left, it doesn't seem likely he'll be able to get quite as much this time around. Having to force the off angle, does manage to get the rotation support, though, with Manison now getting over onto the bomb site, but still on the 2v4 hold. It is going to be a tough one to hang on to. They do have that utility in place, though, for Manison. He can play counter flash on the off angle. Here comes the push, though. Jin going to be spotted out. Can't quite connect this time on the shots, though. The flashes for both teams landing for a bit of a standstill, but look at this. Jin and Madison still swing wide, and the support is good enough to win the round, and Anubis, again, struggling quite a bit on the execution.
Holy moly, man. That was crazy. You can even see Jin too. A little like parkour session, A little gymnastics or something. I don't know, man. He's just moving around, head down, head up. He's just trying to stay alive. And oh goodness, Lazarus though, honestly, a little bit of a surprising note for me. Honestly, I didn't think they'd be able to do this convincingly so far. Like I feel like they're looking pretty good. Like it hasn't been super brawly or scrappy or anything like that. I feel like they've looked really, really good on this defense. They have a good game plan. Looks like they have the right positions here. They might have been able to do some homework from yesterday's game too. And now, I mean, again, it is just going to be single arms here from both sides. And HDZ, I'm really looking for that round to see what he's going to be able to find. We just need him activated.
Right now, Lazarus, they need to find something here without an opening pick. It looks a little bit dicey with the HP lost onto Jin and Loons already being a little bit of a concern there for the remainder of the round, especially with Jin down to about 10 HP. Loons still with half, but the damage has already been dealt. Master, on the other hand, half HP as well, looking for that pick over towards the B bomb side. He hasn't quite hit his stride just yet in this map, but he's definitely the type of player who can open things up. You can see Jaguar as well starting to work his way over towards this B bomb site, but I almost feel like Anubis is too concerned with this B bomb site because Lazarus, they've locked it down twice in a row already.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of a stubbornness coming in right now just to see if they can get it done. I mean, they definitely feel determined to find this, and now the flashes are coming in. It might be not really going to make much of a difference because HDZ's not even blind. He's able to get things started. Jaguar! Oh my good God, he's able to find 3. He just sprays him down, mows him away, and now Dipsy coming in from the flank. He's able to get this done too. Lazarus, what was looking so prominent and so good for them, it's falling apart.
Yeah, that's a tough one to lose, but for Jaguar, a really huge play. They almost lined up for him, but it was that flash that did it. You could see Madison and HDZ were completely blind and both tried to tuck into the same corner and just made it a perfect storm for Jaguar to grab that play. And now Anubis, this is a chance to swing things back in their direction. They had a tough couple of rounds to kick it off, but on the BL side of Port, if you put up 3 or 4 on this side of the map, you're going to be feeling pretty good when you go into the GR, because especially in this map, it's a lot of GR presence between these two teams that I think we're going to see. Neither one of them, I would say, is really strong on their BL sides.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point. I definitely agree with you on that. I think that's where I wanted to see Anubis. That's why I was kind of making the comment about, look, like I really want to see what they've improved on from yesterday, because I do think that, again, the BL side is a requirement right now for them to improve, and it'll be the question here for Lazarus once we switch things over here too. But either way, I mean, that's a good start already. Not too bad. 1:20 remaining here on the clock, and again, not going to be losing anybody yet. Vise is taking a bit of damage. Now Dipsy is going to go with his teammate, Design. They're both going to be able to clear out HTZ, so that's some good information. That's some good map control that they're able to find. Potentially their eye set on this B hit, but again, the bomb's all the way in the back, so they haven't really made up their decision. But now look at the defense. They are split right apart. It's a 2-2.
It's a bit spread out. The HP not so great either, especially on Vise. Very, very low for the remainder of the round. He's just kind of tucked away on the backside of this mid bridge. Loons as well, under half on the back of B. And you can see Jaguar just trying to sneak out onto the bomb site very slowly here, creeping his way up, trying to maybe catch somebody off guard, holding this corner position. But I like the patience, waiting for the team to group up. But here comes the lurk and flank they're going to have to deal with as well. Doom working his way out mid, going to find Jin. Madison has to hold the line, only going to be good for one. Loons need something more, but there's nothing to be found. Design and Master clean things up, and Anubis tie it.
Okay. Well, Anubis going to bring things back pretty decent. And now back to a tie game. Single, I thought maybe Lazarus maybe would have tried something different. I don't think they typically like to, but I thought maybe some creativity. Nades coming against them, though. It is going to impact them on the HP department. Anubis now getting a little bit better on their movement, a little bit more comfortable, I would say, on this, and maybe finding a stride, maybe, but it's still early on to say. But back to waiting things out. Lazarus not being aggressive. A lot more about just situated in their positions. I do like this. Now switching it up again, right? So a 2-1-2, maybe you can call it, or a 2-2-1, I guess. A little bit of a rotate in between, I guess, but pretty standard, I would say. And now Anubis, again, just kind of splitting things off. And they did this, and I think this was the opening round they tried this, where they're going to have 3 players rush through into B, try to find that site, because if they can get it, transfer the bomb over. If not, they just backpedal it. But instead, actually, they've learned their lesson. They're going to group up together, and I'm really happy they've changed this up. I'm glad they're going to try to go for this A hit.
It'd be the first one of the half if they go for it, but there is still some hesitation, a lot of pressure being thrown directly onto mid, and it's actually going to be a full push out of mid from Anubis at the last minute, going mid to B here to try and catch them off guard. The Vise has a chance to slow it down. He does a lot of damage, but not a single shot will connect. Jin able to find 2, but that is not going to be enough. And you know what, Laz? Even when we think the A is finally coming, Anubis, it's 5 B hits in a row.
Oh, God, I know. Like, I was just thinking, like, okay, well, I thought they were going to go. Like, I was like, yeah, they're not going to go B. They're going to mix it to A. And then they just make me eat my own words. So I'm like, yeah, sure. Why not? All right. That's fine. It's all good. I'm just going to wait until I know for sure they're going to do it. But I do like it. I think they're, again, just trying things out. It looks like they are kind of experimenting, and they're doing a good job with this experiment so far. And Lazarus just, again, having some difficulty here, now losing this lead that they once had before. I do want to, like, I would love to see, again, just what we see from some of these other teams, like the double long push, just something a little bit different to kind of get a different tone on this, right? Like, they got to do something. catch Anubis off guard. But I guess the problem is Anubis do like to wait, but now you can see him again. Look at how clustered they are. All ready to go together. Just waiting things out. They still got plenty of time to work with, but that mid is kind of open. Madison just tucked away in the cubby. Now they're going to try to look for him. They're going to take him out. He's not even able to find any sort of damage at all. Now it's Jin coming in. He's trying everything he can. Loons with an aid coming in as well. Anubis coming through bridge. Trying things a little bit differently. Instead of B, maybe now going to A. We're trying something new. We're trying a new flavor. HDZ just staying alive as long as possible. This is perfect. Doing what he needs to do. Jump spot coming in for Master. Can't land the shot. And there it is. Lazarus once again will react perfectly to this plan of attack.
Yeah, good response here. Now finally securing that third round for themselves, but it's come at a cost. 3-3, not an ideal scoreline for Lazarus now in this half. They really need to try and solidify at least a 5-round game for themselves going into the BL, but Anubis, they have made that extremely difficult to achieve, especially with these mid-control plays. Dipsy and Jaguar putting a lot of pressure along with Master in the back line on this side of the map, really trying to filter that opening pick. But at the same time, you've got Lazarus, a little bit of a struggle on a couple players, most notably Vise, who I believe had 16 or 18 kills on this map yesterday, currently sitting on 0 and 5.
Yeah, this is not great, right? I mean, this is what I was kind of talking about before, just saying, like, look, on the first games yesterday, like, he was a bit quiet for me, what I was hoping to see, and now we're kind of getting that maybe same picture a little bit. But now it's a moment. We say his name. He finally gets himself on the board, looking for a little bit more. He's hungry for it, and he will get that double. So Lazarus will put themselves back in the lead. They're going to be able to re-aggress on this. I love that they went for that. I love that they actually just tried to counter aggression on that. I think it worked out really, really well for them. Anubis are really mixing up the playbook. I like it. Now, look at this even now. They're just going to rush into B main. They're going to see what they can get away with. The nades just do so much wonder. And now it makes me wonder if they even want to commit to this anymore.
Yeah, a bit of hesitation coming out now. Anubis not so sure where they want to head. Could be back towards the A bomb side, though. Dipsy in design already taken down under half. Doesn't make it an easy task ahead either way they go. I do like the mid pressure, though. Anubis consistently applies throughout this BL side, not really allowing a lot of luxury for Lazarus to get that vision as to where they might rotate back and forth through the middle of this map. It's only really Loons who can passively hold on to this position. Everybody else for Lazarus having to play very safe on the sides, because most teams, they would get comfortable, play a solo player B, but when you have Anubis 6 out of 7 rounds hitting B, you've got to keep 2 players there as much as possible.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt. And I mean, now Anubis, do they actually want to go for this? I'm so scared to say they're going to do it, but it looks like they want to. They're going to do this. They're going to execute. They have to. Please don't do this to me, Anubis. Just please commit to the site. Ready to go, but again, look at Lazarus. They're ready for this. Now the swing comes in, and Loons, look at Loons. It's an absolute field day for him. He gets himself that 3, locking it down. Jin here from the lower ground and pit just gets things all done. Master, not a hope in heck he's going to be able to find more than that, and Lazarus have been able to get themselves this half with 5. And honestly, color me impressed, man. Honestly, I think they're holding things really, really well, and I think they've been able to hold things, I don't want to say like super convincingly, but you know what? I am going to say convincingly, Kyle. They've been doing a great job. They're stellar. Gold star.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely convinced by the core of these B players, because with this many defenses on B, they've done a great job. I mean, you've got Loons on the rotation, Jin on 11 kills, HDZ as well, making sure you can get there and find some good cleanup frags. I am surprised, though, that Anubis hasn't tested this A more, especially considering the anchor every other round has been Vise, who hasn't been performing very well. So I'm curious to see if they'll maybe double back in that direction again here, because it's almost a little bit predictable to hold on to this B. And do you want to go again into the 2 best players on Lazarus this half?
Well, yeah, maybe they're stubborn. Maybe they want to do that. I mean, that could be a factor. I mean, they're trying to make a point. And I don't know if it'll be the right point, but they're trying. And it looks like they're going to go back and be main. They're just going to look for something. And I think it's a good point that you bring up. Like, I mean, again, it's not to pick on Vise, but yeah, when you have somebody that's not performing as well statistically, it's like you would almost want to go to that site. You normally would think, I'm going to go here. We're going to find him. That should be that opening we need. But right now, it's, you know, Anubis kind of making a bit of noise. And look at how fast Lazarus rotate on this. 1, 2, 3 players now. Jin close on by. Loon's now tucked away behind the box. Anubis are just doing a good job to, you know, be a little bit of a distraction. But, ooh, Design. He gets himself a nice little bit of a spam right on the corner of the wall. So Loons is going to go down. That puts them in the man up.
That's a good position to be in now. Anubis still haven't committed to the B, though. It could be a fall off for a mid execution. You can see them starting to put some extra pressure onto the A connector as well. Dipsy very, very far forward on this position. It's going to be a late A hit likely coming out at this point. Jin spots them just in time, but Jaguar is already in the GR spawn, and it's actually Dipsy who sneaks up to grab 2 kills. Jin and Vise go down. HDZ not going to live for much longer either. Manison now left in a 1 versus 4. He's already been spotted by Master. The trade comes through, and Anubis will make this a 5-4 half.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, honestly, I thought that there was a good opportunity here for Lazarus to get things a little bit more, you know, in their favor in the sense of maybe getting a 6. And I think the fact that we're talking about that kind of a, you know, close half, I think that's a good note here for Anubis. And Lazarus got to show us that, you know, Jin's having a really good game so far, but they're going to need a little bit more than that. So now things are going to be switched over here for the second half, and Lazarus now are going to show us how much they can work on the Blacklist side and if it's even improved.
Yeah, this is the tough part for Lazarus, showing us what they can do here on the BL. It's been a little bit tough for them historically on this map. Meanwhile, for Anubis, their GR usually pretty solid on a map like Port, especially if Master can have a good time here. But we did see previously Master kind of struggle in that A top position, so I am curious to see if they're playing it a little bit differently today. You can already see Dipsy being paired with him as the aggressor. I do like this call, having the first point of contact be someone who's a little bit more comfortable with that play style. We saw Swamp Gaming actually on a similar setup pretty much are.
Yeah, we definitely did, and I'm a little bit nervous here because Master has to hit the shot. That's the one thing that's really scary about the setup, because again, when these players swing, if Master can't hit one and Dipsy can reposition, that's going to really suck. And oh man, he gets out, but Dipsy actually wins the fight. Now he's looking for a little bit more, but that flash is going to be a bit of a problem. And he's not able to see anything at all. Madison gets that trade back. A 4-4. Players are getting wounded here from Anubis. Lazarus gets a spam, and shit, I can't believe it. He just spams away. He's got some kind of sights we can't see, and now he's sitting himself at 13 kills. Looks for another one. Why not? Have yourself a field day, man. And now it's come down to Design to see if he can come for the clutch. Will not be, and Lazarus are going to get this thing done again, and they're going to get that opening round in the second half.
Yeah, really around there. Jen in this. They must be very glad he's back in the mix at this point. He is all over the map, getting from everywhere. A lot of dragging. This time, Dipsy catches Menace in the A connector away, early to kill, and from there, what exactly happened? They're starting to hit these shots on the A top position, so looking pretty good, but still collapse in.
Yeah, they definitely are. And I'm kind of surprised because, again, like we were talking a lot about, you know, that it was really going to be Lazarus that might be struggling here on the BL side. And so far, I mean, they're in a conversation about finding 2 rounds in a row. And even Jaguar now trying to push down to see what he can be able to find. He's re-aggressing, getting in some info. And, you know, he's like, oh, crap, they're not here. But look, he might get caught in the worst timing in the world. Oh, my goodness, he's able to find the 2? He gets gifted that somehow on Lazarus. They just misstep themselves and they lose a round that they should have had on paper any day of the week. 99% of the time, they would have won that. And I can't believe it. That 1%, Jaguar comes up big.
Yeah, honestly, a really, really good performance from Jaguar in that round, and he's consistently finding those nice little openings for Anubis Gaming to work with, and they're right back into the fight here to kick off this second half. It's looking like they could potentially pull things to a tie, but you still got to watch out for Jin in these situations. 16-6, he's really making it a difficult one for Anubis to get a hold of, and Dipsy as well on the other side being a bit of a thorn in the side of Lazarus, especially from this A connector position, constantly going for these aggressive plays.
Yeah, full aggression, and a spray comes in, and Dipsy gets himself this, and nicely done. Now he can just tuck away, and now he's got that long control for him, and actually a bit of over-aggression, which I think was a bit unnecessary in this one, but Lazarus will take that any day of the week. Back to a 4-4. And now Madison probably not realizing why there would be two players just swinging like that, but now they're going to get out of there. They're hightail out of there and find themselves a new place. So a good amount of work coming in from Anubis in the sense of repositioning themselves, but it was very, very scary. And now Lazarus still with a minute remaining here. See what they want to do. Master is the player that is going to be on the A tower. Close on by with Doom as well. But do they want to go there, though? A little bit of lurking coming in from Madison. Waiting things out. So it looks like he's going to be the distraction. And then we're going to see Lazarus just go for a full commit at this A site. I do like this. Jaguar. Oh, he actually spots it. Madison's not able to find it. Okay, now they have to go. And there you can see it. Anubis are reacting well to this. The jig is up. Now they have to hit these shots. They have to be able to come for a full firefight. Doom's able to get out of this somehow. He dodges bullets like Neo in the Matrix. And Jin comes in finding more. I don't know what he had this morning, but he is just popping off, but it just might not be enough. Oh my God, he's able to. No way! He finds a triple kill in that situation?
Insane from Jin. He only had 2 bullets left in the M4 as well, and the last 2 get that final kill of the round. And honestly, that's the only difference between these two teams right now. It's Jin. He's got double the frags of the second fragger on Lazarus, actually more than that. So at this point, they just need Jin to stay in this pocket, and they're looking golden for their chances to take this one away from Anubis, because outside of that, it's not been anything overwhelming they're really doing. It's just a lot of entry frag potential from one individual has really elevated what they're able to do on this BL side, and hopefully he can keep that up.
Oh man, I just can't believe Jin got away with that. Now Bai's able to get himself a little bit of action here too, so gets a bit of an opener here. Now they're just going to barrel into the site. They're not even going to mess around. Not going to be able to find the plant, but Anubis actually find themselves a multitude of kills here. Leaving for just Jin and HDZ now to see what they can do, but Jin is alive, right? I mean, you can't ignore what he can do, evidently. And now, still an advantage. Jin does find himself one here. Looking for a little bit more. 2-2. Trying to do what they can. HDZ just looking around everywhere. Jin just spamming away. He's only got 14 bullets remaining. It's all down to him. This is for the clutch factor. 12 remaining in the chamber. Trying everything in his power. He's got a minute to work with, but man, they are close on by. They play these sketchy one-on-one fights, but Anubis, they will prevail, and they'll get a 6.
Yeah, a little bit tough there for a moment, but Anubis still hanging on in this one, but it looks like we are going to see a quick pause coming out. Anubis still kind of struggling a little bit on this side of the map. I was impressed that Lazarus has been able to kind of crack the bomb sites pretty consistently. Still a little bit shaky on some of the retakes, but their ability to entry today has been pretty on point. You're starting to see Vise as well get a little bit more comfortable throughout this map, and that's where Lazarus looks really good, because normally on a strategic level, they're a pretty decent team, but when you add them kind of hitting the peak stride of their shots as well, that's when they become a deadly force. And when you look at Jin already, 20 kills on the board in this map, if they can't shut him down, this one could be over, because it's not every day you see one player kind of backpacking their team through, but with the plays he's had, it's just been incredible.
It's just, yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Like, I think we've seen in the past, like, Jin's been able to have himself some decent games, but man, this is this is a whole other level. Like, I mean, the fact is, like, he just looks like he's just running around. He's just popping off. He's just a fragging machine. Like, even that 1-on-3 or 1-on-2, whatever the situation was, like, I honestly was a big believer. I was like, yeah, I think he's going to be able to do this. And I mean, he was close. It was getting really, really close for him. But man, Lazarus must be just, loving this right now. But again, they're going to need somebody else as well to kind of assist him. Because, I mean, you can't just rely on that hero player. But this timeout's going to be really important because, again, I think you talked about it where Anubis, they're all together. They're having a bit of a conversation right now. They're just trying to get themselves a better idea of what they should do. And again, maybe just finding a situation where they don't go near Jin and then they just try to look for a different player to find themselves a better opening.
Yeah, I mean, right now, they still have a good chance to bring this one back. They are on the more comfortable side of this map to be on in a close match, but they still have to find those ways to deal with Lazarus on the aggression. And honestly, the biggest player I'm worried about in this one is Master. He still seems like he's having issues when he gets overwhelmed on that A bomb site.
Yeah, a lot of deep thoughts coming in here too. And it's very, very interesting to see from Lazarus. I mean, okay, Jin's got a little bit of a smirk on his face, and yeah, I mean, they should be feeling pretty good right now. I mean, they are, in a bit of a lead, but not by too much here. But I'm going to be curious what's going to come differently from Anubis because, I thought their GR side was going to be a little bit better than what it was. And I'm kind of surprised, but also I'm impressed at the same time where I think Lazarus have really shown us that the BL side is, it's not a write-off. Whereas I think before it was pretty evident that it like wasn't much of a threat, right? So I think we're seeing a lot of good improvement.
Yeah, honestly, for Lazarus, it's about continuing to hit that stride. But for Anubis, it's going to be about what they can do to put a stop to it. Because right now, it's looking like a series that could be pretty tough for them if they can't find a way through. Because coming into this, Anubis was my favorite to take this one away, but the way Lazarus has been playing so far seems like the team plays a little bit better and the shots are a little bit better, and it definitely worries me for what Anubis might be able to do throughout this series because they did have a really good showing against unKnights yesterday, but it just feels like they've taken a half step back so far in this one.
Yeah, and they were kind of that team too where, again, like there was... for them, their previous season just wasn't what it should be. So they are kind of in that rebuilding phase. And I mean, that's always a tough thing when you're a team that historically has been a powerhouse or have been, a good conversation of that top 4 team, replacement team, and you're not quite there, right? And that's where it gets to be really, really difficult because it does take time. It does take some work, but it is looking like it's improved a little bit. But I feel like so far in this game, it's been more improvement from Lazarus more so than Anubis, I would say, just in this matchup alone. But still plenty of games left to see, plenty of action to be commenced. And I want to know what Anubis are going to do with this. I mean, this is a big amount of time that momentum might slow down here, but we'll see if that's going to be the case. And I want to see a little bit different styles of defense coming in from Anubis moving forward.
Yeah, I'd really love to see them move Master off of the A bomb site, maybe throw him on B or mid a little bit more, since it seems to be a bit more of a comfort position for him, since I feel like Master, if you tell him to just aggressively peek something, he's great at it, but if he has to like hold an angle, that's where he seems to struggle the most. So I'm hoping they can maybe reposition him, maybe run a couple of AKs on that A bomb site. Maybe they'll have a better time over on that side of the map, because if they can get Master comfortable, we've seen what this guy can do, and it's actually quite a lot. So I'm hopeful as we get back into it, there'll be a little bit more that they can offer here, but back into it is going to be a bit of an interesting one here, just considering how back and forth it's been. I honestly am not sure who's going to win this first map.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that's lean for me where I'm kind of going like, yeah, no, I think there's definitely a favorite. I think it kind of like a lot of question marks too, because like I said, if Jin's playing the way he is and he's going to put up multi-kills, he's going to, get all these highlight reels, then I'm probably going to lean on Lazarus just for the sake of, he is kind of just becoming that, difficult thorn in the side here. But I don't think it is an easy situation to be in to decide like who's going to win this. I don't think, you know, you and I can analyze this as much as we could, but I think at the end of the day, it's going to be about like whoever's going to be able to find this maybe first or second round after this break. I think is going to be really important, just because that could set the new tone, because this has been a bit more of an extended time off or a bit of a tech problem, I guess, right? But I think that's the thing where, is the momentum gone, or is it still very much in the pocket here for Lazarus?
Yeah, it almost feels like a bit of a reset coming back into it. So this first round is going to kind of reset the tone for what might happen for the rest of this map. As we hop back in, it's 7-6. Lazarus in the lead by 1, but they are on the BL side, which can be a little bit more challenging. And they started off by putting some early pressure onto Master. I like this call here, trying to challenge him on this A top position. You can see Doom coming in for the support. A little bit of an over-rotation almost from the side of Anubis, putting 3 now on the back of A, but there's still no full commitment from Lazarus. They're kind of just hanging out here trying to get a pick.
Yeah, now the flash is coming in. Just a little bit, again, just a bit of a distraction. And look at how 3 players on this right now from Anubis. They're expecting some kind of a big A hit. And they've really put a good lean on this. And Design is the one anchor that's going to be in this B site with the rotate of Dipsy. And again, a situation where I wouldn't be surprised if Lazarus tried to go for a little bit of a fake on this again. I mean, smoke's going to be placed now. Finding a little bit more time. We're getting close to that minute mark here for this one. And they are going to group up. I think this is just going to be the old pop flash and go and just see what happens. And Design is going to be that player. He does do a little bit of damage. Doesn't throw any utility, but his teammate's going to be able to. And Plant's going to come in. Finally going to be done. Now a little bit of time here on the side for Lazarus. And now look at them. 1, 2, and 3. Find themselves right into this site, leaving it to Master and Jaguar to do something now with an arm in hand, the AK as well, but this might be a little too late here, Kyle.
Yeah, Jaguar trying to get some damage down. He does a lot on to Jin and to Manison there, but just not enough to find any kills in the round for Anubis. And that is a big round to start it off for Lazarus, especially considering the one player that felt missing up to this point was Vise. He's starting to unlock as well, which becomes a very scary situation for Anubis to deal with, because now everyone is showing that potential on the Lazarus side, and this time they're going to go for the wide swing on that A top once again to start off the round, but it seems like they're just trying to keep Master flustered, not necessarily wanting to engage a full push onto A.
Now Anubis kind of grouping up here towards, I believe that's Bridge, where they're actually just kind of clustered together. But they had the triple player set up, and now Vise looking like he's going to get boosted up here. Gets smoked off, so can't really spot anybody close on by. Can't really look for any information for the time being. It's an early smoke, though, so it'll be fine. But look at this flank from Jaguar. Oh, my goodness, Manison. You got to turn around, and he won't be able to. And there he is. A little bit of a surprise. And now, okay, so Lazarus either have to decide to go for this or look for him and go for this fight too, right? This is a tough position for them to be in. They have just over a minute left. Jaguar's been able to get a ton of information. This is not a good position right now for Lazarus. But of course, who other than Jin? He's able to find himself. Oh my God, he's able to find 2 more. Things are getting more problematic here. Things are becoming more of a big statement here from Lazarus. Coming up the ladder. It's going to be the arm to make a connection. Players coming all over the place. Left, right, and center. HDZ able to find himself a 3-piece too. And okay, Lazarus now put themselves on map point.
Nice time for HDZ to step up and get a huge play. But again, Jin as well, finding the double entry, shutting things down consistently on this side. And it just goes so far for what this team's been able to do. Jin, I believe, sitting on 23 kills in this first map alone. Pretty crazy, approaching potential record potential. I believe the #1 kills we've had in a map was 29 so far in CFWL, which would be crazy to see potentially broken in this map. But if Lazarus wants to do it safely, it's not going to go that far. They're looking to do it 10-6 here and find themselves a nice win, and they might just do it. Everybody really stepping up in these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, that's kind of the big question about, if that break was going to be a bit of a problem, but it actually looks like it was the opposite of it too, because even like HDZ, like I said, was able to get himself a multitude of kills and got himself 4 frags, which is pretty crazy. And now, I mean, we're in a position where Lazarus look like they might just try to go for the A hit, which is a good position to be in, because again, Anubis are down to 4 players only. And in this kind of a situation, it is a bit of a setup. Ooh, Jaguar with a nice little bit of a jiggle. Takes down the top heavy hitting player now. So a big threat is going to be removed. But do they want to commit to it? HDZ again connecting the arm. Jaguar again just trying to be a difference maker, trying to be the playmaker as much as possible. Nades come in, a flash, he's able to connect, but Jaguar still gets another kill. Okay, things have been moved to a 2-2.
It's going to be a tough one. But HDZ looking really good since the reset here, 6-0. That could be the difference they need, but look at this spot from Menacin as well. He has a chance to take them both on in the double peak. Menacin lines them up, but can't quite finish the kill. But HDZ, look at who is right there and design. This nade's going to be everything. That should be the finisher, and it will be. Menacin nades it all the way home for Lazarus in map number 1, a 10-6 victory. And honestly, I don't know what that reset did, but it really shifted the momentum.
Yeah, it really did. I'm really, really happy to see what Lazarus were able to do with this. I mean, they looked a lot more polished since that timeout. I was definitely thinking that wasn't going to be the case. I thought this might have actually been more favorable for Anubis, but yeah, this was a great game, man. I was really happy to see this. I was kind of expecting to see Anubis looking a little bit better on this, just because they played it before. It didn't go their way, but unfortunately, it's kind of a similar bit of a scoreline where they're just not able to get things done on this, and I think they still have a lot of work cut out for them on this map. But we did see some good, technicality improvements, I think, which was nice. But honestly, I'm really more impressed that Lazarus came in. They haven't looked this, clean of a team in quite some time, and I mean, again, I gotta give my hats off a little bit here. Tip to Jin. Like, I mean, the fact that he came in guns blazing, that's exactly what they needed, and he was able to kickstart this thing for them to get the map done.
Yeah, honestly, just a great performance. I think my only concern now, looking at a map 2 potential, is the likelihood of Jin pulling that off back-to-back seems pretty low. So if he could do that twice, though, that would be a stellar performance on the day and really solidify what they can do. But the big win also was seeing all of these other glimpses in the second half from the rest of Lazarus, who I think really stepped up and realized after that reset, we all have what it takes to get this one done, because that's when you started to see HDZ and Vise really come to life as well. And that was what was missing when this match felt like it was really, really close in the head-to-heads. On the opposite side, I felt like Anubis, they had these moments where Dipsy or Jaguar would do something really big, but then they wouldn't really follow it up with anything too special, and some of these key components were kind of missing. For me, the biggest miss from Anubis today so far has been Doom. Very, very quiet.
Yeah, he really was. I felt like he wasn't really existing in this game, and that's unfortunate. And I feel like that's kind of been the theme a little bit today, like where I think we've seen some, uncharacteristic situations for some of these players. We've seen time and time again where they normally do have really good games, or they're a consistent factor, and some of those consistencies just weren't really the effect here for June 2nd on the matches, right? So, I mean, day 2 of the opening weekend seemed to be a bit of a different tale than what we saw yesterday, but either way, man, it's a great way for this to be done and concluded, and then moving things over to that final map, which will be really, really interesting to see. Just because, again, if anybody is wondering, it is going to be Compound.
Yeah, I mean, Compound, I feel like we're going to see it a lot alongside Black Widow as that secondary pick coming out. Both of those maps, I think, are going to be pretty heavily played this season. Lazarus, no surprise to see them wanting a map like that as well, because for HDZ, he's very, very strong on that map, as is Vise. So I feel like it's a really good one for them to try and close this out on. And honestly, I think the 2-0 is very, very winnable for them at this point, considering what Anubis brought to the table in map number 1.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that I think it's going to be the case just to see if that's going to be in the deck of cards here. But we are just going to get ready for that last and final map of the day. And we are just going to take a very short break. We're going to be locked and loaded, ready for compound. So we'll see you in just a little bit.
As soon as you think you've spotted one, there's another right on top of you there, Spoxy.
When HPV is just doing what he's doing.
Has to get at least one. Good for one. Good for two. Greens. Good for three.
But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HPV!
one. There's another right on top of you there, Spoxy.
When HPV is just doing what he's doing.
Has to get at least one. Good for one. Good for two. Greens. Good for three.
But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HPV!
All right, we are back here. It's the final map of the weekend, and it's going to be Compound to decide if Lazarus can be the only team today to find themselves a 2-0 victory. If you would have told me that, Laz, at the beginning of the day, I would have said you're crazy. There's no way Lazarus is the only team with a 2-0 victory on their plate. But you know what? They've proved a lot already in this series, and I'm looking forward to what happens now on Compound.
Yeah, you kind of took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say, you know, if you would have told me the same thing, I would have been like, you're crazy, man. There's no way. But look, like I said, really impressive showing. I think we both were a little bit in shock factor just from Lazarus, the form they came in, which you love to see, right? I mean, that's the thing. Like, there's so much expectation for this, you know, organization and team together. So it's great to see them coming up big and taking down a pretty big, you know, competitor like Anubis Gaming. So now it's a conversation if they can be, you know, the only team to get a 2-0 here today, because if they do, and you made a really good point about this in the beginning of the day, is if we find that 2-0 and everybody else splits it, that just puts you in a huge lead in terms of points, right? I mean, it makes such a difference, especially when we move on through the season. So we'll find out, and hopefully that doesn't get to Lazarus's head.
So far, so good, though. Dipsy goes down to HDZ. Great way to get the ball rolling on map number 2, especially being on that BL side first. It's a little bit of a tough spot to be, but I actually think for Lazarus this could work out quite well considering they just had a good BL finish on the first map, so maybe they keep that momentum for an even stronger start here on Compound, and then they can close it on the GR. But Master has a different story on his mind, takes down Jin, the top fragger from map number 1, but it's HDZ. He's been the one on the BL side really getting the work done. These last few moments we've seen him on screen, I think he had 8 in the final 3 rounds of that previous map, already 2 in this one as well. Doom left alone on the lower bomb side, but it's HDZ again, already going to find a third Jaguar trying to hide in the corner pocket, but HDZ, he doesn't check that angle, and Jaguar, he's going to try and sneak behind. He's able to find himself 1 Loons quickly on the trade, but Master now left alone.
Oh man, okay. I was thinking Jaguar made it. Maybe he was going to be the difference maker in this, but you know, honestly, man, like this is the thing. I think we talked a little bit about this yesterday. I love that we see HDZ. Like I said, I think I talked about this myself because I was really excited to see a player like him join this team originally, and the fact that he can be so lethal with the AWM. And we just get to see it there, right? Like he comes in, he just barrels in, finds 3, and just takes matters into his own hands. You absolutely love to see it. And we finally get to see that just a little bit from him. And then on the other side, I was thinking too, I was getting nervous just because Jaguar, like he's such a funny and like sneaky player where I thought maybe he was going to be able to backstab them, but unfortunately it just wasn't meant to be. But what a round from Lazarus to get themselves a really good start and again, really efficient.
At this point, it's going to be Anubis. Starting to feel like they've lost control over this series, and rightfully so. The shots continue to land for Lazarus, and what is that smoke shot as well? Hits Design in the dome for about 90. And now you've got to deal with this for the rest of the round. If you're Anubis already losing a player, Design on 10 HP forces you to have to play a little bit too passive compared to maybe what they would have wanted to do here for Anubis, but Lazarus just doing a great job of applying that pressure across the map. Even still, you can see HDZ solo trying to work that finish onto Design over in the B pillars while the rest of the team sets up a split towards A.
Nice little bit of a lurk smoke coming in here from Lazarus. Flashes now too, so Master making a bit of communication. There's some action happening here down long A, and now Vise, again, he might be the player to see what he's going to be able to do. He might be able to catch this timing off guard, but now his teammates, Jin's going to get dropped here in mid, and Master does find that connection, so things are starting to fall apart a little bit here for the Lazarus side of things. HDZ will get himself that pistol kill to bring things back to an equal, and Doom, someone that's been a bit quiet here so far, does get himself another Jaguar with a little bit of a drive-by double tap. And leaving it just down to Madison. 10 seconds remaining. It does have the ball. Might be able to get this plant down in time. But it's a question of what he's going to be able to do on the 1-on-2. Jaguar already coming in hot and heavy. He's going to be able to find himself a multitude of kills. And Anubis Gaming, just like that, they're right back in it.
Yeah, solid round. A lot of it coming down to these mid-round holds from players like Jaguar and Master, who really made it difficult to break through, and Jaguars consistently playing really smart all across the board today and how he positions himself. I'm loving what we're seeing from him, really developing a lot of strength as that kind of forward lurk player for his team. And again, he's able to sneak up, gets the double kill, and somehow almost gets out of there alive. Vise barely getting that one to go their way, but at the same time, the damage has already been dealt. It's a 3-on-4 situation, and Lazarus is again playing from numbers down.
Yeah, and that's the thing I love about Jaguar, though. Again, is like he's just got some good movement. He found himself, in mid, getting the perfect pocket of, the timing. Takes out Medicine and HDZ, so you've removed the AWM, you removed another big player as well, so he's done a really good amount of work and lifting right now for this round. Moons is going to be able to pick up the C4. He's going to get himself moving over now, and it does look like it is going to be a bit of an attempt at a B split. But again, you have to remember that Design is waiting for something. He's kind of expecting something on the connector side, whereas you have Dipsy kind of, again, locked and loaded here with the Yalm as well, waiting things out. And Vi's now trying to see if he's going to be able to be an entry. Vi's has to be able to find something. Loons goes down too early as well. This thing's falling apart. Vi's does get something. Jin, maybe a little bit of a pulse back too. And now it's all down to him with the 1-on-2 situation. 19 bullets remaining. He's going to get this plant. But it all comes down to the post plant, right? This is all about him finding the moment here. He has to hit these shots. A critical moment for him. He's a spray, and he's able to come up again! Time and time over, he's able to get things in his favor, and Anubis will fall, and Lazarus get themselves a second.
All right, map 2, Jin is back. If he can keep that up, it's going to be the difference maker they need again to keep this one in their control, because right now it's still a pretty close one. Dipsy going for this early peak, getting a little bit anxious to go swing wide there, but finally will back off of it for the moment. For Lazarus, they're just going to take their time. They're not really a team that likes to aggress off the start of the round here. They're more so just trying to draw out a pick, and Jaguar seems to be the one giving that forward pressure pretty consistently early on. This time he's playing over in the A-long room, waiting for that support to come through as well, with Doom playing with the counter utility to maybe catch them off guard, but he still might have to come up big from this position if Lazarus contests.
Well, deep nades coming in. Jaguar now needing to get this flash to make a connection. And Madison, I think he might have turned just in time. He did, yeah. He was caught a little bit half blind, but good movement coming in from him. He beat the timing of it. That could have been way worse for wear for him. So now Lazarus find themselves in a great spot where they come in through A main, they take down a player. Someone like Jaguar, you can kind of remove that like lurk, right? He kind of reminds me of Flex in a bit, like just kind of always pushing and seeing what kind of boundary he can push. And now that he's gone, this makes it a little bit more of a tough situation here for the defense to be split into the 2-2, but Lazarus again have to be really careful, because I would like to see them taking this, as a 3-2 or even just as a full unit, because I feel like when they kind of linger sometimes, this is where it might fall apart. And when you have the advantage in numbers, that's what you need to rely on. Okay, Madison's able to get it done. Now Doom trying everything in his power to locking it down. Here's HDZ coming on his heels, but he's not going to be able to find much more than that one kill. And HDZ again able to get himself one more before the grave. And Design here with a top scenario on a 1-on-4, making it down to the 3 players remaining. But Madison once more will find himself multi-frags here for this round. And we're sitting at a 3-1 already, and Lazarus looking still super composed and polished.
Yeah, it's feeling like a really well-rounded team here, and they're definitely back in action today and showing us a lot. It looks like we are going to have a quick pause coming out from Anubis, so we're going to see what they can do during this time to maybe recalibrate quickly, because they are on the defensive side of this map. They're already down 3-1. It's not a great position to be in. But the good thing here, with a pause at that kind of 3-1 scoreline, you still have a chance to fix things before the half is lost.
No, definitely. I mean, that's the biggest thing, is that I think there is an opportunity, but I think, like we said, I mean, I think Lazarus in the situation they're in, they really are building off some really good momentum. They got that first map win, which was that 10-6. And I mean, I think the thing for Anubis right now is like they're just trying everything in their power to kind of figure out what they need to do a little bit differently. And I just don't know if they're going to be able to figure out this quickly, but maybe they will, right? I mean, they are a team that I think was looking strategically better yesterday, but I'm not sure if that's going to be necessarily the case right now. But it seems like maybe even if they are strategically there, it seems like the firepower is a little bit lackluster right now, which is a bit weird, right? Because this team does have some like unreal fraggers. So let's see if they're going to be able to recharge here with this time kind of going through.
Yeah, Anubis, it's going to be their chance here to try and figure things out, but at the same time, in might just be Lazarus coming back stronger as well. I think back to the pause we had on that first map, and it actually did a lot more benefit for Lazarus than it did for Anubis. So at this point, it's really anyone's to take away, but Lazarus seems to be feeling very comfortable with their control over this one. And I think a lot of it just stems back to in the rounds where they do have the advantage, Lazarus can close them out. But even when they don't, you have these players like Jin and HDZ who make it that much more difficult by stealing away additional other rounds as well. And that's the tough thing to try and talk through as a team, because Anubis, they've been making a lot of the right decisions. It's really just coming down to some individual firepower that's separating these two teams.
No, definitely. And I mean, that's the thing, because it's hard to say without it coming off the wrong way. But I think, for Lazarus, like, we know that there are some good players on this team, but I was going to say, like, I thought, like, strategically and more of the firepower definitely leaned on Anubis' side. But I think we're starting to see that players from Lazarus are looking, a lot better and figuring out themselves and how they can be successful in winning these engagements. Again, the player that, again, is kind of in the spotlight, in my perspective anyways, is Vise, like, just someone that can do big damage. And now look at this, even where Jaguar's trying to push through with the design. They're trying to get something done, but who other than Jin, man, he's able to get things moving a little bit here. He finds that first opening engagement. It is going to cost him a ton of HP right now, but this is not a big deal for them. They still have 5 alive technically. And now we see Lazarus back in a position where, with this man advantage, they can just kind of sit back and wait.
Yeah, it's a good spot to be in. It adds that much more pressure onto Anubis to feel like they need to take a risk to try and equalize in this situation. And you can see Master trying to make that happen, but there's no clean way to navigate it. Lazarus just kind of smoking off mid, keeping him guessing where they might be rotating from. Vise also sneaking towards this tower position during that moment to maybe try and catch him off guard. But for Anubis, it's so hard to hold this map when you lose that early player, because it almost forces you to give over that mid control, which for a lot of these teams seems to be where they lean when they want to execute.
Yeah, and even for Anubis in this kind of position again, like, just splitting things off with the 2 and 2. It's a safe bet, right? They have to do just something and play the system together. Lazarus now being in this, I love that they're committing as a unit. This is perfect. Now they're going to come through. Now they're just going to swing through main. Smokes and flashes coming in. Design has to push on back. He's trying everything possible, but he's just shooting in the dark. He has no idea what's going on. Jin just waiting. He's got the arm locked in and takes down Doom here in tower. And oh man, Gypsy, way too much of a tall task, and Lazarus coming in with a 4th. And honestly, this is like such a night and day difference than what we saw yesterday. Like, they look like they have game plans. Their executes are just looking, again, really well done. And I think that was something I was expecting from Anubis, and the Lazarus are just nothing but impressed me so far here today. Like, this is, I feel like a whole different team, Kyle.
Yeah, it's honestly really impressive to see what they've been able to do. Every individual really stepping up and making that impact known. And it's not even as if Anubis is playing a bad game either. They're having some difficulties, but it really just comes down to Lazarus being very well coordinated. You can tell they put a lot of effort into not only getting their aim to a new level, but also developing that extra synergy in how they execute. Because the biggest thing I always thought was missing from Lazarus was their BL sides. And today, their BL side has looked fantastic.
Yeah, it really has, and that was always a weak point for them in previous seasons. And look at them now; they're able to win these first fights. They're getting duels in their favor. They look way more calm and collected. They're not nervous. There's, a lot of these fights feel in good control for them. So they're just doing a great job to hold up and start cooking right now. But Now they put themselves in the man advantage. Design's going to be the first one down, and this is a moment where I love that previous round where we saw them just kind of commit together. They're kind of doing that little bit of a fake where they have a couple players now going to just try to see what they can get away with. Dipsy talks behind the box, trying to spam him. He's not going to hit too bad, and he actually will get moved. He tried to reposition, and Madison just spamming away. Doom now just tucked in the corner, trying his best, trying to see if he can survive this threat. Lazarus don't even have to commit to this plan yet. The C4 is this way. Madison's going to get dropped, and he was actually the carrier of the bomb too. So this might be a little worse for Rare now. Lazarus have to get moving. They have to be able to find something in this connector. But Master now putting up a bit of a class for himself with a double kill, locking it in, making it into a 3-on-2 with 15 seconds remaining. And Lazarus, a bit of hesitation, not so cool, calm, and collected anymore. Just going to swing from the heavens, and they're going to go down. And Anubis, they finally get themselves a bit of a lifeline, and they get themselves a second round.
Yeah, really awkward round. It just came down to taking a little bit too long to make the move for Lazarus, forced them there, even with the numbers advantage, to make some difficult decisions that did not pan out well at all. And if they had given themselves a little bit more time, they could have probably created a little bit more comfort in how they take those battles. But this time, Anubis, they take the battle right to Loons over in the B pillars, getting themselves a nice early pick, and they can fall off as well, pretty much uncontested here. So Anubis starting to change the pace, starting to find some new life in this half, and that's exactly what they need, because if they can turn this around, make it a 5-4 half, they still have a good chance to bring this back.
Yeah, for the first time in a long time too, it's Anubis that have, been able to have the man advantage, right? Getting that opening engagement that's not really been ever in their favor. That's never been in their game plan. That's never been part of their favor or their situation at all. And I think that's the problem here, and that's what was so successful for Lazarus. So we'll see how they work in this deficit. And now they're going for a little bit of a 2-2. And again, the C4 all the way in the back of mid. Some deep nades coming in again. Some good pop flashes again, just kind of distracting these players in mid. But these players, again, they're kind of going into a bit of a trap here because there's 3 players essentially going for mid. They're just going to crunch it. Are they going to be able to win these fights? It's just Jaguar now finds himself the double. Now leaving it just to a 2-on-3, and a pistol's not able to get it done. And HDZ, okay. Blink of an eye, and Lazarus get themselves back into this, and it's an interesting conversation to have. Dipsy and Jaguar, the last remaining players. The bomb is going to be dropped. Dipsy, perfect timing to hit the head. HDZ trying to see what he can do. 7 bullets in the pistol. Needing to find some kills. Picks up the C4. Now it's about timing. He should be able to get this planted A. But I'm going to be more curious what he does with the post plant here, Kyle.
Yeah, it's a tough positioning choice, but at the end of the day, at least these 2 players are somewhat spread out. The nade as well could potentially find Jaguar a few moments too early, though, on that one. But for HDZ, it's all about just picking an angle where he has a chance to take 2 separate fights here. Both of these players are very low on HP, so it does make for a winnable situation. He gets the drop down onto Jaguar. That is huge, but he doesn't know the wraparound's coming from Dipsy. The quick reload, though, might be enough, but not quite there. Dipsy able to secure this one for Anubis just in time. It's already down to a 1-round game, so Anubis starting to get some good things rolling in their direction. But the big thing I really liked in this round is this initial fight here. The knowledge that they tend to have that player solo lurking towards B on the Lazarus side, and Anubis just exploiting that perfectly.
Yeah, such a good point. And now, I mean, a good point coming in from HDZ. Can actually win the Alm off here and takes down Master. So that's a good pickup that we see Lazarus finally get themselves that opening engagement like I talked about. Where I think that's been a big success point for these guys too, right? When they're able to find the opening duel in their favor, it seems like they can just be able to prevail and find their plan. And now they're gonna run through mid again. They're not even gonna mess around. They're just gonna try to do what they can. Jaguar putting up a big fight, trying to put out the fire, but it's just too much of a flame. And there we go. Back to the 3-2. Dipsy and Design, the 2 players here for the clutch to see what they have in the pocket. But this could be a Lazarus round unless we see some crazy sort of a retake than what we've seen before. And it was this map as well. And Dipsy toying with the idea potentially, but gets caught with an 8 out, leaving it just down to design, looking as much as possible for an option. And he was not picking the right door. And we see Lazarus now putting themselves on 5 rounds again than what we saw on the first map. And they have put themselves guaranteed this half.
Yeah, for the BL side, that's huge as well, especially if they can make it even a 6-3 half, all said and done. This is where Anubis, they've got to find a way to hold on to this round. Dipsy is going to find a good start. Takes down Menace and Vise. Looking for that trade opportunity, goes for the counter flash, but there's still no way he can take this fight comfortably. He wants to try and get something done with this utility, but Dipsy is still tucked away in the corner, but Loons finally grouping up here for the support. Makes it a lot more winnable now. Design to be stuck there. Loons able to find a second with that nade, and now it's a pretty even trade situation.
Yeah, and the bomb by itself too is a little bit scary. Master, there we go. Gets a nice bit hit off the tee, and Jin gets taken out. Now these last 2 remaining Lazarus players kind of split apart. Now finally Loons will join his comrade. And the decision to go B, I mean, I don't know. I mean, again, this is always a tough one to win. There's so many angles you have to clear. I mean, I guess it's the same thing at A, but I feel like when you have the high ground, you have to jump into the site. It's just, it's never fun, but okay. It does look like they might try to rethink their thoughts on this one. Still thinking. They got lots of time. I mean, they're waiting to see if anybody's lurking around. But again, I love this discipline from Anubis. Waiting things out. This is perfect. Oh, wow, Doom, you got to be careful. HGZ would have found that shot. That would have been just absolutely devastating for any Anubis fans here. This last round is just coming right down to the absolute wire. And HDZ, oh no, no way, catches him right in the kneecap. Okay, so 2 players are low. Loons has a possibility here. This isn't impossible for him. He's got the rifle, looking to see what he's going to be able to find. Master in the deep part of this site. 20 seconds now remain. Master realizing he has to get moving. Oh no, Master. This might be an opportunity where he might be able to just swing on this, and Loons, I can't believe he survived this, and he brings a pistol out and he still takes him out. He's got a full chamber in the gun. Will he be able to find these shots? Surely not. Anubis not going to throw this one away, and Kyle, they will get themselves that 4th round on the board.
Yeah, not a bad end to the half, all things considered. 4 on the board. Now they go on to the attack, but Lazarus, still 5 rounds on the BL is a really good look for them. It just comes down to the pressure of that GR side, if they're going to be able to remain as consistent as they've looked throughout this match so far. That's definitely the big question for me, is especially looking at Jin putting up 20 kills on the GR side of Port. If he can come anywhere close to that on GR compound, in my mind, this game's already over.
Yeah, some really good highlights coming into. I just, I was getting caught in the awe of it a little bit here too, right? I think there's been some good moments from both these teams, and I really am happy to see again, I mean, again, I feel like a broken record, but it's just hard not to talk about it. I'm glad to see that, Jin, I think we were joking, we're like, yeah, Jin's back, Jin's doing great. But I think there also was, yes, he's back and he was playing really well in this as well, but I think we got to see some other Lazarus players really just stepping it up now when they needed to, and that is what I really wanted to see. So I'm really happy to find that right now for any Lazarus fans in the chat. And I think for Anubis, I love that they were able to bring things back, and again, it's a 1-round differential here, so this is still anybody's game. But like you said, man, I think the fact that we're seeing the BL side just getting that many rounds, it just it makes me wonder how things are going to be here for the GR side of Lazarus now, if that's going to be able to just be as dominant as it was before.
Yeah, for Lazarus, it's all going to depend on how these key anchor players are performing. Jin and HDZ have looked really good so far, but they've got to maintain that coming into the final half here. And really show that they have what it takes to close it out. But not only that, some of the more quiet players in today's series got to keep trying to step it up. I feel like Madison's been a little bit lackluster of a performer throughout the day, just kind of on the back burner for Lazarus. But historically, I actually thought he was one of the stronger players in previous seasons and what he's brought to the table for this team. So I really think there's a lot more that he has to offer going into the second half as well.
Yeah, loving some of these player cams coming in. These are some of the players from Lazarus. I don't know about you. I never loved playing in the dark. I don't know what it is. I feel like when I play in the dark, it hurts my eyes. Maybe I'm old though.
I don't know. Slayer might have convinced me. If Slayer's the one playing in the dark, like we saw earlier, maybe that's the key to success here, because he can pop off at any moment in that room where it's just pitch black, so seems to work out well. But Anubis also, I was curious, I think they got a team house this season as well from the looks of it. They didn't have one in the previous season, so maybe we'll see all 5 appearing in this team house at some point as well for the Anubis side of things, which, you know, could be part of the improvements we've seen for this team. Having that chance to, you know, build that camaraderie outside of the game can really carry a lot into the game as well.
Yeah, it really does, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I was kind of unsure as well. I was like, I don't remember Anubis really having like their own like facility or like a gaming house or whatever it may be, and I didn't remember that. So that seems like it's a relatively new thing. So that is a really cool thing, and I do like that concept, right? Like when you can have a place that you can go and play, and like you practice together and you're able to go through things at LAN, like it just, again, it makes such a world of a difference and improvement. So that's what is a pretty exciting bit of a storyline for Anubis, just because I think they've really tried to build themselves up where they want to be one of the best teams, right? They want to be able to improve. So we'll see how much of the work is coming into flourishing right here. But Lazarus have been able to secure this first half, like we talked about, 5-4, but now Anubis are going to be on the BL side. Can they replicate it? Are they able to find themselves 5 rounds, if not better? I guess we'll find out with time.
It's going to be a mid-grouping for the start of this one. Anubis putting that pressure into tower as well with Master. Looking towards the B-bomb side for now to try and find that opening pick. The smoke screen going to come down and make that a little bit more challenging to find that window of opportunity. But for Anubis, they've definitely got their eyes set in this direction. It's going to be an A smoke being thrown pretty early on, but they might even try to just push right on through it. Vise caught on the other side, taken down to about 20 health, but there's still no kills going their way just yet. The mid to B happening a little bit slower. They double back onto the A bomb site, but they run right into Madison and Loons here. It's going to be Madison good for 1, but Vise on the rotation, trying to help hold on as Dipsy finds a second onto Loons. Things not looking quite as good for Lazarus here.
Yeah, it's not looking like a great position at all right now. So I think Design just kind of being in the position he's in is a little bit of a tuck and tail. And then Jin coming in all the way from long. I mean, he's going to have to make sure his teammates can make some noise. And I mean, somebody has to hit this shot. Jaguar in a bit of a tight spot, but honestly, like, he's a good distraction point because now they know he's there. Can't really necessarily get out, but good flashes coming in. HDZ's not able to have an answer for this one. Jin still kind of figuring it out. Vise can't get anything done. Now it's Jin. No way is he able to get more than that. And yes, it will not be done. And okay, Anubis are going to get things back to an even game. And sure, it was looking close, man. I was thinking Jin is going to be able to pull off some insane, double spray with a spray transfer. I was like, I would just be done, Kyle. I think I'd just be calling it a day. But Anubis, they handle it well.
Yeah, I still think Lazarus maybe misplayed it there a little bit too, though, because Jin, they had no idea he was coming, but everybody else peaked first before Jin was able to get that flank going. If there was just a little bit more time for him to wrap in, it would have been almost perfect. But now Anubis, they're in a good spot, winning the first round of the half, tying things up, a chance to grab that early momentum on the BL side. And for this team, I feel like the BL side's not a bad place for them to be on. They've got Master, who tends to look a little bit more comfortable in the aggressive sniping compared to the passive sniping, so it could give them a chance to open up some early picks. You combine that with Dipsy and Jaguar looking really solid throughout the day so far. It's going to still be a tough one, I think, for Lazarus to close out here.
Yeah, definitely a situation if, you know, what Lazarus going to be able to bring on this. And a 2-1-2 coming in for their defense. Flashes and smokes now being thrown here from Anubis. Looking like they want to try to find something a little bit here in the main part of B. Jin just hiding away in the corners. Teammate close on by. HDZ just trying to be a bit of a distraction here deep in sight with Yom. A little bit of a fake coming in. C4 dropped in tower. Jaguar's going to get that timing. HDZ at least can get something of a trade back. But Anubis, again, it's all a ruse, man. They shouldn't be committing to this. Surely not. They don't even have the bomb in their control on this yet. They're just trying to throw these rotates off guard, but I'm kind of wondering what Design's looking for here. Because now things are a little bit awkward, and time is ticking in 30 seconds, and yeah, okay, maybe they are going to commit to this, and I feel like this feels like an easy read.
Yeah, I feel like that's why Vise keeps kind of filtering back and forth. It almost seems like it should be too obvious, but it's exactly what they've got to do now. They've got no other time to reconsider. HDZ good for a second on the round. Sneaks his way underneath, but he's going to be spotted out. Design good for the double kill, but they are very lit up. Vise now 1 versus 3 as Master gets the kill on the Madison. He's spotted in the window, but Dipsy and Design are just dancing around the lower bomb site here. Master going to be that big distraction in the round, gets the kill, and Anubis take the lead.
Yeah, I was thinking, it felt like a bit of a read coming in, and I was thinking this was not going to be a good situation for Anubis, but honestly, their post plan was something to make a bit of notes about here. So that was a big change up. Some deep needs coming in from both these teams, but it's actually Lazarus that don't want to put pressure on this. Instead, they just kind of use that as a bit of a point. Maybe throwing them off guard a little bit here, just burn some more time. And now leaving it back to a 4-1 split. So just, again, Design kind of just being that one player, just kind of hanging out, waiting things out just to make sure no, over aggression coming in. But Jin, being this player here by himself, he's going to get spotted. He's going to get out of here. This is not even worth the fight at all. So he's able to get himself in a better, safe place. But again, now he's going to have his teammate close with him. Anubis, again, just really not even entertaining the idea for now. They're still evaluating, still thinking what they want to do. And they're kind of reminding me of the old 3BL. Like, they just run the clock super low and then just wait to go for the execute.
Yeah, it's really tough right now for Anubis to break through with this utility, though. Lazarus starting to run out on a couple players, but the B push from mid could be coming to life, or even a sneak into the A bomb side. Balloons, he's tucked away underneath, but Doom, big headshot starts it off. HDZ quick on the trade, but Madison, he's still going to be lurking on this A long position, able to take down Jaguar. Jin spotted on the edge of the smoke, but Master going to be playing this one a little bit safer. But Vise sneaks underneath to find one, looking for the second, but it still trades back and forth. Jin on the flank has to be dealt with. He's starting to creep up into this corner, and Dipsy, he's got no idea how close Jin already is. Jin hits the headshot. Design is now left alone, but can he do it? The 1v2 gets Jin down to 10 HP, spots him on the shoulder, but Jin, the one tap with the Colt, ties it right up.
Who other than Jin, man? You can just even see him on the player cam. I couldn't even stop laughing. Oh, man. Yeah, he's feeling it, man. He's having a great day here for number 2 on the weekend. And yeah, oh, that is such a sick shot. He gets it done and bringing it back to a tie game. And it's just, when you think, Anubis might be able to have something done, it's just not even the case right now. And it's a crazy factor to see, Lazarus coming in with so much preparation from this. And now Anubis needing to maybe change things up just a little bit. I mean, those post-spawn situations can be really difficult because, again, it's very situational. But let's see if they want to turn up the pace a little bit with the next notch here and see if they might change something up and catch Lazarus off guard. I mean, historically, I felt like Lazarus were a team that didn't react well to aggression. So I'll be curious if Anubis have maybe saved that as an extra option, but we'll wait and find out. A 4-1 split once again.
Jin playing the counter flash. This time, not going to peek into it, just falls back onto site with HDZ. I like the call here. Not trying to get too crazy for that early information, but Design, this is a perfect timing play from him. Sneaks out A long just as they fall off of the position, and he can start to poke around, but Madison is still going to be jump spotting on the A long box. Jin jump spotting here over towards the B windows. So they've got all of the information they need, but Anubis is still running down this clock, and this is kind of the Anubis way. They run it down, and they usually go for a late mid execution, but this time Vise is playing a little bit more forward to try and hold it off.
Yeah, the fact that Jaguar is just kind of waiting things out too. He's just looking for the right timing on this. But it's funny because Jin's just kind of tucked in the other corner too, and it's a pretty powerful position, especially if you have another teammate that's going to be able to be the distraction. Vise, ooh. Yeah, nice little bit of a jiggle. Gets himself a nice shot. A much needed one here too. So now you can see the C4 is going to be coming through this B site. Jin actually does get taken out of this. I thought he would have been in a great spot, but HDZ now just needing to stay alive as much as possible. It's just a little bit of duck, duck, goose. Who's going to be able to find this? And now Lazarus are coming in. They're not even waiting. Time is ticking, and there's no time left at all. Design's not going to be able to get this plant down. Lazarus, they've been able to time management this one into a 7th round.
Yeah, that's a tough one there for Anubis Gaming. It looked like after the opening pick onto Jin, they were going to have that perfect site execution, but then all of a sudden, Madison and Loons just instantly swinging back in there, gave them no time to react, and it just caught them off guard. But for Lazarus, that's the perfect type of rotation to bring out when you know the clock is running thin. It forces that extra pressure, and then you end up in a situation where you can win off of just the bomb being dropped there. So for Lazarus, it's a good way to steal that momentum back. They're now up to 2 in a row on this side of the map, and this is where things for Anubis start to get a little bit more difficult. They've got to try and win this round to equalize, otherwise it starts to look like the beginning of the end. But Madison, this is the key angle spotted by Master. Neither player able to connect on the shots, but they may not know Loons is right next to him as well. Loons in the corner pocket still. Actually, Vise now in that spot, going to be going for the late peek. Again, a very crisp headshot from him.
Yeah, Vise is really starting to get himself. I mean, it's not like he's putting up massive numbers, but again, he's finding himself these engagements that is really becoming effective. So I love to see this, but now he's still going to press forward. He gets himself another one too. Okay. Well, I mean, Vise is starting to feel one a little bit. He's starting to cook, and now Dipsy by himself, he's got a minute, and he's like, okay, well, I don't have the bomb. I got to figure out what I want to do with this, and he's going to commit to this. He's still looking around. He's exploring what he can find, and Jin does give him away now. Jin just going to burn this as much as he can. Again, the rotates are coming in. You can see it on the mini-map, but again, it doesn't matter. But these guys have no idea the bomb's dropped. Oh, no. No way. I can't believe it. Dipsy might have been able to single-handedly just frag out, and he does! Oh my goodness! Dipsy comes alive without a bomb. He just frags out, and we're back to a tie game.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Lazarus. Really unfortunate timing on those peaks. I feel like Jin just needed to stall for a moment longer and wait for that rotation, but with the shots he's been hitting today, I understand wanting to take that fight, but unfortunately, it is going to cost them quite a bit in this one. Now, instead of the 8-6 lead, it's going to be a 7-7 game, and one where Anubis has a little bit of new confidence after what Dipsy was able to do for them. And for Lazarus, it also forces them to slow the pace down just a little bit more, playing this one a bit safer, but they are going to set up an additional player in mid. This time it's going to be Vise playing on that opposite side here.
Yeah, just when you think there could be an advantage, I mean, Anubis, they're able to pull themselves in this, and look at that. Jab cross, and they get themselves 2 players down, leaving it to a 5-on-3, a big advantage. We haven't seen this for quite some time. And now you can see that was actually Vise on the camera, and he was kind of like just pondering, okay, like what could they be doing right now? A little bit in disbelief maybe in the situation they're in, but now Anubis slowly and surely now come through spawn. Loons needs to be really careful. He's just on the other side of this. If he peeks, Could be a dead man walking, and he somehow survives this. His teammate HDZ is able to get a little bit of tenderizing here. HDZ? Oh my god, he's able to find a double kill with the Colt. And this thing has turned its round on the head.
Yeah, the bomb's down as well. It's kind of an awkward position now as well, with Madison trying to lock it down. It's a 1-for-1. Loons versus Master, potentially the map on the line along with it. That C4 being down still is going to make a little bit of a difficult position for Master. He's kind of second guessing that the peak might come through after the C4 pickup, but it's actually not the case here. It's going to be Loons who backs off and puts himself on the mid position to try and go for the late wraparound, but it's a bit of a dance around in a circle here for both players. Master getting the bomb planted on A, but Loons actually thought the rotation was coming to B, so he is going to be a little bit late on this retake, and now only has about 25 seconds to make it happen.
Yeah, so he's got to get moving. He's got to do something a little bit here too. And again, this is just a firefight. Master here, a new player that's joined this team to see what he's going to be able to find. He's got the almond connection, and time is ticking. Loons needing to be careful here. He's trying to eliminate all the options. There's so many things he has to wait for. Oh, and he's just sticking it. Oh, and he fakes it. Oh no, and Loons trying to do a bit of a double fake on it, and Master will take him out, and Anubis get themselves back in a lead to 8. All right.
Yeah, really tough one here. Lazarus, though, just barely letting these rounds slip away. But for Anubis, that's a massive opportunity now given to them. Only 2 rounds needed for them to take it away and tie up this series and have all ties across the board for our entire day 2 of matches here, which would really hit Lazarus the hardest at this point because they thought they were going to have that chance here to grab that 2-0. Those 3 points on the weekend here would have been massive for them, but for Anubis, keeps them comfortably in that conversation. Still going to be a lot of pressure, though, in these last couple of rounds for them not to let it slip. The GR side of this map still very favorable to try and close it out for Lazarus, but the way Anubis has been playing, especially Dipsy and Master, has been just so lights out. Master again finds Jin, shutting him down, keeping him at bay throughout this map so far. We're not seeing the same Jin, and because of Dipsy and Master, they're right back in this match.
Yeah, being down in the numbers, I think Lazarus might be in a position where they might want to try to reaggress for this and find something. Kind of felt like Vise was really thinking about it. And instead he won't. He'll play a little bit more disciplined on this one. Probably the right call. It's a big risk. I don't know if it's a big reward, but Anubis now have a player lurked all the way on long A. Flash is coming in. Now they're going to reaggress. Now they're going to try to see what they can do, but it's Madison that actually falls. So it doesn't work out at all. Dipsy trying everything he can, but Vi's able to get himself that 2, almost the 3rd. Pulling up a heroic play when needed. Now bringing it to the 2-2. Anubis get themselves in this B site. The plan has to come in. This is a doable situation here for Lazarus. Again, the utility is a little bit available for Loons right now. But it's all about, are they going to expect this player behind the big box? Doom just playing behind and Jenny in the middle of sight. Thinking of flanks coming in. Both these players, the timing is everything. It is the essence of this round. Jaguar very lit. He's able to find the shot. Doom and HDZ falls, and Loons now needing to come alive. Needs to be able to take a big bite and find 2 kills. But it will just not be flourishing. And now Anubis put themselves a map point, sitting at a 9-7.
Huge comeback here in the making from Anubis. Everybody really stepping up to try and get it done for them. And Lazarus kind of just crumbling under the pressure in this final half. And you can tell it's not looking too good for them. Even winning the BL side here on Compound, they've only managed to put up 2 rounds on the GR. Meanwhile, Anubis, they've already found themselves 5. This is just this team doing what they do best, and that's the BL side here. Thanks to the way Master and Jaguar just like to play, it allows them so many options for how they want to entry frag because this team is a mostly aggressive lineup.
It really is, yeah. And I think that's where it's really cool to see Lazarus are such a strong BL-sided team. But right now, I mean, they got to figure things out on the GR side. Otherwise, this thing could be all over. Jaguar's got himself already through long. He's coming through. And look at this Anubis. They ain't messing around now. They're going to try to see what they can do. But look at Vise. Look at Vise. He's able to find the 3. Doom comes back with the double. Loon's now sitting in the corner. All just down to a 1 player remaining, and Lazarus will keep the Band-Aid on, and this is a 1-round differential between map win or overtime.
Well, with how our day has gone, I feel like overtime may be on the horizon. We've already seen it several times throughout the day. Lazarus, it seems like they're starting to wake up here in the final moments of regulation, but for Anubis, they still have one chance before it goes that far to maybe slow things down a little bit. Right now, it's going to be a pretty slow start to the round as well. You can see Anubis really taking their time, trying to figure out how they want to approach this one. It is going to be a fight over towards A long. Madison spots the first player. Instead of engaging, he's going to back off here and get the reset. Now just playing the corner position to see if they go for the full commitment on towards this A bomb site. But for Lazarus, they've got a really good stack in this direction. But Master over the top, able to catch Madison.
Yeah, that's a big kill. That's really, really big, especially with the situation we're in right now. So Madison dropping this early is not going to be great. And now this just puts a little bit more reliance on some of the heavier fraggers right now. I mean, Jin's been a bit quiet on this one. It's actually been Vise and HDZ that have put themselves in double digits in quite some time. So, I mean, Madison being the, the third highest statistic player that was fragging out getting picked, it's a pretty big deal. And Anubis just holding the ground, just waiting things out a little bit more. Still deciding what to go for. Critical decisions come in. This is the most stressful situation to be as an IGL. One bit of a missed call can just change everything, and that's for both these teams. Now it's a 3-player setup coming in from B, from Lazarus. Oh, this could be a trap. Anubis might be running into a bit of a problem. It might be a bit of a wrench that's coming in, and now Loons comes in, Jin as well, and now Lazarus start to feed things up, but a pistol Master maybe just enough. A 3-on-2. Leaving it just down to a situation where Lazarus do not want this thing to end, and we are going to overtime.
Here we are again here. This time Lazarus, the team, trying to claw their way back into it. And they've got a chance now in OT. Both of these teams looking a little bit better on the blacklist side, but neither one of them having what it takes to get it done in regulation. So it's really going to come down to who can thrive under this overtime pressure. We've seen a lot of back and forth. Jin starting to kind of fall off as well towards the second half of this game. You did have players like Vise and HDZ trying to step up and make it happen, and really did in those last couple of rounds to make sure they could force this overtime. But for Anubis, it's also kind of that do or die position. They don't want to be that only team to go down 0-2 in a day where every other team is getting points in front of them, and that's the type of pressure they're up against now.
Yeah, and it's just so surprising too, the fact of, like, again, Lazarus just really absent in the second half, honestly. Like, it didn't really feel like they were finding those rounds in their favor. It just felt like whenever they were getting rounds, it was just kind of a bit of a small remedy, right? Like something just to keep themselves in it. I mean, where the BL side was domination, right? Like a 5 rounds on that side is definitely making a bit of a point, but we'll see what's going to happen here. I mean, this is really, really interesting. They started to get themselves a little bit of something moving, but again, I think you talked about this before. Like, it's not even like Anubis are playing a bad game or doing anything wrong. I just think, again, both these teams are neck and neck right now, like equally as skilled, and we've seen some big decisions coming in from both sides, and now it's a question of who's going to be able to find their way through this overtime. And it's a tough one to nail down, because I felt like Lazarus lost a ton of gas in this, running on fumes, and this might be enough to be refilled back up.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to the side swap here going to that first half of overtime if we're going to see a similar performance from Lazarus, because I felt like the BL we got out of them in regulation was almost a cut above the standard, and to replicate that under the pressure of overtime with only 3 rounds is going to be really difficult to think they're going to win the BL side in that situation. So I feel like that's the name of the game in overtime. Who's going to have that better BL performance? Because for both teams, that's what kept them alive in regulation.
Okay, going right back into it. Overtime it is. And again, that conversation about if it's 2-0 here today or a 1-1 split, but today so far has been all about the 1-1s. So now Lazarus in a prime opportunity to find themselves something, and now they're back on the BL side where, again, they were very, very strong. Nade's coming in into middle. Doom just playing by himself here with no trade. Bit of a scary one, but he's at least able to get something done. He gets some information of the bomb as well. And now Lazarus just going to try to swarm into the site. Dipsy playing a great spot here with the Alm. That you have a double Alm set up. HTZ does the better of him as well. But they're going to hold on. They're not going to actually push into this. And it's waiting on Loons to be able to find something. He's made his presence known. He's been very loud, and Design will take him out for it.
Fortunately, though, for Anubis Lazarus, they've got control over the B-bomb site. Design got baited out to take that fight and gave over the control in doing so. Madison and HDZ trying to lock it down on the post plant. They do have an additional smoke and flash to work with, which can stall the clock almost perfectly in the situation. You can see the utility coming down here. Madison able to connect on 1. Able to connect on 2. Can he get all 3, though? Has to dance against Design, but Design able to get it done just in time. It is going to be the first round of overtime going to Anubis.
Okay, so Anubis are going to be able to maintain a little bit of that consistency. But it's coming right down to the nitty-gritty, right? I mean, it's coming down to these clutch situations. So a lot at stake here. Lazarus tried to turn up the tempo just a little bit. Love to see it. And deep nades coming in from the defensive side here of Anubis. Not going to make any sort of connection, but at least trying to put a little bit more pressure back on this. And now a situation of, again, just a lot more patience on this one. Lazarus taking the very slow approach into mid. But it's Anubis that have actually pushed all the way through B main, and they've gotten themselves some real estate.
Yeah, for Anubis, they've got the map control they need. A lot of forward presence on pillars is going to be tough to deal with if Lazarus decides to go for that B hit. But if they go through mid to B, that's when things can be a little bit risky here for Anubis, because this position from Doom is really hard to find the trade out of. Design basically just has to swing wide to make it happen, and he is going to at least reposition here to make it a little bit more winnable. But with all these players forward extended, you now see Jaguar kind of on an island here on the A bomb side if this long push comes through.
All right, minute mark now. Lazarus trying to figure out something here. Doom actually playing pretty aggressive in mid. Again, he's playing the same position, but at least he has Dipsy to help him out this time, whereas before he had nothing. Flash comes in. Vi's just going to go for the entry. He's trying to just pre-aim because he's fully blind. Dipsy helps him out. Dipsy does a great job able to find himself a secondary kill as well. 4-on-2 advantage right now. HDZ and Loons, the last remaining players. HDZ trying everything he can to make something work with a pistol, but it's just way too much to ask for. 25 seconds, Loons looking to find a 1-on-3. Takes down 1. Takes down the head of Master. Maybe getting his timing in, but he's only got 15 seconds. He's got to make a decision. He seems like he's hesitating. The overthinking now might be costly because he has to commit to a plant. And now he's running into a trap. Both front and back, and Dipsy gets himself a multitude of kills on Anubis. Continue on with the reign of terror.
Yeah, right now, Anubis in full control of this overtime. Lazarus Not really a whole lot they've been able to do just yet. Dipsy looking for that opening onto HDZ, moves into the off angle on a long, could have an opportunity to take the fight over towards Gen Jaguar as well. On the other side of the smoke for the support, HDZ in that window as well, but Dipsy has to get out. He's been spotted by 2, unable to find any connections just yet, but a lot of information being gathered by Anubis to maybe get a good rotation going.
Yeah, I'm liking the setup changes coming in from Anubis. Again, that was a B main control before. Now, like you were talking about a little bit here, is that A main's coming into effect as well. So they're just going to fight for that. They are mixing things up in the late portion of this game, which is a great thing to see. And Lazarus, once again, needing to figure out what they want to do a little bit. Grouped up in mid. They're going to try once more. It hasn't really been favorable for them, but they're going to try again. And Vise is going to go down this time. Master makes a great connection, starting things off, winning the opening engagement. And a minute remaining here for these guys, and even Jaguar coming in for the back, and that's because he was able to push. And look at that, he's able to find 2 more. Still causing a bit of a ruckus here. Lazarus seem like they're stuck in the mud. They can't seem to make any sort of a decision, and just like that, Anubis, they take that with, honestly, ease.
Yeah, really smooth first half for Anubis. All they need now is 1 on the BL. But as we saw in the unKnights LCK match earlier, that final round is the complete difference for some of these teams. And it's just kind of that mental block that can take them down in some ways. So for Anubis, they can't afford to let it up here. They've got to find this last round. If they give Lazarus a chance to take this one to golden round, that's where things can get pretty sketchy.
Yeah, again, that's a really good point you bring up, because again, we have seen where the last round can be a difficult point where, you know, getting across the finish line, all it takes is 1 more round and they're done. But it seems to be a difficult task here for a lot of these teams, and it makes sense. It's a ton of pressure because you're just trying to get things done 1 more time, and if you don't get it, you lose control of it, and then you go down to the golden round. But I mean, a lot of attention and focus coming in from Lazarus, as you can see right here. But I'm curious to see what the plan will be here, especially for them. It's going to be a bit of a road, and Anubis now in a great position where they can't get overzealous. They got to make sure that they can stay there cool, calm, and collected, and see if that'll be a different tale here today, or if we're going to have another golden round. I think that'd be the second one for today. No, third, I think. Have we done 3 now? This could be a 3? We've done 2.
3. I think we had... Or maybe it was a 13-11 for the other one. But yeah, it's been a lot of very close overtime situations throughout the day. For Lazarus, they still have that chance for the 2-0, though it is very far away at the moment. They've got to have something big here to bring this one all the way back with 4 rounds in a row to win it in that golden round situation. Any rounds lost at this point, it's going to result in that 1-1 split. So for Anubis, it's not about playing it crazy here. It's just playing safe and finding that one opening they need to try and close it out. And they've got 3 chances to make that happen in regulation, overtime. But golden round, I don't think anyone wants to go there, because it's then that game of, do you throw a curveball or not when you've only got 1 round to win or lose? And nobody likes to play that game.
No, definitely not. Yeah, definitely not at all. Just adds even more pressure like we were talking about, but we'll see what Anubis can do. I mean, the BL side is in their hands right now, and Lazarus, I mean, this has been a bit of a struggle bus for them, you know, defensively, so a lot is riding on them. Nade's coming in just to, again, slow things down a little bit. Good smoke just to block things off. Eyes preparing for the utility. Finding himself in the position here for the last minute remaining of this round, and Anubis needing to make a decision if they want to go for this mid hit. Another piece of utility is smoke just coming deep onto B connector. Flash is now coming in. Loons maybe looking for his timing. And Loons is able to find something, but Vise can't seem to win that gunfight somehow in some way. And now we're talking about a situation where it is the 4-4. HP is getting low in the department of Lazarus. And is going to be able to find Jaguar. He's just trying to toy with him, but he gets removed from this, and Loons now has found himself a double kill coming in. Still a 2-2. 20 seconds remaining, and HDZ gets over aggressive, and he's able to find that duel, putting Doom off the plant. 14 seconds remaining, and they're not done yet. Kyle Lazarus still want to keep in this game.
It's not over till it's over. It's been the story of the day. Lazarus trying to do it in the same fashion we saw from unKnights, the reverse sweep for 4 in a row in overtime to win it, but there is still no room for error on their side of things. They've got to be flawless up until that finish line if they want to make it happen. Jin running into a lot of trouble. That nade could finish him off here, but he just gets away in time. Not going to matter though. Dipsy on the repeat, able to find that kill and the advantage for Anubis on the round. It does come at a pretty hefty price though. Dipsy down to about 10 HP, so almost an equalized situation, but that extra player of difference might be enough to push them across the finish line.
The man advantage, can it be enough? Finding that engagement, taking down someone like Jin. Dipsy's low, right? I mean, he's wounded. He's limping on this one. Got some injury on this. Nade's coming in. Coming right through the cross point in mid. Trying to split things apart. Vise catching a little bit of damage here through the wall. And now they're going to swing into this. And Madison finds himself that double here too. Design coming in, just spraying frantically, hoping for something. And now it's going to be Loons with the back lines. And Lazarus once again are going to be able to find themselves another round, and all of a sudden they were absent on this side, but now they're starting to string these rounds through and pushing this thing to the absolute distance, potentially at a 12-11.
Lazarus looking to do the unthinkable. 2 rounds away from the ultimate comeback here in overtime. Anubis still trying to find that way to close this one out, but it's been such a struggle on this BL side so far, but it's the same boat Lazarus was in. Not able to find the picks, the pressure being high, it puts a lot of pressure onto that BL side to make the first move, and then if you have that anxiousness behind you with what's on the line, it can be enough to just give that extra advantage over to the defense, and that can be all they need. But for Lazarus, that's the pocket they want to live in right now, because all they need is 2 defensive rounds, and this map will be theirs after all. And for Anubis, I do feel bad because they've had so many opportunities to close this out, but they just can't find that final round.
Flash is raining in. Vi's able to get things started here with the rifle. Now they're the ones who win an engagement. Doom coming in for a big swing, taking down Jin. The B-State up for grabs. Doom trying to see maybe if he can get the plant done. He's going to be able to. Now a 4-on-4. It's raining flashes a little bit here, and this is going to buy some time here for the positioning of Anubis. This post plan is everything. It's all down to this. A flank potentially coming in from Madison right now. Is it going to be expected to master? He reads it, but he gets still taken out. So now the numbers have changed. It's flipped over to the defensive side. 16 seconds remaining. Dipsy coming alive with 2. Doom now needing to do something big and miraculous, but it's going to be Loons that pushes it to the distance. And we are going to the golden round.
Oh my goodness. Here we are again. It's going to be the full distance achieved. But who's going to come out on top? There is a lot on the line for both of these teams. It's either going to be a 3-point weekend or a 1-point weekend for Lazarus, and we're about to find out if they can truly make it happen for themselves, or if Anubis will finally find a way to get their first BL round in this overtime situation. It's been such a tough road for both of these teams, but now with the pressure on, the BL side is going to feel the heat a little bit more, especially considering they've lost 3 in a row already on this side of the map in overtime. Though in regulation, this did look like the better side for Anubis, but you add that pressure, things do not look the greatest for them, and you can see it in their movement across the map. There is a lot of hesitation right now from Anubis.
Yeah, they're a little bit scared, right? I mean, again, this is a situation where it's really, really tough. You had yourself you needed to get one more round, and it's just like a bit of a choke, right? I mean, they just can't seem to get this thing done. But at the same time, again, it's Lazarus that are coming in, finding their way, and just digging so deep in these rounds to get themselves back in this game. So Anubis have an opening connection from Master, able to start things off. But it doesn't mean anything yet. I mean, it seems like no matter who has the opening engagement, it doesn't really feel like one side is more favorable than the other. And once again, Anubis going back for this mid hit. Maybe switching things up this time. Getting themselves up for mid, but now Lazarus with the 2-2. Rifles are starting to spray a little bit, and now Jaguar gets himself in this. Madison trying his best to find multi-kills, but no, I think now Anubis have been able to find the missing piece to the puzzle. Unless HDZ can be the kryptonite for this golden round, it's all down to this for him for 35 seconds to make this a reality of a 2-0. Maybe, just maybe, Anubis now needing to hold it down, needing to just make sure they have the trades into effect. HDZ getting caught with a little bit of a spam, made his way across, misses the shot, and there it is. Anubis are going to get things done. They're going to conclude it, and they're going to be able to find themselves a victory.
A huge way to close out the day, which means it's 1-1s across the board, and you can see the disappointment on Lazarus. They knew how close they were to having one of the most impactful days you can have in a season, which is picking up points when no one else can. But unfortunately, it's going to kind of be a wash on the day. Every single team going to pick up 1 point. It's really just going to come down to those round differentials that decided the overall difference for today. But it was honestly overall a fantastic performance from both of these teams, because I was always second guessing throughout who was going to come out on top of this one. It truly felt like a 50-50 matchup here.
Yeah, it really did. And I mean, that's a big thing. You got to give a lot of kudos for both these teams. They came in playing a really solid game, and honestly, like, nobody wanted to get things done and you know, without going to the absolute distance, and that takes a lot, right? I mean, these have been some heavy games here today. I mean, I think that was a 5-4 half at one point for Lazarus. They couldn't really get things moving on the second half. Anubis, you know, they were just on the brink of potentially losing this thing. So the fact that, you know, it's a whole weekend of just, or the day two, I should say, of this weekend being splits, pretty insane. That's where we talked about the competition. That's where we talked about, you know, the teams are really just stepping things up a lot more, and that's a really good thing to see. And it only makes it more exciting. This was the opening weekend. Let's not forget. That's insane.
Yeah, honestly, couldn't really ask for a better opening weekend. You had a lot of 50-50 matchups, a lot of back and forth. Every team kind of showing a good high point for themselves, but also we got to see the weaknesses of every team as well. No team leaving this opening weekend completely undefeated, and it honestly makes me excited for what's to come the rest of this season, because it's one of those seasons where you truly feel like any one of these teams is capable of finding themselves in the playoff picture, and oftentimes that isn't the case.
Yeah, this just makes it more of a conversation, because I mean, I'm going to be curious how the next few weeks go, just because, again, it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be the top dogs and who's going to be able to find themselves different in this next weekend. And I'm actually looking forward to when we pulled the stats here for the overall weekend, just kind of concluding how everything is, because this has really turned around very, very differently than how I thought it was going to go. And I'm glad for Anubis and their sake they were able to get themselves back into something here and splitting it off, and the hard work pays off. And here's the stats overall, just to kind of give you a little bit of what we went through.
Yeah, honestly, I'd have to say for Anubis, the most impressive improvements for today were from Jaguar. Last season, for me, he was kind of that back burner player pretty much the whole time for Anubis. But this season, I feel like he's really elevated what he could do as an individual and really taking on that extra role for his team of being that aggressive lurk that they kind of were missing in season one. So it's been great to see him develop as a player, but across the board, I think we're just slowly seeing this new roster develop into something great for Anubis as well. Even though it's very clear both of these teams still have some growing pains they're starting to sort out, I feel like both of them have shown their improvements were for the positive coming into the season.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I mean, that's I really like that you bring that up, because I was happy to see that Jaguar was, putting himself, and again, that makes sense because he is the MVP status here, and he was somebody that is it looks like he's kind of getting himself in a better position, right? And when you do these rehauls and you do these roster adjustments, I mean, that's where you can change up the game plan, you can change up the roles, you can change up who's going to do what, and I think that's where maybe for him he's been able to put himself in better positions where he can be himself a bit more than whereas previous seasons maybe he gave up more than he wanted, right? So great to see him do well. He was able to have some massively impactful games and rounds and stuff like that, so it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, a really great event and a good weekend for us, just considering that there was a lot of 2-0s on day one, and then things just kind of going on 1-1s across the board, which is just madness. Can't even get over that.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of teams are going to be looking back at their day. Several teams here, it was a 1-round difference determining if this was a 1-1 day or a 2-0 for them. So a lot to reflect on for many of these teams. But as you can see, it's an even split across the board. So it's all about that round differential for the standings. And as we look at it, LCK, it is a 1-round difference that gets them in the front, but this is still a close-knit race amongst the top three. But it is surprising to see that third place being held by Lazarus at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing too, because if Lazarus would have been able to find this, the 2-0 today, that would have put them in the first place, right? I mean, that's kind of the crazy part. But again, yeah, that's where we talked about the standings being so close and just making it even more of an interesting story for us. So, I mean, more than excited to see what's going to come out of these next couple weekends, and I'm excited for season 2, man.
Honestly, a very exciting season, but that is going to wrap us up for this weekend. It's been a pleasure to be on the desk with you, Laz, and we look forward to seeing each and every one of you next weekend as the season continues. We're not done just yet, but we'll see you guys next weekend for more action. As soon as you think you've spotted one, there's another right on top of you there, Stocksy.
When HPV is just doing what he's doing